Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the move of What If Deku was trapped in high school drama? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Hello and welcome to my OCX canon book. I will welcome to you the main character right now. There is going to be more than one main character, but we won't see their POV in a while. Name, Aishi Natsuik. Quirk, time, she can freeze time. Hero name, Timer Freezer. Personality, nice, shy, quiet, carefree, protective, lets others step over her. Parents, unknown. Gender, female. Design inspired by Amajiki and Mirio. Looks, long blonde hair, slim, pointy ears, bright blue eyes. Aishi, or myself, will be answering some questions you all might have. So please do ask us, Aishi and or me. Also I will be answering things that people ask me on my TikTok or just other canon characters in the book might ask her. That is all, and I hope you enjoy this story. I will update this story once a week, but when I do update it I will update many chapters at once. And if you want me to add you/your OC in the story, then just ask and send me some basic info like quirk, personality, and looks. That is all. P.S. I forgot to add that this is an AU where the big three are in their first year along with everyone else, so they are in the same year as a Deku. Dabi is the same age as Deku, also Tamura is 16, and to add on to that we are going off of the theory that Tuya is Dabi, and Tuya, aka Dabi, is Todoroki's twin. I sat down in the back row of the classroom. I liked it back there, it got a good view of the drama that happened in class. Oi! Someone yelled. I glanced up and saw no one other than Bakugo himself. What do you need? I asked. I felt everyone in the classroom stare at me. It wasn't every day that Bakugo talked to anybody, especially me, the class outcast. You going to UA, huh? Bakugo asked. I nodded my head looking at him in the eyes. As of chance you will make it in the gates. He yelled. I sighed. I got recommended, remember? I asked him. He looked at you, his gaze might as well be filled with flame, he was so mad. So hand this to a boy with red hair, he scoffed lowly to me. Why? I asked him, my eyebrows scrunched up. I saw him training at the gym and thought that he looked pretty cool. He scoffed at me. I sighed and took the envelope from him. I looked at it closely, it looked pretty plain, a blank white envelope that had one writing on it. I looked even closer, silently cursing how messy Bakugo's handwriting can be sometimes. To shitty hair, it said. I read those 3 words over and over again. Now that he says it, I remember somebody training one time. Once class ended, I got to the gym and smiled at the front desk lady. Hello again, Aishi. She greeted me smiling. I smiled back at her. Hey, you greeted her. You want to train with someone or alone? She asked. Every worker knew you by name and what you liked. I would like to train with someone, really mix things up, you know? I asked her. She nodded her head, understanding a little bit. I ooked around the gym and then spotted a redhead that Bakugo must be talking about. He was talking to a girl that had pink-tinted skin, pink hair, yellow horns, and yellow eyes. You finally dyed your hair? She asked excitedly. Hey guys. You called over to them. Hey. You are that girl that always trains here, right? The pink-haired girl asked. You nodded your head. Your quirk is really cool. My name is Kirishima, by the way. This is Mina. Kirishima introduced himself and the pink-haired girl to me. Nice to meet you. My name is Aishi Natsuik. You said as you realized it was your turn to introduce yourself. Cool. He said, pumping his fist in the air. Wanna train? I asked him. He nodded his head and Mina joined in. I want to see what your quirk can really do, she said, waving her hand around in the air like she was completely obvious of people staring at her. Yeah, let's go, I said as Kirishima and Mina went along with me into the training room. Okay, let's start this thing, Kirishima exclaimed, pumping his fist in the air. Once we got in our fighting posses, we all started to fight. I grabbed Mina and pinned her. Kirishima hardened his body and I pulled away just in time for Kirishima to land on Mina. Once they both got up, I backed up into the corner ready to freeze time whenever. Kirishima then darted to me. I froze time as soon as I did that. I raced to the other end, unfreezing time as Kirishima fell face first. Wait, so you can move when we can't? Kirishima asked amazed. I simply nodded. If I focus hard enough I can freeze time to up to an hour, but I will get really tired and might even pass out. I explained to them the downfalls of my quirk. That's really cool, Nady, Mina exclaimed. Nady? I asked, looking confused at Mina. I need a nickname for you, so Nady is your new nickname now. Mina explained. I had to admit it was a pretty good nickname. Okay, fine, I said, sighing. Mina squealed, jumping up and down excitedly. Okay, now let's go, I need to get up early and train again. I confess-timed them. They nodded as we all left the gym, happily taking among ourselves. I was walking out and enjoyed the fresh morning air hitting my face. I was going to move into UA tomorrow and I was exited. I heard they got a new hero course this year and it is killing me to find out how it is. I heard that they will praise people without flashy quirks, so everyone has a fair share chance. Even though I got recommended, I was ordered to keep watch of the students when the day comes. I saw something in the corner of my eye. I turned around to see what it was and saw a person walking into an alleyway. It felt as though my feet moved by themselves as I walked into the alleyway, hiding behind whatever I can find. Why am I doing this? Well, I don't know, I just kinda had a gut feeling and it turned out that my gut feeling was right. The person looked both ways in the narrow alleyway and then shot blue flames from his hands. I stared in awe, but then I saw the person lock eyes with me. I got ready to freeze time as I walked up to him, my eyes narrowed. Well, what do we have here? The man asked. As I got a better look at him, he had purple scars on his arms and half of his face. I could say the same about you, I shot back, looking at the black-haired man. Well, if you must know, I am going to kill some heroes, he stated. I grabbed his arm, anger pulsing through my whole body. You're going to have to fight me for it, I said. He shot flames from his hands and threw me against a wall. I kicked him in the stomach. He double-backed in pain and I ran to the other side of the alleyway. You still want to fight? He asked me. His eyes were wide and almost looked like they were asking me, are you crazy? Not unless you give up, I said, getting into a battle stance once again. I thanked Kirishima and Mina for training with me. If they hadn't, I would have never found this guy or even had a chance against him. He shot the blue flames from his hands again, but I noticed something. I quickly froze time and got away from the flames and found my theory correct. He doesn't know how to control his flames. I unfroze time and he looked at me, confusion filling his gaze. You think my quirk is teleportation, right? I asked him. My name is Dobby and... Only Dobby. So sad for you to realize it when you are about to die, Dobby stated, throwing even more blue flames at me. I skillfully dodged them and went behind Dobby. Well, you certainly can't control your quirk now, can you? I challenged him. Shut up, he screamed at me, covering the whole alleyway with blue flames. I froze time and got out of there and went out of the alleyway. I made sure to unfreeze time and everything went back to normal, like nothing happened at all. Maybe that was a good thing now that I think about it. I walked up to UA and saw a green-haired boy with freckles run over to me. He had a red backpack clenched in his hand as he looked at me with wide, scared eyes. Hey, I saw you fight that villain. I wanted to get some notes off of your quirk. He said, okay? I asked, confused. The green-haired boy and I both sat on the bench. Oh, my name is Izuku Midoriya, by the way. Izuku said, oh, okay, my name is Aishi Nadasuke. I introduced myself to Izuku. Izuku smiled brightly at me before he opened a journal that had some burn marks on it and went to a blank page and wrote down my full name. Now your quirk is teleportation, right? Izuku asked me. I shook my head. No, my quirk is called time. Basically, I can freeze time and go wherever I want. I explained. Are there any downfalls at your quirk? He asked. Yeah, a couple. If I use my quirk too much, I become super weak and I can only freeze time for a couple of hours. Although with enough training I can hopefully go up to an hour, I exclaimed, pumping my fist in the air at the last part. Wow, that quirk is so cool. I can't wait to see it during the exams, Izuku said, bubbly, smiling even wider. I got in by recommendation, but I was asked to make sure things don't get out of hand or anybody gets hurt, I said, tapping my index finger to my chin, deep in thought. Okay then, bye Aishi. Izuku waved his hand. Bye Midoriya-kun, I said, waving my hand to him. I wonder what will happen. I went in the building that Present Mike was in and sat down in one of the rows. Midoriya-kun was to my right and a boy that had blonde hair with a black bolt running through it to my left. Oh hey, I am Denki Kaminari, Denki said, waving to me and smiling brightly. I am Aishi Natsuik. I stated, looking at him and smirking a little. What's your quirk? Denki asked, bouncing up and down in his seat. My quirk is called freeze. I can freeze time, I explained. Was I really gonna have to explain my quirk to everyone here? Hello, fellow listeners. Present Mike yelled. I turned my attention away from Denki and to Mike. As everyone knows, we made some adjustments to our test. He exclaimed. A boy with clean-cut blue hair and thick glasses raised his hand high. Yes, fellow listener in the back with the blue hair? Present Mike asked, what is the test going to be made of, and why did the test have some adjustments if the same test has been going on for years? He asked in a strict manner, was I really going to give to deal with people like this? Idiot. The test before didn't give people without flashy quirk a chance. A girl yelled. She was next to the blue-haired boy, and behind me she had black and blue hair. Her violet eyes looked narrowly at him. Oh, I am sorry for misunderstanding. The school's utmost gratitude, and I am sorry I didn't realize it sooner. He said, then bowed and sat down. The girl with black and blue hair rolled her eyes and stared at Present Mike again. There will be pro-heroes as villains, and you guys shall beat them. Depending on how you do, you guys will be placed in groups. There are 3 groups that you can be placed in, and each one shall have different school uniforms and gym uniforms. First, we have the neutral white group. These people could use some work on their quirks. These students wear white school uniforms and white gym uniforms. Also, the department students wear the same thing. Then moving up in the rank is the Endeavor Red. The students in this group have good quirks, but they are not fully pushing themselves to their limit or have some room for improvement. They wear red school uniforms and red gym uniforms. Then there is the All Might Blue. This group is the best of the best. These students wear blue school uniforms and the classic blue gym uniforms that you would see in past times. Keep in mind you can move up and down the rank as the school year passes on, and that is all. Present Mike said, smiling brightly as us. I pulled my blonde hair into a ponytail and quickly dressed in some workout clothes. Aishi-chan, over here. Izuku called. I looked over and saw him in front of the concrete walls. Miss? A booming voice sounded from behind me. I glanced over my shoulder and saw a tall male with thick glasses and deep navy blue hair. Yes? I asked him, taking a good look at him. He wasn't dumb, that is for sure, but he also looked a little bit on the nerdy side. But by the looks of it, he trained up quiet a bit to get here, guessing on his well-built body type. Aren't you a student that came here by request? What on earth are you doing here? Yes, me. Well, yeah, I am, but the teachers asked me to look after you guys since the exam is going to be with trained pro-heroes. I explained, smiling brightly at him. Oh, I am severely sorry for the misunderstanding, he said, his booming voice not going away. I awkwardly nodded my head and backed up, running to Izuku and smiling brightly at him. Hey Izuku-kun, are you exited? I asked him, jumping up and down, looking at him, my bright blue eyes lighting up. Yeah, it sure is pressuring. I have to remember who got me to this spot and why I am even here in the first place, he said. His voice had a deeper meaning, something that I couldn't quite put my finger on. Hey Aishi-chan? Izuku asked me. I asked, looking at him, my head tilted slightly. Why do you cover your left side with your hair? Izuku asked. I stood there for a couple of seconds, looking blankly at the concrete wall that was provided. Flashback. Daddy! I chirped happily, holding my father's hand as I skipped along the city. I looked to my side and saw a small boy around my age. He had bright red hair, blue eyes, and had scars alongside his body. Hello, Endeavor. My father greeted another man. He had flames all over his body. His red hair and blue eyes matched with the boy that looked around my age. This is my son, Tuya. The man who I am guessing is named Endeavor announced. This is my daughter named Aishi. My father said. I waved shyly at the man, smiling at him a little bit. Why don't you go play with Tuya, honey? I have to go to work with this man. My father said. I nodded my head and went to Tuya. I am Aishi. I introduced myself. I am Tuya, he murmured. I gasped and looked at the narrowed alleyway that looked dark and spooky. Tuya, wanna go down that alleyway? I asked, pointing to the dark alleyway. Why would we go down a dark and creepy alleyway? He asked. I turned my head to him and rolled my eyes. I heard that there are spooky monsters that will eat your toes. I said, laughing. Whatever. Tuya said, rolling his eyes and going to the alleyway with me. So what is your quirk? I asked him, interest filling my ocean blue-eyed gaze. Cremation, I can make blue flames go out of my hands kind of like my dad. Tuya stated, staying focused on the alleyway. I stepped in and saw a man with a black mask and a black suit look at us. Or well, maybe look at us, his mask covered his whole face. "Hello," I said, smiling brightly at the man, and skipped past. Tuya looked at the man a little longer and hesitated before scrambling. "After me. You finally came, Turtle?" I asked him, laughing afterwards. "Hey, that's what I will call you, Turtle," I exclaimed, giving him an amused glance. Yeah. "Then I will call you," he thought for a while, putting his index finger on his chin. Before we could speak, I saw the man get ready to hit Tuya. "Turtle, behind you," I called, pushing him aside and stopping time. I knew I only had a while before I would have a migraine and stop, but I rushed to the man's side and started time again. "What is your quirk?" Tuya exclaimed, throwing flames at the man. "Freeze. A very good quirk, but based off of skill more than anything. Don't mind if I take your quirk, right?" he asked me. I froze time again and pushed Tuya and me out of the way and onto the wall. The man grabbed me and punched me in the eyes. I couldn't see anything out of my left eye. I scrambled free, tears bubbling up from my eyes. I froze time once again and ran out of there while I dragged Tuya. Once I unfroze time, my head was throbbing. I couldn't see out of my left eye, and I felt like I could pass out at any given time. "Turtle, are we safe?" I asked him. He nodded his head silently. "Why did you save me?" he asked at last. I thought for a moment, then answered. "You needed it. That's what a hero does. Helps anybody that needs it, no matter who they are or what side they are on." I said at last. "You know what, Aishi? You are the most heroic person I have seen. I am going to call you my champion," he announced happily. I leaned closer on him. "Aishi?" My father screamed. "Daddy?" I asked him. My eyes blinked, but I realized something. I couldn't open my left eyes at all. "What happened to ya?" Endeavor asked Turtle. "A man attacked us and she saved us both," he said. Thin tears formed at the corner of his eyes and I felt bad for him. "Hey, it's fine, Turtle. See? I am fine," I chirped happily. Turtle gave me a slight smile and we hugged. And a flashback. That was the last time I have ever seen Turtle. But his words stuck to me like super glue. It is fun to know that someone thought of me as their champion. Turtle ran away and left me a note, then he was proclaimed dead. I never believed anything like that though. He said that his father, Endeavor, made him burn himself. I have always looked down on Endeavor even though he was older and probably more wiser than me. I didn't care he discarded his own child because Turtle couldn't control his flames. Aishi-chan?" Izuku asked me, his head tilted sideways. "A villain attacked me when I was a kid and gave me a scar," I said, keeping my eyes trained on the tall tan wall. Izuku looked at me, his emerald green eyes wide in fear. "What?" I asked him, looking sideways and smiling slightly. "The scar doesn't even hurt anymore, just looks kind of ugly," I said, laughing afterward. "Oh," Izuku muttered. He got his journal out and murmured what seemed like for an hour before someone came out and told us to start. I leaned against the side of a glass building and glanced at what was going to happen. I let my mind wander since I knew that the trained pro heroes wouldn't do anything to harm anybody. "Greetings, you must be Aishi Natsuke?" A monotone's voice asked me. I opened my eyes and glanced. The first thing I saw was red-haired Turtle. I exclaimed, scrambling up and looking at the male. "You am an oh, I am his twin though," the boy said. I let out a puff of annoyance and leaned back. "Yeah, I am. Who are you?" I asked. "Shoto Todoroki," he stated, looking at me. He looked nothing like Tuya. Talk about opposite twins. Todoroki had red and white hair that spilt in the middle, gray and blue eyes, and a scar in his right side. "So you were a friend of my twin?" Todoroki asked me. I nodded my head numbly. "Yeah, we met for a few minutes, but those minutes changed my life," I said at last, looking at Todoroki and giving him a slight smile. The best smile I could give, actually. "Oh, I understand." Todoroki started nodding his head and then leaving, probably to check on the students that were hiding on the other side of the building. I let this time to let my mind wander into my thoughts. Deep thoughts, crazy thoughts. Sometimes when I am in this headspace I would just daydream and forget about the time. That villain always came up in my mind. His blue flames caught on a memory that I couldn't quite reach. Something different. Maybe he looked like someone I used to know? His fighting style was like no other and he couldn't even control his own quirks. Although when everything is said and done, that would be a great quirk for a hero if he learned how to control it. Why do I always think about this guy? I clenched my teeth and decided to let off some steam. I froze time and got my notebook, then unfroze time. I had been keeping this notebook since I was little. I have always thought of ultimate moves and what mine would be. I let my little mind wander sometimes. And before I knew it, class was over. I glanced down at my notebook and saw that I had accidentally drew the villain that I fought. I closed my notebook and sighed as I went outside and looked sideways. Izuku was on the ground, both his arms were broken, and Todoroki was saying something. Everybody's mouths were moving, I could tell that for sure, but for some reason I couldn't hear them at all. As I stared at Izuku's crumbled body laying on the ground helpless, I saw a girl with auburn hair and auburn eyes. "Oh no, Deku, I am so sorry," she said. Her voice was high-pitched and filled with worry. "Damn nerd deserves it," yelled a male. He had ash blonde hair and red piercing eyes. "Baku bro, be nice," another male with red sticky hair and red eyes said, swinging his arm over the ash blonde's shoulder. I slipped out of the place and got into a seat. There I saw the same male with blue hair and blue eyes come up to me. "I see that I have not formally introduced myself. I am Tenya Ida, second child of the Ida name," he said to me, holding out his hands. I shook his hand and gave him a smile. "I am Aishi Nejuk," I said, smiling even brighter, then letting go of Ida's hand. "What is your quirk?" Ida asked. Those words brought me back to Turtle, and when we got attacked my eyes went wide with fear as I huddled in close to my desk. "Freeze, I can freeze time and love through it," I muttered, trying to get the image of Turtle out of my mind. "My quirk is called Engine. I can use the engines on my calves to go really fast," he said. I nodded my head and looked at the front and saw Izuku come in. He had a couple bandages around his arm as he weakly smiled at everyone in the room. "Oh, hello students, please have a seat," a voice called. I stared at the front of the class and saw a rodent. "Hello. As you might have heard of, I am your principal, Nizu," Nizu said, flicking his white tail and looking at all of us. Look at you guys. It seems like this class will be just a thrill to watch grow up and become excellent heroes. I came here to tell you guys your groups. As President Mike already has said about the groups, I will give everyone a list of their groups. Then there will be a testing of your quirks with your homeroom teacher, Mr. Azawa," Nizu said, smiling brightly and handing everyone some papers. All Might Blue Group: Bakugu, Momo, Kirishima, Aishi, Amajigi. Endeavor Red: Todoroki, Ida, Mina, Siro, Denki, Fumikage, Azui, Ojiro. Neutral White: Mineta, Deku, Sato, Toru, Jiro, Shoji, Mirio, Nijire, Ochako, Izuku. I got into the blue group. "Okay, everyone get on your gym uniforms according to your group and get on the field," Nizu said to everybody. Everybody filed up as I glanced outside and saw that there were dirt-packed fields with fences alongside them. "Okay, everyone, you are going to show what our quirks can do. Also, the last one on the list gets expelled," Azawa said, his sleepy and drained voice ringing out to all the students in class. Once everyone was done, Izuku got in last place. I gasped and looked at him worriedly. "Okay, that's it, everyone out of my sight," he said. Everyone had shocked faces. "What?" Azawa asked, raising his eyebrow. "You said you were going to expel the last person on the list," I said, looking at him, my blue eye looking confused. "Oh, that was just to get you guys to stand on edge," he said as he walked away. We all sighed in relief as we filed into the classroom once again. "Hey guys. Sorry in advance if the spelling is all messed up and that stuff. I am writing on my phone while I am used to writing on my computer, so it is a big change, but I will try to get suited to it anyway. Let's get over this dumb author's note and just get into the story." Smiling face with smiling eyes. "Wow, Aishi-chan, your quirk is really cool," Izuku praised me. I nodded my head and glanced at Todoroki. Aishi-chan, are you okay?" Izuku asked me. I looked at him and gave him a thumbs up. "Everything is perfect, why wouldn't everything be fine?" I asked, giving Izuku an even wider smile. "Hey Aishi," Kirishima said. I looked at him and smiled brightly at him also. "Hey Kiri, what's up?" I asked him. He scratched the back of his head nervously. "Well, I saw this girl," Kiri began to explain. "Is it Mina?" I asked him, my blue eyes lighting up with excitement. "No, I don't think you know her yet," Kirishima said, adding a nervous chuckle at the end. Oh, what's her name? I asked. My index finger rested on my chin as I paid attention to what Kiri had to say. Her name is Sinya. She is the new student for Class 1B and she helped me out a lot. Kirishima admitted, his dark crimson eye filling the same girl with black and blue hair. Why don't you talk to her? I asked at last. Kirishima looked at me, his eyes wide in shock. Me? Talk to her? Are you nuts? He asked me, hiding his face with his hands. I smirked as my eyes darted from Sinya, who was getting stuff from her locker, and Kirishima, who looked like he was about to die from embarrassment. I don't trust that face, Kirishima said nervously. And that you should be, I said, my eyes settling on Sinya. Hey Sinya, I called, waving my hand in the air. She know. Kirishima whispered, yelled to me. I ignored him and smiled even brighter as Sinya walked over to us, her violet gaze shifting around the hall like some villain was going to pop out of nowhere, or well, if a villain did pop out somewhere she wouldn't know since she was staring at the floor. Were you the one who called me? Sinya asked. Her voice was soft compared to what her voice sounded like earlier when the blue-haired male asked about the exams. We just saw you and thought that you looked cool, I exclaimed. Me? She asked as she dropped her books in surprise. I will get those for you, Kirishima said, getting down to the floor and picking up her books. Oh, thanks. She thanked in such a small voice that we had to strain our ears to hear her. Ijiro Kirishima. Kirishima introduced himself, flashing her a large smile, his pointed teeth showing. I will call you Shark, she announced, suddenly beaming when she got to know us. Shark? Why? Kirishima asked her, looked nervously at me and then Sinya. Because of your teeth, Sinya said. The intercom went off. Class 1A, go outside for a class with All Might. The intercom then clicked off and Sinya smiled in relief. Well, you gotta go, see you around, Sinya said, waving and then skipping through the hall, smiling to herself. Come on Kirishima, stop gushing over a girl, we are going to be late, I said, laughing and dragging Kirishima to the class with All Might. We will be paired up on teams, just get into your hero uniform and then meet back here, All Might announced. His powerful yet supportive voice rang out so no one on a 50-mile radius could not hear him. I changed into my hero uniform, which had an ice blue dress with some light robin egg blue slip-on shoes. Everyone lined up and stared straight ahead to look at All Might. I will pair you guys up in teams of 2. The teams will then go up against each other. One team will be into the hero team and the other team will be in the villain's team. The villain job is to hide a bomb and not let the heroes notice it, and the hero's job is to get the bomb and rescue everybody, All Might explained. Everyone nodded their head in understanding. First team up is Midoriya and Ochako, who are a part of the hero team, and Bakugo and Ida, who are a part of the villain team, he announced. Izumi cast a nervous glance at a blonde male. Who is that? I asked all of a sudden. Kakin, or who you is better known as Bakugo, he explained. His whole body was shaking. Deku, the same girl chirped to Izuku. Let's go. I'm okay Ochako, Izuku said nervously. Bakugo looked nervous, but I couldn't quite put my finger on why he looked like that. Maybe he was just nervous about fighting. I shrugged it off as we all went in a room. I glanced at the cameras as I saw the fighting happening. It was intense and I wished I could hear what they were saying, since it looked like Bakugo was getting angrier and angrier by the second, before Izuku punched him in his chest using his quirk that he seems to notch control over. Bakugo then fell to the floor, making an explosion as he passed out. Bakugo! A girl from Class 1B called. She was watching over everybody as she ran into the building to get to Bakugo. The building was crumbled as the girl blew fire from her mouth to melt down some parts where she couldn't get to. Izuku! I exclaimed as I saw Izuku's crumbled body on the floor. His arm looked entirely broken. He definitely didn't seem to have control over his quirk, which brought me back to that villain with the purple scars and black hair. Dang it, why do I think of him so much? I asked myself angrily. I decided to release some steam in my journal again, but I saw the same villain I accidentally drew during the exam. I shut my book closed and let out a frustrated sigh. I could already tell this was going to be a long day. I was always confused on why this so-called Bakugo passed out when Izuku hit him in the chest. I decided to go to Izuku about the matter. Hey Izuku-kun, I called after Izuku. He was lying in the hospital bed since the battle ever since. His legs were broken and purple. Why did Bakugo pass out when you kicked his chest? I asked him. Izuku's green eyes looked down filled with guilt and ashamed. He is trans and I hit his binder. Izuku said. Thick tears started to steam down his face as he let out a pathetic whimper. I looked at him, my blue eyes filling with worry. Oh, that makes a little bit of sense now that I think about it. I said finally. I slid into the bed that he shared and hugged him from the side. This was the worst that was going to happen to you. This is the best school and it isn't for no reason. I have to go say sorry to Kaken. Izuku said as he jumped out of his bed and ran out of the room. I paused for a few minutes and looked at the disappearing figure of Izuku. Wait, they said you can't walk yet? I yelled as I ran after Izuku. He was already in the front of the school building with Bakugo. I hid in the trees and watched. It looked like they were talking about something dark and fierce. I burrowed this core Kaken. I am going to use it to become the #1 hero just like All Might. Izuku yelled. I stared at Izuku from my hiding place in the trees, my mouth slightly agape. Bakugo stared at Izuku, a scowl still on his face. Yes, Suyer, Bakugo said, rolling his eyes and going away. Just then All Might came bursting through the door and went to talk to the two boys. I backed away and slipped out of school property. Once I was out of school property, I started walking through the city. I plugged in some earbuds and looked up at the large TV screen with the normal drama-filled news. I shook my head in disappointment and kept on walking through the busy train station of Tokyo. Hey, princess. A husky voice sounded from behind me. I turned around and looked at the same tall, slender male with black hair and purple scars all over his body. I looked at him baffled. What? Cat's got your tongue? He teased. I stood in a defensive stance and got ready to freeze time. Who are you and what do you want? I asked him, tensing up every muscle in my body as I got ready for him to shoot his blue flames. For right now I am going by Dabi. I could ask the same for you, princess. Dabi said. I furrowed my eyebrows and narrowed my eyes at him. Well, my name is Aishi Natsuke, I said hesitantly. Dabi took a step towards me, but I didn't budge, not wanting to worry the citizens that were all around us. Some of them stopping and recording on their phones since they had some sense of what was happening. And for what I want, that's a mystery that you won't ever know. Dabi said, looking at me. Both of our blue eyes met each other as we stared into each other. I decided to start ahead as I leaped up and froze time, dragging him across the cold pavement of the train station and out of the citizens' way. If you don't tell me, I will make you. I snapped as I unfroze time and looked at him, my blue eyes burning with fury as he stood up and shook some dirt off his breathes. Well, I guess you will have to make me. Dabi replied smugly, shrugging his shoulders and starting to walk away. Oh no, you don't, I said, running after him. I would freeze time, but I was afraid he could break through the freeze and burn me to death with his flames. Dabi turned around and looked at me as his eyes narrowed. He shot some blue flames from his hands and I skillfully dodged but clumsily landed on the ground, making my hair fall back, showing my scar. I covered my scared eye and looked at him with pure rage. If I hit him now, it wouldn't be good since I have to use both my hands and arms. But if I let go to use my other hand, then it would reveal to the villain what I am weak against, and he would probably try to attack me. I pushed myself up and decided to show my scar but pretend that it didn't bother me at all. Like it wasn't just hanging over me like a dark, stormy rain cloud that brought back the memories of my dearest friend Tuya. What's that? Dabi asked, looking at my scar closely. Oh, it's a scar that I got from a villain a while back. The villain one? I added afterwards, a bit more quieter. Dabi looked at me closely and it almost seemed as though his whole life was a lie and that I brought him out of it. My champion, Dabi murmured so low I had to strain my ears to hear him. Turtle? I asked Dabi, looking at him through wide, scared eyes. Turtle nodded his head and looked down at the floor. I paused before going to hug him, tears streaming down my face. I thought I would never see you again, I said at last as we pulled away. Turtle looked at me, his gaze softening. I would never leave my champion, I promise you that, he said a little more cheerful. We pulled back into a hug again as I cried into his chest. 981 words. Back at UA, but this time with a slightly more positive attitude. Today was going to be a great day because I found my childhood friend, and that is the best thing that there could be. Okay class, today we are going to elect a representative, Mr. Aizawa said in his normal sleep-deprived voice. Aishi-chan? Izuku called, waving his hand widely with a big smile on his face. I mean, like, seriously, can he get any more adorable? Hey Midoriya-kun, I said, smiling brightly at him and sitting down next to him. Where did you go, bro? Kirishima asked me, his red eyes filling with curiosity and also a little bit of suspicion. I just went to the train station. I saw a villain and had to fight him. Sorry I'm late, by the way, Mr. Aizawa, I said, looking nervously as Mr. Aizawa. He grunted and nodded to where my desk. I stumbled to my desk and smiled awkwardly. Mina leaned forward so she was right next to my ear. What happened? Just, yeah, you might want to get that FING checked out, Scarface. Bakugo snapped. I flinched a little. Did someone burn you? Shoroet. Who this? I said, realizing that my hair was still revealing my past scar. I have always had this. I got it in a villain attack when I was younger and I always covered it because it looked kinda ugly, I said, laughing afterwards and covering my scar with my blonde hair again. Everyone calmed down and Aizawa kept on talking about that there was going to be a class representative in class 1. Everyone shot up their hands and started shouting. Me. Me. Well, everyone shouted that but me. I covered my ears and whined a little. I whined a little, being that I always hated loud noises. We should all vote who the class representative and deputy should be. A familiar booming voice sounded. I turned and found out that it was the same dark blue-haired male with thick glasses. Good idea, Ida. The whole class, including me, shouted at the same time. Ida bowed down and pushed his glasses even further up his nose bridge. I don't care what you do, just do it before my nap is over, Aizawa said as he unzipped his yellow sleeping bag and getting in it as he curled up in his favorite sleeping spot. Okay, we will hold the elections now, Ida ordered. Everyone got out a pen and paper and started writing down names. Hey Aishi, if I vote for you, will you vote for me? Mina asked, still right next to my ear. Oh, you don't have to vote for me, Mina, but I will defiantly vote for you, I said, patting her head and turning around and writing down Mina's name in bold black Sharpie. Everyone soon voted and put it in the box. Mr. Aizawa finally got up from his nap and unzipped his backpack and started to count the votes. Everyone held their breath as Aizawa looked up after he counted. The votes are in and Izuku has been voted as representative and Momo has been voted for deputy representative, Mr. Aizawa said as he finished his statement. The class erupted in cheers. To be honest, Ida looked a little upset, but he still clapped like a supportive friend should always do. Just then, when the class had finally calmed down, the bell rang and everyone immediately jumped out of their own chair and rushed to the mess hall. I am so worried. What if I am not good enough to be class 1 as representative? Izuku had been rambling on and on about how much he thinks that he was going to be such a bad class representative. Midoriya, I think that you would be a very appropriate class representative. I have to admit I did vote for you in tuition at the exams, Ida said. I looked nervously around. I have to admit, you were pretty good at the exams, I said, quietly agreeing to Ida. Ochako tilted her head sideways. Hey Ida, what is your family and wealth like anyway? Ochako asked, finally breaking her gaze from me and looking at Ida. Ida looked around nervously before scratching the back of his neck. And the second youngest in the Ida hero family, younger brother to the great hero Ingenium, he said, his indigo eyes shifting from Izuku, Ochako and I. Why isn't you ever tell us about your family? I asked him. He looked at me and his eyes seemed to wander in deep thought before he spoke. I never told anybody because I didn't want them to think differently of me because I just have a pro-hero as an older brother, Ida replied to me as he smiled a little. Izuku still stayed worried about being representative before an alarm went off. That alarm means somebody broke through the defensive gates. A third-year student yelled as he stood up on the table. Everyone started to freak out obviously and go into the hallway. It was the most crowded I think I have ever seen the hallway ever, and that's really saying something. Ida was smushed up against the big glass window. Aishi. Ochako, I need you to lift Aishi and then Aishi freeze time and then lift me up to the exit sign, Ida ordered us. We agreed without anything else to say. Izuku looked at everyone with the look of fear in his jade green eyes. Once Ochako began to float me, I froze time and brought Ida up at the exit sign like he said. I went back down and unfroze time to which Ochako let go and I fell on the ground which stopped traffic in the smallest bit. Students! The media just got off the gates, it is nothing to worry about. Go back to your homeroom, teacher, and carry on with your day. Ida shouted. I let out a sigh of relief as Ida dropped down and the hallways started to clear up with soft murmurs of thanks spreading through the hallways. We all got our backpack and went on the blue and white bus that had UA written on the side of it. I smiled to myself as a reminder that I got into UA through recommendation. This is going to be so fun. Mina shouted. I nodded my head slightly and looked over as Kirishima went to my other side. What are you going to do on the bus, Aishi? Kiri asked me. I thought for a moment before answering. I might take a nap, I am pretty tired, I said, and it wasn't a lie, to be honest. My head was throbbing and I felt as though I could pass out at any given time. Once we got on the bus and headed off, everyone started talking about quirks and who was the strongest. I didn't pay too much mind to that as I pulled out my sketchbook and drew Dobby with me when we were kids. I softly smiled and closed the notebook once the bus pulled to a stop. Bakugo was yelling at Kirishima and Izuku looked stumper nervous. Once we got into the USJ building, Pro Hero 13 started explaining what was going to happen. This is mainly a rescue mission, no flashy quirks can help you out here, 13 declared. Just then, before we left to go into groups and rescue some fake people that were used for the USJ practice, a purple warp opened up and hundreds of villains began to pour out of the portal. Villains kept filing in, there seemed to be a mob of them. My eyes widened. Even with all of my fighting with Turtle, I felt so weak against them. I saw a dark purple-haired boy shrink down and curl himself up against a blonde-haired male with blue eyes. Come on, Amajiki, lighten up a little, won't you? The male asked. Amajiki shook his head and curled deeper into the male's chest, almost as if he curled up close enough he just might make the villains disappear. Man, Mariro looks nervous, Mina commented, her preppy voice quivering a little, almost as if she was trying to bring light to the situations. A male with blue hair came up closer with a purple monsters that looked twice the size of All Might. Where's All Might? He was supposed to be here according to the schedule, he complained. A girl that looked strangely similar to Sinya rubbed the blue-haired male on the back. Calm down, Tamura, he might be here soon. He wouldn't want weak little first years to be crushed now, would he? The girl asked, eyeing us. Her gaze rested on Kirishima for a few minutes before tearing her gaze away from it. I tilted my head sideways and leaned in close to Kirishima. Does that girl look like Sinya, or is it just me? I asked Kirishima. Kirishima looked at me and chuckled nervously. Nah, he said, laughing afterwards. I wonder, said Tamura, tapping his index finger and appearing to be deep in thought. Would All Might come if I killed his students? Everyone in the room except for the villains gasped in shock. He wouldn't do that, would he? Azui asked, nervously eyeing the villains as if she looked hard enough she could make the villains disappear. The silence that followed after cut like a knife through butter. Shoto then, like he wasn't thinking, shot a big ice sheet upwards, shooting himself in the middle of the battle. Shoto! I yelled. I felt obligated to protect him like Turtle would have protected him if it weren't for his stupid father. Everyone stay back and get to safety. 13 ordered. Obviously nobody listened to the Pro Hero as Shoto kept fighting in the battlefield. Mr. Aizawa, you can't go, Izuku said worriedly. I went over there wondering what the world was going on. You can't possibly fight all of those villains. With your quirk it only manages to cut one person's quirk at a time. Mr. Aizawa looked at the green-haired boy and rolled his black eyes. I have been doing this since I can walk, Midoriya. Trust me, I will be fine. Mr. Aizawa reassured Izuku before putting on his goggles and swinging into the action. Izuku and I cast nervous glances at each other before the rest of the Deku squad showed up and started to fight the villains. I went to find Shoto and found him fighting the same villain that looked like Sinya. I looked between Shoto and the girl. The girl seemed to have an ash quirk. When Shoto tried to use his ice powers, she would simply just turn them to ash. Shoto, use your fire, you big idiot, I said, running up to him and looking at the girl with narrowed eyes. Looks like another loser has joined the party, she said. Her voice sounded familiar, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Whatever. This isn't time to be busy with the villains and who they sounded like. What is important is helping Shoto make it out alive here, which no surprise he isn't doing so well at it right now. I will show you, loser. I countered her before freezing time and pushing the girl away and almost out of the USJ building. My head felt light as ever and I couldn't think straight as my vision blurred up. I ran back as fast as my shaky legs could take me and unfroze time. Everyone got ordered to go back to the front and try to escape. I dragged Shoto as he complained and yelled at me to let him go and to stop dragging him all over the place. Once everyone in Class 1A was in the front trying to escape, a warp monster came and circled everyone. I decided to ditch Shoto since I wasn't going to be able to protect him if he keeps being stupid and found Izuku with the rest of the DK squad. Aisha-chan. Thank goodness you are safe. I thought you and Todoroki-kun were dead for sure. Izuku said, sighing in relief as I laughed at him a little. I gave Izuku an amused glance before turning my focus back on the purple warp that seemed to get smaller and smaller by the second. Kirishima and Bakugo started attacking the warp. Kiri making himself into rock and Bakugo blowing explosion everywhere he could reach. I couldn't see over the warp, but I knew that more villains were waiting outside the barrier, that the monster kept us in waiting like a lion waits for a deer to come close to it and then killing it. Sometimes for fun, sometimes with a reason behind it. Kirishima and Bakugo had no effect on the warp. 13 then used their quirk on the warp monster, which turned to be working out pretty well. The purple warp looked frantic and then slammed down hard. I shot in the air and closed my eyes waiting for the cold hard floor of the USJ building to break my back. When I fell, it wasn't what I expected. Instead it was a kind of slippery handing and I had to hold onto a railing. I looked below me and saw some villains circling the ship that I was hanging from. I let out a desperate cry for help as I felt something stick grab onto me. I grabbed whatever that was and used it as a ladder. Oh, it's Mineta's ball. I murmured under my breath. I have got to admit that guy can be a perv sometimes. Okay, fine all the time. But I have to show a hint of thankfulness for him. I mean, I could have been eating alive if it weren't for him. Aishi-chan. Azui said, smiling brightly at me. Sue, thank goodness you are here. I said, whiling away a little sweet. On the boat I saw Izuku, Mineta, and Azui. I thought for a moment before glancing at the villains in the water that seemed to be taking their sweet old time, giving each other wearily glances. Wait a second, I said, realizing something over the sound of Mineta crying like a baby. They don't know our quirks. Think if they did, then they would have put Azui in the fire zone and not in the water zone. Izuku and I said at the same time. Mineta whipped some of his tears and looked at us hopefully. You guys are righty, Karo. Aussie said, letting her tongue flap out to the side. I have a plan, I said. Azui and Izuku looked at each other confused. I couldn't say the plan, but I just hoped that they would catch on. The villains in the water started shaking the boat, making water splash on the top of the boat a little. Do you still have your journal, Izuku? I asked Izuku. Izuku nodded his head and handed me his burnt journal. I flipped through the journal with a name in mind. I finally found Mineta's name and read about his quirk, Pop-Off. Thank you, I said, handing him back his journal before grabbing Mineta and freezing time for the second time this day. I sighed to myself, I was going to regret this later. I jumped out of the water and used the villains for a boost as I popped off Mineta's ball and used them to stick on the villains. My head started pounding again and I raced back to the beach and made sure to unfreeze time while plopping in the water. You know you are pretty cute, Mineta exclaimed. I looked at him annoyedly before pushing him underneath the water and sighing with disappointment as I pulled him on the beach. Sue must have caught on because she used her tongue and shot into the air with Izuku helping her out. Oh. I didn't know what your plan was, but man, did it work out in the end. Izuku praised. I nodded my head and turned to see Shoto fighting some villains again. Seriously? Does he ever get a break from being so dangerous? I exclaimed, flopping down on the warm beach and trying to rest my head a little. Aishi-chan, are you okay? Izuku asked. I looked at him sideways and nodded my head lazily before dragging myself upwards and rubbing sand out of my eyes. I got an elastic band that always keep on and pulled my blonde hair in a messy bun. My scar was showing hindered prevent now and I was kind of self-conscious about it, but I ignored it and kept going. I would never be able to open my left eye ever again, making myself half blind, but that didn't matter at this point. What did matter was trying to get Shoto to safety. Shoto was in the middle of the battle and my head was pounding and my vision was getting even more blurry by the second. Shoto, I cried to him as I reached by his side. He looked at me surprised. "What are you doing?" he asked me. I got into a fighting stance and narrowed my eyes, getting ready just in case a villain surprise attacked us. "I am going to save you just like Turtle would have," I stated, putting my fist up and going to a villain and started punching him as Shoto shot an icicle up, nearly picking the villain's stomach with it. "Tell me what you want with us," Shoto said in a dark and threatening way. I looked at him a bit shocked as his blue and great eyes burned with hatred. His blue eyes reminded me of Turtle's blue eye and how they met that morning as he reveled the truth about everything. "We are supposed to be killing All Might with the Nomus, you know, the big scary monster that are very bulky?" the villain said. His voice was raspy and hoarse. "Good, but not good enough to let you live," Shoto stated plainly as the icicle shot through the villain's stomachs and out the other end. Blood poured out of the villain, and I slightly smiled in amusement at how humorous this moment was. Some teenagers fighting some 20-something-year-old villains and the teenagers whining. I chuckled a little at my own joke, but my thoughts were interrupted by a loud crash and a group of pro-heroes running in the door as All Might came in the entrance with Ida by his side, breathing and looking like he was out of breath. I raced over to Ida to make sure he was all right. "Come on, let's get you to recovery, girl," I said while gently rubbing Ida's back and letting him lean against me for support. "Thank you, Aishi," he murmured with his head hung low. I knew this wasn't the normal him. He looked too tired to even punish me for disobeying the teacher's orders and going to help Shoto. "You did good, class rep," I said, flashing him the best guest smile I could make, which at this point was a small smirk. The time freezing took a lot out of me. Once we both got to Recovery Girl's office, I made sure that Ida had a nice comfortable bed with everything he needed. I flopped down in the bed right next to him and curled up, going into deep sleep. "Hello everyone. I am back with another POV, but don't worry, you will still get Aishi. They will switch from chapter to chapter. I am going to introduce Kiri's little crush, Sinya. Gender, female. Name, Sinya Shigaraki. Hero/villain name, Death Dater. Quirk, Ash and Death Date. Ash can make anything she touches turn to ash. It can be all 5 fingers or only 1 finger. She tends to accidentally activate her quirk at random times, so she always wears gloves. She likes this quirk and usually uses it in the battlefield, although she doesn't like it for practice since she can't use it when she is training with someone, since she will literally kill them if she does. Death Date is the ability to be able to glance at someone and she sees how they die, when they die, and a scene of their death. But the thing is, this isn't very helpful for her mental health, and she tends to wear a BLNDFLD around her friends or when she goes to a pro-hero mission. Looks. I have already described her, but Ima put it here still. Black hair that blends into blue hair with light violet eyes. Flaws. Snappy, sarcastic, anxious at times, gets overwhelmed, bottles up emotions and snaps at people to cover sadness. Strength. Determined, loyal, protective. Parents. Died/unknown. Siblings. Tamura. Design inspired by Fumikage and Ida. As always, please ask questions that Sinya, Aishi, or I will answer. As always, I will be answering the ones that TikTok gives me or canon people ask her. Sinya's POV. I spun around in the cracked red bar stool that was in the League of Villains. Tamura paced back and forth, already pouting. "Oh my god, Tamura, give it a rest," I said, letting face-palming myself as Tamura eyed me angrily. "My Nomus," complained, scratching his neck even harder. I rolled my lilac eyes and jumped off the bar stool and patted his back in a kind of awkward comfort. "Hey, you know I will always be for you, right?" I asked, my violet eyes trying to meet his eyes. He softly curled into himself and cried silently into my chest. A few moments passed before Tamura broke the silence. "Hey Sinya. Random thing, but why don't you take your BLNDFLD off?" Tamura asked hesitantly. I paused for a few moments before hugging him more tighter while a little tear fell down my face. "You know why?" I said finally. I felt Tamura's eyes burning into my body. "You never told me the reason though. You always say that I know the answer, yet I don't," Tamura said, pouting and letting go to me, to which I am guessing to cross his arms. "I don't want to know how you die," I said, hanging my head low. Tamura took the BLND off and I kept my eyes closed tight. "Open your eyes or else," Tamura threatened. I slightly giggled and then opened my eyes, wincing when I saw everything. He would die when he is 37 by a hero. Then the worst part of my quirk came. The death scene. Tamura went in a fighting stance, his red eyes gleaming with anger. He faced a girl that looked like me. I would even say that it is me if I wasn't trying to not cry under the pressure I was under. The girl then shot to Tamura. This has gone too far. The girl shouted. I stood there in pure shock wondering what was going on. Just then the girl shot to Tamura. My eyes closed as I waited for the painful yell of Tamura to fill my ears, and sure enough it did. Once I opened my eyes the scene was gone and Tamura stared at me confused. This was the first time I got a good look at him. Sure, I peeked through the BLNDFLD a couple of times, but this time was different. I actually saw his face and what our parents did to him. I flinched when I saw the scratchy scars that ran around his neck. Well, you done? Tamura asked. I nodded my head, still trying to shake the scene of my twins' death out of my mind. The scene seemed to play on repeat, and I knew that the scene was going to haunt me for the rest of my life probably. Good then, did you get anything else? Tamura asked, his red eyes burning into my violet eyes. Yes, I did. That red and white-haired boy's name is Shoto and he has 2 quirks apparently. Although he never uses his other quirk, it was fire, I just kept turning his ice movements to ash and he still wouldn't use his fire side. I stated, slightly proud of myself that I got all of Shoto's stuff down without having a journal to write it in. And what about the green-haired boy? Tamura asked me. I thought for a moment, choosing my words carefully. Well, that aired that he has .1 for all. I said, flinching away as Tamura began to scratch his neck even harder. But Temser said. Tamura began to say. I scratched the back of my neck and walked away awkwardly, going into my room and deciding to go on Instagram and look at my timeline. Couple years ago. Aishi's POV. Come on. Turtle exclaimed. I reluctantly dragged along with him. It had been a few days since the villain attack and since I had met Turtle. Other than the villain attack, everything was good. I met his twin Shoto and his other siblings. I don't want to go. I complained, stomping my foot on the ground and pouting. I looked at Turtle and tapped my foot, a bad little habit that I really need to get out of, impatiently. Look, I don't want to go to kindergarten graduation either, but if I have to go then you do too. I said, rolling my eyes in a friendly manner. Turtle reluctantly dragged his feet up to me and smiled. Once we got to the graduation, it looked like everyone was staring at Shoto and Turtle. Nobody seemed to mind that I was with them, but I was pretty used to it at this point. Shoto stared ahead and smiled brightly as he went up to a green-haired boy with green eyes. Come on. I want to get this thing over with so we can play. Turtle said, jumping up and down excitedly. Everyone went to their seats. I sat next to Turtle. Turtle looked between the teachers and then me. We first have Aishi Natsuki, who has trained hard to become our strongest kid in kindergarten. The teacher announced. Snickers from the parents filled the room, but I didn't pay that much to them. All my mind was focused on was that I was the strongest in my class. Natsuki, step forward. The teacher ordered. I nearly jumped out of my seat and ran up her. Now show everyone your quirk. The teacher had a wide smile on that nobody but I could tell had a hint of anger in them. I shuffled my feet nervously and froze time. I sprinted with all my strength to get Turtle up on stage and then hide behind him as I unfroze time. I knew it had only been a few minutes, but God, it felt like an hour. Turtle looked at me, his blue eyes wide with fear. I gave him a tiny shrug. He then gave me an amused glance in response and turned back to the crowd, did a little bow and shot blue flames from his hands. The uncontrolled flame reached every inch of the building. Everyone screamed in terror. 2 pro heroes that had a water quirk quickly got up and tried to put it out, but with no avail. The flames kept growing. Turtle looked at me, sadness and fear of his own quirk filling his icy blue gaze. I took it into my own hands to save everyone. I froze time and ignored the throbbing pain in my head and kept on moving everyone out of the burning building. My sight was blurry and all I could see were blobs of people. I finally got to Turtle and only managed to get him to the edge of the entrance before I passed out, making time unfreeze due to my quirk being unable to work when I passed out. Present. Sinya's POV. 72 villains have been arrested during the attack with the plan to kill All Might, better known as the USJ attack, and the mastermind behind it all is still out in the world. What will UA do to protect their students? Will the symbol of peace really die? Find out more about this crushing story tomorrow. The news reporter stated. I looked at the ground and clicked the TV remote off. They are a bunch of low-life idiots. Tamura stated. I took off my BNDFLD and nodded my head, agreeing to his statement. But on the plus side, the sports festival is coming up soon and I can get an inside view of everyone's weaknesses. I exclaimed, flashing him a smile. There was a lot behind that smile and he knew it. I never really smiled. I never really found a point in it. Why smile when people will think lowly of it? Why make something with so much emotion if people are going to brush it off as a friendly greeting and that is it? Yeah, you better get their strengths also. I don't want any low-life thugs ruining my plan to kill the great symbol of peace. Tamura said as he scratched his neck, visibly irritated. Well, I better go to the gym. Kirishima said that he would be there also. I stated as I stretched my arms and legs and left to go to the public gym that everyone went to. Hey Shark, I said, waving down Kirishima and running up to him. He was lifting down weights as he flashed me a big toothy grin. Hey Sinya, he said in a greeting. He dropped the weights and grabbed a towel, hanging it over his neck and going up to me. I was wearing a light pink short sleeve crop top with gray yoga briefs, black tennis shoes, a black BLNDFLD, and my hair pulled up in a ponytail. Wanna train for the sports festival? I asked him. Shark nodded his head and we walked side by side. Oh man, I am so nervous. What if I get Baku, bro? Shark said worriedly. I sighed and shook my head in amusement. You are invincible, Shark. I reminded him, laughing afterwards. Shark joined in laughing with me. Here we are, Shark said, showing me the training room. I wondered to myself and flinched when I remembered that I couldn't do anything to my quirk. I let a long sigh escape from my mouth. Kirishima looked at me with one eyebrow slightly raised. I can't use my quirk or else I will kill you. How am I supposed to win the sports festival? I asked him anxiously. I will teach you. You have death date as a quirk, so why don't you use that? Kirishima asked me. I thought for a moment before nodding my head eagerly. Once we started training, Kirishima made himself turn into rock as I leaped forward and banged the glass, making it cut into Shark's eye. Shark dodged as he ran to the other side. I hesitated but then took my BLNDFLD off and saw Shark's death once again. He would die at age of. I closed my eyes to not see what will be his death. I flinched a little and then ran blindly to Shark and knocked him down as his sharp rock skin cut into me. The next day, everyone in Class 1B was talking about the sports festival like someone could get $1 million if they got in first place. Sinya, as class rep of Class 1B, you will have to sit with Class 1A during the sports festival. Make sure you are on your best behavior. Go ahead and go to Class 1A. Mr. Ken announced as he shooed me off. I rolled my eyes and started to run to Class 1A. Ah, Sinya, you will be in charge along with Ida, our class rep. Once you get done, wake me up. Mr. Aizawa said. He was covered in bandages and I was surprised that he survived after what happened to him. Hello, Ida exclaimed in a strict manner as he chopped his hands in the air. Hi, I guess? I said, weirded out by his strict manner that would never stop freaking me out. Hey, she said. I turned to her and waved my hand. I didn't know what to do except to wave since nothing really was going to happen except for her calling Shark over. Okay, I guess we should talk about the sports festival? I said, tilting my head and turning over a paper that had the lesson plan on it while reading it. Well, you guys should know that sentencing on how much you do is how many heroes will want to train with you. I said, reading off the paper. I could tell that Present Mike has wrote it down since it had bright highlighters every sentence or so. Everyone erupted in cheers and I covered my ears as to not listen to the screaming of Class 1A. During lunch I sat with the Bakuskid per usual and eat my lunch. Just then Ochako was boasting that she was going to be the best. Freaking Pink Cheeks thinks that she can do whatever she wants to. Pomeranian scoffed. He made a sound that I can only match with him crossing his arms. Says you, Pomeranian? I countered him. He stared at me, his eyes burning into my body. Shut up, blind freak. He yelled at me. I sighed and shook my head in amusement, chuckling at little. I am only blind 'cause I don't want to break your little baby heart, I said in a baby voice. I then heard Bakugo's explosions going off and I laughed a little. You don't scare me, Bakugo threatened. I couldn't help but still laugh. You don't either, boo, I chirped. Everyone in the Baku squad immediately burst out laughing as Bakugo just scoffed and sat down with a thud. I walked up and left emptying my lunch tray and deciding to take off my BLNDFLD, making sure I don't look at the wrong person. Instead I looked at All Might and Deku as they talked to each other. All Might would die at the age of 41. Wait. Isn't he already 41? I smiled a little out of fear and victory. Maybe Tamura's dumb fantasy that he has stuck in his mind might come true. I am growing weaker, and one day I might never be able to use my quirk ever again. That it is only a matter of time before I can't use one for all anymore. All Might said. His head was hanging low as he said those words. I slightly flinched at the news and decided to leave the price and head back. Warning. Angst and gore, please skip if you feel uncomfortable with these things. Aishi's POV. You got this, Aisha-chan. Ochako said, her brown eyes shining bright as she encouraged me to train more. Su was doing push-ups with her tongue and Ochako was trying to make the weights float. I myself was freezing time and doing several laps. How many laps have you done, Ribbit? So 15 full laps? I said, sighing heavily and then freezing time again to do 12 more laps. I think you are pushing yourself too hard, Aishi. Ochako said as I unfroze time again. I looked at her and rolled my eyes as I flopped down on a chair. Hey Nashi. Mina chirped. I opened one eye and let out a grunt in response. Mina tapped my head and I sighed and glanced at her. Her face was a near inches away from mine as I stumbled out of the chair and fell on the ground. Hey Mina, what's up? I asked sleepily. Mina laughed and looked at me goofily. How about you train with me? Just. Sure. I said, forcing a smile on my face as Mina dragged me to a training room. If I was being honest with myself, my head was throbbing and I already passed out multiple times. I let out a long sigh and got ready to fight Mina. Mina started with using her acid as skates. I raced to the other side and knocked Mina off her own acid and backed away before she could do anything. Once Mina got up, I was already right next to her. She shot her acid out and then I froze time quickly before making her hand turn to her own face, and I unfroze time quickly once I got next to her. Mina's acid went on her face, but she just whipped it off and gave me a big smile. That was a great training session, she exclaimed. She took my hand and once again to drag me outside the school gym. It was the end of the class and nobody could leave class. Sinya was starting to get annoyed with Ida asking her so many questions, and I really didn't want to be here for whatever was going to happen next. Sinya, do you know why everyone is here? Ida asked. Sinya paused for a few moments and turned to Ida. Are you that dumb? Sinya exclaimed. Even with her BLNDFLD on, I could tell that she was rolling her eyes and looking at him. Sinya sighed as she explained what was going on. Everyone is huddling close to see what they are up against, including me. Sinya said as she turning her head to see everyone in class 1. Ibakugo nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, you losers didn't find out sooner? He snapped. Everyone rolled their eyes at him and turned their focus either back on homework or to a friend. Bakugo got tired and blew open the door. I ducked and covered my ears. Bakugo! I whined. He looked at me, his red eyes burning into my blue eyes. Sometimes I think Bakugo's quirk is laser eyes when he does that look. What? Got a problem? Bakugo exclaimed. I shook my head silently and pushed myself up off the floor. Just then, as everyone was about to leave, an indigo-haired male came up to us, his purple eyes scanning each and every one of us. You must be the famous Class 1A? He said, running his fingers through his hair and thinking to himself. Well, just warning you guys, everyone is trying to get to your class. The sports festival gives everyone a chance to move up in the ranks. That means the support group members like me have a chance to go to Class 1A. The boy warned us. Hitoshi, calm down, man. You aren't the only one that's gonna get in Class 1A. Sinya stated calmly as she walked up to him and smirked slyly. The class representative of Class 1B giving up their spot, I see. He asked, amused. Sinya put her hand on her hip and flicked her index finger. Hey, I want drama. And this classroom is full of it. She responded, looking at who I could only guess was named Hitoshi in the eye. Just don't let what they say get to you, okay? Sinya asked Hitoshi. Hitoshi nodded his head sadly and stared down at his feet. I wonder what she meant by saying that. Before my brain could think any more on that, Hitoshi cleared his throat and looked at everyone in class 1A again. That's all I wanted to say to you guys. Hitoshi mumbled under his breath before waking away. Soon enough the hallway cleared up. I was still slightly stunned and confused by the interaction that just went on. Then Izuku tugged on my arm as a hint for us to go. I quickly ran out of the school building and to my house, where I flopped down on my bed and sighed heavily. It had been 2 weeks since the encounter with Hitoshi. Everyone has trained twice as hard because nobody wanted to be in the support groups or, even worse, get kicked out. The sports festival was finally here after what felt like months of training and teasing from the support group members. The day had finally came. It seemed that there was a lot of security, 3 pro heroes just for the entranceway. I walked in and headed to my classmates. Izuku looked extra happy as everyone got on their different gym uniforms, my blue and red uniform showing off the highest ranking as I wore it with pride. Izuku got on his white uniform a little bit less prideful than me. "Oh, come on, Izuku. You might move up in the ranks," I said, cheering him on with a big smile plastered on my face. Izuku smiled back at me. "Call me Deku from now on," he chirped happily. I thought for a moment before nodding my head eagerly. "Okay, Deku," I exclaimed, throwing my hands in air and loving the new nickname I got for him. "Hey losers, get out of my way," Bakugo exclaimed as he shoved everyone he saw into the hard concrete that made the room that everyone was waiting in. "What's taking Momo so long?" Bachako asked. I bounced up and smiled brightly at my classmates. "I will go check on her," I announced as I went into the girls' changing room and found Momo curling up into herself and crying. "Momo, are you okay?" I asked her as I rushed by her side and comforted her. Momo shook her head no, while whispering no over and over again. "Momo, what happened to you?" I asked her again, worry filling my blue eye. Momo still didn't answer, just kept crying. Thick tears streamed down her face and I didn't know what to do. "I'm going to get the 1 to the pro heroes, is that okay?" I asked her. She weakly nodded her head yes, and I rushed out of the changing room. I heard shocked and confused murmured ripple through the room, some asking if Momo was okay while others asking where I was going. "Mount Lady," I called over to Mount Lady. She was eating some lunch with some other pro heroes. "What's up, sugar?" she asked me, tilting her head sideways and crossing her legs. "Momo needs your help," I said, trying to keep calm. I almost felt my classmates' pain edge me like a sword cutting through a wound. "I think it's something to do with her quirk," I added. I'm not sure why, but I felt like it was. Both my arms were also in pain as it felt like knives were digging their way into my skin. "Show me to her," Mount Lady ordered, jumping up from her seat and following me as I raced back to the girls' changing room. "Mount Lady? Why is she here? Is Momo okay?" Murmurs once again filled the room as I lead Mount Lady to Momo. Once we found Momo, it turns out I was right. Her quirk was messing up really badly. In the middle of her stomach was a metal pole that she usually makes, and then on her arms there were tiny knives picking her skin and making them bleed harder. I flinched as I felt the pain of the pole and the knives again. "Get Aizawa to turn her quirk off now," Mount Lady ordered. I nodded my head and went to run to Aizawa. Aizawa turned and looked at me weirdly. "What do you want?" he asked me. A female with blue hair looked at me, curiosity filing her gaze. I dragged Aizawa to the room where Momo was, not even trying to explain the mess I just found Momo in. Once Aizawa was in the room, he erased her quirk and Momo looked at me, her black eyes watery and twinkling. "Thank you, Aishi," she managed to say before she collapsed on the ground limply. "I will get her to recovery, girl," I offered. "No, the sports festival is about to start. I will take care of her," Mount Lady responded calmly. The whole of Class 1A walked into the freshman stage of the festival stadium. Midnight was in charge and everyone seemed to get a little annoyed about it. "Now, which one of you is going to have a class representative, students from each class?" Midnight asked everyone in the crowd once the refs of the freshmen from all the other classes got there. I pushed Deku a little bit. "You should go, Deku," I exclaimed, smiling brightly and jumping up and down. Deku shook his head no again and again nervously. "I would, but Kakin is already going up there," Deku explained. I paused for a moment and then looked at the front where Bakugo was going up. "This can't be good," I muttered out loud. Deku was covering his eyes and Ochako was curled up in a ball on the floor. I just want to say that I am gonna win, Bakugo stated. I whined a little in disappointed as the whole crowd booed us. We didn't need the whole stadium hating us like the support group did. That was wonderful, honey. Now for the sports festival. This round will be the obstacle course, 4 kilometers long. Now go! Midnight yelled after she explained the rules. Everyone bursted through the door and found some robots, like the ones that they used to use for the entrance exams. Shoto shot his ice and froze the robots in place. I jumped just in time and ran ahead. Bakugo blew up some of the robots and Deku broke a few others. I rounded the corner and saw even more robots. I didn't have time to avoid Shoto's ice and walk in his shadows. If I wanted to win this race, then I would have to use my quirk. I froze time and quickly ran across the robots and to the third course, unfreezing time again to give my head a little bit of a rest. 1,899 words. Sinya's POV. Shoto went up and blocked the way to the other obstacle course. Really? He just had to win without using his fire side? I sighed and looked up as a big robot came and fell on me, Shark and Steel Man. They were freaking out and in the middle of a big argument of who would win if they were up against each other. I looked around the close area and knew that Shoto was still out in the open, getting to number 1 without a care in the world. I took off my gloves and pressed my hand in the top of the robot. Only a little hole turned to ash, but it was big enough for me to fit through it. I shot out of the hole that I made and went to the third course where I saw Bakugo, Todoroki, Deku, and Aishi. Just there it was a narrow line that if you fell dropped down to a bottomless pit. I thought for a second before deciding to do something that I never usually do, guilt trip people. I was never going to make it past this round. I didn't. I turned and saw that Kirishima was right next to me, deciding what he should do as well. Why don't we team up? I asked him. He turned to me and nodded his head eagerly. Alright, so I'm going to get on the line. You go in the center of my back and harden yourself, I said, explaining the plan to Kirishima. I smirked a little. Turns out I won't have to guilt trip people into letting me go. Once we made it across, only a few people were there and getting ready for the third course. I gave Shark a big thumbs up and turned my focus back on the course and how in the world I was going to complete it. I finally saw the Mina field and caught up with Shoto. I stayed there for a while Shoto bolted ahead. I tested the ground and dig up a gadget that looked like the obstacle that was blowing glitter out. I took my gloves off once again and shoved them into my pocket. I turned and started walking on my hands, turning to ash what was left of the objects. I heard my name being called from the crowd and I did a flip to get me back on my feet. I raced to the finish line and came in 5th place. Aizawa was right next to the finish line and pulled me aside once I got out in the open. I need you to see if one of your classmates is dying. Momo's quirk has gotten her in a sticky situation, he explained. I nodded my head and raced after Aizawa to find that Momo was in Recovery Girl's office laying down on one of the beds. Momo! I exclaimed as I rushed to her side. Knives were picking out of both her arms and a metal pole was in her stomach. The age she was going to die was 16, that's her age now. I thought as I saw her death scene, like I have many dying patients, I wish that I could just take her quirk, that way she wouldn't be in pain anymore. As I laid my hand on her stomach, careful not to get hurt by her knives or any more weapons that might come out, just then the weapons stopped and went back in and went to me. What did you do? Momo exclaimed. There was a look of relief in her black eyes. I looked down at my arms as I forced the knives and the pole back into my body. I don't know. I mumbled as I saw Momo stare at me in interest. Try to make something, she ordered. I thought of a stuffed bear and tried to make it. Just then the stuffed bear was right in my hands. Momo looked at me as she tried to do something. I think you took my quirk. Forever, she mumbled. I stared in fear of my own quirk that I had no idea about. No and oh, I said over and over again. I am so sorry, Momo, I said, breaking down and crying in front of my classmate. Are you kidding me? This is the happiest moment of my life. I always wanted to be quirkless, without responsibility and letting the heroes do everything, she exclaimed, throwing her hands in and air and hugging me tightly. You're welcome. Now can you help me with your quirk? I asked. Momo smiled brightly. I would be more than glad to, she chirped. We both went to the sports festival arena as I bandaged her up. Momo! Ochako yelled as she went over and hugged Momo tightly. Momo patted Ochako's back, a bright smile still on her face. I have great news, Momo announced as everyone in Class 1A was gathering around her. I am now quirkless. I asked Sinya to take away my quirk and she did. Momo exclaimed, stretching the truth and over-exaggerating what just went down. Everyone's eyes were on me like they wanted me to show off the quirk that I just stole from someone in accident. I felt the cameras focusing on me as I made a rose and smiled to myself as I handed it to Momo. Please keep in touch with me, I murmured under my breath as I slid my phone number to her. She nodded her head and went to sit with the citizens as I sat in the Class 1A section. The cavalry battle was next after everyone filed into the section that they were supposed to be in. Midnight stood up and looked at the crowd of students around her. The winner is worth the most points and the loser is worth the lowest points. Whoever has the most points by the end of this is the winner. Midnight explained. I looked at Deku and gulped down hard. He was worth the most and now he is my target to get into Class 1A. Aishi's POV. I stood on edge as Midnight explained the rules. I wanted to be ready for the cavalry battle, but if I was going to even get close to winning I had to focus on not being a target. Also, the news with Momo had shocked all the students us in Class 1A. Now find your group, Midnight announced. I decided to pair up with Shoji, Azui, and Mineta. You will do that? Shoji asked. I nodded my head. I can freeze time and Ive is to the person with the most points. I boasted. Azui nodded her head in agreement. It would be a good boost for us. Ribbit. Sue commented. I shook my head in disbelief of what she was saying and then smiled widely at her. Thanks, Sue, I exclaimed. Once everyone got ready I crouched next to Sue and Mineta was in front of us drooling. Start, Midnight exclaimed. Just as Midnight yelled the command, everyone started rubbing and they were all targeted to Deku. Where's the girl that got 5th place? I heard a boy ask one of his teammates. I snickered. They wanted to know where I was, but I was going to stay right here all nice and snug until Sue gave the command. Now Karo, Sue ordered. I froze time and got a boy with blonde hair's bandana and started running back to Shoji. I unfroze time and Mineta started blasted his ball everywhere. One even landed on a camera. Then Sue slapped her tongue to get some people's bandanas. It was a long cavalry battle between who got the bandanas and it seemed as if the blonde-haired dude was winning. You could tell he was snobby from the way he talked badly about Class 1A. You could also tell that Sinya was having none of it today. I covered my eyes and heard a lot of screaming and then in the end Sinya coming with all the bandanas. I froze time again, this time without the help of Sue, and grabbed some of the bandanas that Sinya had and then ran to Shoji again. I unfroze time and got a thumb up from Shoji. I couldn't focus and my mind was throbbing. I called out on my own part and left the battle to go to the stands and sit the rest of the round out. I could have been more heroic, but at this point I didn't care. Everything had been happening today and I was too tired to even care who won or who cheated. I faintly heard the scream that belonged to Bakugo and Siro tapping his mouth shut. What are you doing on the sidelines, champion? A familiar voice asked me. I glanced back over my shoulder and smiled widely. Turtle, I exclaimed as I wrapped Turtle in a big round hug. At least you don't call me by my real name. Turtle mumbled as he hugged me back. I smiled brightly at him as he patted my head. How about we blow this place, huh? The sports festival is for losers who think all they have to do is get some points to be the best hero, Turtle suggested. I nodded my head excitedly and began to follow Turtle out of the building. All of the pro heroes are in that room, not even guarding the place, Turtle added, laughing at the heroes as I softly chuckled with him. We walked up to a point where we were overlooking the city. Busy lights flickered on and cars in the busy highways that was filled with traffic honked their horns in annoyance. I love this place, I mumbled to Turtle. Turtle laid down and let out a long sigh. This is the scene where someone smokes. Nothing really important happens here, just Aishi and Turtle having a bonding moment. Mind if I smoke? Turtle asked. Do whatever you want as long as the smoke doesn't get in my face, I said playfully. Turtle chuckled slightly and started smoking as he laid down on the soft grass. I decided to lay with him and snuggle up against his chest as I smiled at him. Turtle sighed and out his cigarette, smiling at me with an amused gaze in his eyes. Okay, now the smoking scene is done, love. When did you get like this? Turtle asked me, messing with my blonde hair that was now sticking to my uniform shirt due to the sweating mess that I was. I just smiled at him innocently and curled deeper into his chest. Like what? I asked, both of our blue eyes meeting each other. Like so damn cute? Turtle asked me, a small smile plastered on his face. You look good when you smile. I commented. And? Turtle asked, fishing for a reason of why I suddenly said that he had a nice smile. You should do it more. I chirped, smiling widely at him as he shook his head in amusement and looked at me. You really are something, huh, champion? Turtle commented, his eyebrows slightly ped. Should I be happy about that or offended by that? I said, rolling my eyes a little and looking up at him. Depends what type of person you are. Turtle stated smoothly. I heard some alarms go off and I groaned. What is it, champion? Turtle asked me, sitting up off the ground and looking back at the arena. That's the alarm for me to go. I said, rubbing my hand on his cheek and giving him a tired smile. Oh, come on, champion, already? Do you have to go? Turtle huffed, pouting and crossing his arms. Come on, here's my number, you can text or call me anytime you want. I chirped as I handed him my phone number. He smiled at me and then got up with a grunt before helping me up as well. See you soon, Turtle, I said, waving goodbye to him. Same goes for you, champion, knock them dead. Turtle said, waving goodbye as I rushed to the arena. 1049 words. Sinya's POV. Shoto dragged Deku around the corner and out of the restaurants. Curiosity got the better of me as I slipped in and hid behind a wall. Shoto looked Deku up and down before speaking again. We should really get lunch, Todoroki. We will run out of time if not. Deku said in a hurry. I quietly started getting my phone and hitting the record button. Whatever was happening right now wasn't good and Tamura was going to hear all about it. You know, the power that you showed was close to All Might's? Todoroki stated, his voice trailed off like he was deep in thought. Midoriya, are you really All Might's secret love child or something? Todoroki asked eventually. I looked at Todoroki in complete shock as everything started to unfold in front of me. Obviously Deku started to freak out. No, I am not, although I would say if I was his secret live child. But I am not, I swear. Deku said in a confused manner. He started spilling out reasons why he wasn't All Might's secret love child, but it seemed like he was hiding something from everyone. And now that Todoroki mentioned it, he was getting pretty close to All Might. Because if you are just gives me more reason to beat you, Todoroki said. I flinched when I remembered that his father was Endeavor. Endeavor, he doesn't have any business with Tamura, but I might want to get some information about him since he seems pretty bound and determined to get Shoto to be the best hero he can be. I silently slipped away and got outside without being noticed. I stepped outside and saw a male with black hair, blue eyes, and purple scars covering his body. What did my twin say? He asked me, his blue eyes burning into my lilac eyes. He would die as age 60. I ignored the death scene as it came and went. I don't know your twin, I said, rolling my eyes and walking around him. The man just blocked me again and stared down at me. Shoto Todoroki? He snapped. I looked at the man up and down and gave him a weird look. Look bro, I don't know what Shoto Todoroki you are thinking of, but it defiantly isn't the one I know, so move it. I snapped as I took off my glove and raised it. Aw, cute, what are you going to do, punch me? He asked me in a baby voice. I smirked evilly and turned his white t-shirt to ash. He looked at me confused as I turned and started walking again, chuckling to myself as he looked stupid with no shirt and a black coat on. Come on, Sinya. Mina chirped as she came out of the girls' locker room wearing a cheerleading uniform on. Wear it, Bichako added as she pushed the same uniform to me. Yeah, if I have to wear these dumb things then you do to Sinya. Jiro stated. I looked at the bright, obnoxious, orange cheerleading uniform and sighed, mumbling some curses before going to the girls' locker room to get changed. As I came out of the locker room, the uniform was too tight around my chest and the skirt was too short that I couldn't bend over to save my life. You look so cute. All the girls together like they were one person. I rolled my eyes and grabbed some pom-poms, getting out on the field to cheer for the losers who didn't make it to the next round. I noticed Shark eyeing me and looking at me up and down before Bakugo slapped him and told him to pay attention. Ooh, looks like someone has their eye on you. All the girls teased again together like they were one big teasing ball of gossip. I put my hand on my hip and shook my head no. Not a chance. Snap. Yes, a chance. Azui said, pushing me to Kirishima. Hey Shark. I stated, smirking at him. He stumbled back and fell over Denki's shoe. Are you alright? I asked him. He scrambled up and nodded his head, a faint pink dust covering his cheeks. Oh yeah, he is definitely alright. Denki replied smoothly as he gave Shark a little nudge and looked at me, nodding his head slightly. What in the world? I murmured, half to myself, half out loud. Oh, you know Denki and his perverted thoughts. Shark said as he laughed afterwards at his own joke. I wonder who I will fight first. I wondered as I sat down next to Kirishima, back into my blue uniform. I don't know, but man, you have some game for you if you are fighting me, Shark said, flashing me a toothy grin. Oh yeah. I challenged as I tackled him to the floor. Shark caught along very quickly and started to play tackle along with me. We laughed together as we fought. We both knew that probably neither of us would win, but hey. It was fun right now and I wasn't going to miss a beat of it. 868 words. Aishi's POV. If anybody doesn't want to join in this round, then just go ahead and go. Midnight ordered. I was the first to go as I rushed outside and smiled as I saw Turtle waiting for me like a little gentleman. Knew you would come back for more, he exclaimed with a sly smirk on his face. Come on. Let's go to my apartment. I have a bunch of neat little gadgets there and we can just hang out, I exclaimed as I dragged Turtle to my apartment that wasn't far away. Turtle looked at me and smiled as his blue eyes twinkled with joy. Once we got to the apartment, Turtle began tickling me. Hey, stop, you know how ticklish I can get, I say as I burst out laughing. Revenge for leaving me alone for 5 whole minutes, Turtle said in a pretend evil voice. I laughed even harder at his really bad impression of a supervillain. Then something just hit me like a train. I didn't just want him to tickle me and call me his best friend, that I wanted him to hug me and call me his girlfriend. My whole face flushed a deep red as Turtle stopped tickling me. He got down on one knee and put a comforting hand over my back. Hey, is something bothering you? Turtle asked me. I looked away for a little bit before my eyes being forced on Turtle as he gently moved my head to face him. My blushing madness couldn't stop as I looked at him and smiled a little. Yeah, it's just, I began to say, thinking of a good way to confess to my childhood friend. I didn't ever want to break the bond that we have now. I worked so hard to have this friendship. I would hate for my only childhood friend to be gone just because my feelings got in the way. Well, look, champion, you know I will never get mad at you. We have the strongest relationship that I can ever imagine. You are my one and only friend that has stayed loyal to me through all these years, that even after I went missing and was presumed dead, you still never gave up hope. And no matter how much you tried to avoid it, you knew that I was never dead, and you were the only one who knew that for certain. Other people just hoped, and even that hope faded away to nothing, Turtle said slowly. I looked at him and softly smiled at him. You sap, I said, mocking him slightly. Only for you, he countered. At that my face was a tomato and I covered my face once again with my hands. I love you, I said quietly. Turtle paused for a moment before laughing. Is that what this is all about? Champion, you could have just told me. I love you too, he responded, smiling brightly at me. I cried happy tears and hugged Turtle. There, champion. Now don't you have some butts to beat? Turtle asked. My eyes widened and I nodded, freezing time and running all the way back to the arena. As I unfroze time, I found a seat in the Class 1A section. Luckily, I wasn't going against anybody until the end. But the bad news is that I am going up against Fumikage. There was a battle going on against Hitoshi and Deku. Deku flicked Hitoshi out of bounds and all of Class 1A cheered. I dismissed myself from the group and went to get a drink of water when I found Shoto and Endeavor talking. Use your fire side, Shoto's father pressed. I came out of the corner and gave the hero a stern look. Come on Shoto, you are going to be late for your fight, I plainly stated. Shoto stared at his father before going out and beginning a fight with Zero. Oh, look who it is, the worst hero ever to exist, I said, looking at him and bursting out laughing. Aishi, that is no way to talk to me, he scolded. I looked at Go and gave him a disapproving look. Tuya says otherwise. Snap. Tuya is dead and you know it? Endeavor said back. I looked at him with wide eyes. Or maybe you were such a bad father it forced him to become a villain. I said back at him. He looked at me through narrowed eyes. Where is the old you? Yes, me. She is right here. This is the real me, and if you can't handle that then I highly suggest being a better father. I countered. He looked taken back as I walked off, giving him a last glance before going back to the seats. I looked at the stage and saw that Siro was glued tightly to the floor in a burst of ice that came out of Shoto. I silently cheered for him, knowing that Endeavor was having none of it. Shoto wins since Siro can't move. Midnight declared. Shoto looked apologetically at Siro and whispered something to him before turning the ice to nothing using his fireside. Sinya's POV. I faced off against Denki from Class 1A. My stance was valences on both feet as I got my BLNDFLD on. This was a type of BLNDFLD that I could see out of, but my opponent doesn't know that, and it also doesn't activate my quirk. You are going to get schooled, Sinya. You can't use any of your quirks on me. Denki said confidently, puffing out his chest in pride. Then I suggest you take the first hit and get me out of her. I stated slyly, looking at him with bound determination of not getting out. Denki was right about one thing. I can't use my Ash or Death Date quirk on Denki, and my other unknown quirk that made Momo quirk less was too powerful. So I will have to use Momo's quirk. Denki sheet electric bolts out to me. I used a blanket that wound affect me. Something I saw Momo use when she was fighting alongside Jiro and Denki. I got out and noticed that some of my clothes were torn off and Denki was half brain dead. I quickly ran towards him and pushed him out of bounds. Sinya is the winner, Midnight announced. I nodded my head to Midnight and helped Denki get up. Tsuyu and Kirishima? Denki said in a taunting voice. I rolled my eyes and looked at him funny. We're just friends, I said, laughing afterwards. Whatever you say. Denki trailed off like he was thinking of my name. Sinya, I said, giving him my name that he already knew. I know that, but like, what's your last name? It's too awkward calling people by their first name. Denki admitted. Hey, at least he knows my name a little bit. I am not going to tell anybody my last name until I become a hero, I stated, looking into his begging yellow eyes. I knew I will never become a hero. The truth is only villains become heroes. Heroes is a word we use to describe the brave and the courageous, but for villains the word is used to describe the mistake and the outcast. But the world is not like that instead the heroes are the ones who think they can slake off once they become famous while they wait for some low-life thieves to make the mistake as they save the day. But the villains actually plan things. Villains are smart and brave. They have been through everything. And as far as I know that they all wanted to become heroes as well, the knights and shiny armor, the ones who saved the day instead of breaking it. I wanted to become a hero until I realized that heroes aren't going to save Tamura, and honestly, right now Tamura is happy, so I am happy also. Hey Sinya, why are you crying? Shark's worried voice broke me out of my dark thoughts and into reality. Sorry, I was just thinking. I mumbled the last part. Shark pulled me in close to his chest and so logically cuddled up into his chest, crying like Tamura cried when I accidentally hit a memory or when he remembers how much heroes ruined both of our lives. Hey, do you want to take a rest? My fight isn't until a while. Shark whispered close to my ear so no one else heard but me. I nodded my head weakly and got up with the help of Shark. Denki gave us a knowing look and I slapped him on his face while Shark was snickering right next to me. Where are we going? I asked Shark. Under the bleachers. Denki yelled. Shark gave him a stern look and sure enough Pikachu laughed even harder. Ignore him, that we are going to go to where the citizens and pro-heroes sit. Everyone is quiet there and we should get some peace and quiet without the help of Denki. Shark reassured me as he smiled brightly. I nodded my head and hugged his arm tightly. We chose a seat to the front of the stadium, and almost immediately as we sat down everyone with cameras was up in our face and microphones were being shoved in our mouths. I grabbed Shark and made a run for it. We ended up in the teacher's lounge, breathing with tiredness. We heard everyone with cameras scream and run past the tunnel that we stayed in. Once they were gone, Shark and I looked at each other and burst into laughter. We got into the Class 1A section still slightly chuckling. We missed a whole fight, but you know what? It was totally worth it. I looked on the fighting range and saw that Mina and Yuga were up against each other. Whoa, I wonder what will happen. I whispered under my breath while looking at Mina and then Yuga and then back and forth. I hope Mina wins. Yuga has way too much self-pride in himself. Shark commented as he looked in the field. I hope Yuga slaps Mina's clothes off. Mineta stated. I turned around and slapped him into the Class 1B section. Nice one, Sinya. Aussie congratulated me, giving me a thumbs up and smiling sweetly. Shark and Denki both laughed. I'll throw both of you too if you don't shut up, I said, more playful. Denki quickly became quiet and Kirishima snickered a little while elbowing me. Mina won't be. Everybody cheered cause I mean come on, it's Mina, the most popular girl in Class 1A. Who wouldn't cheer for her? Next was the fight against Bird Boy and Aishi. I still haven't found a nickname for her yet. I paid very close attention to this fight since I wanted to see Aishi's quirk being pushed to their limits. Bird Boy let out his shadow demon and Aishi looked up at it, giving it a smug look. The shadow demon then launched forward and Aishi stepped into the more lighter part of the stage, which got Dark Shadow freaked out a little bit. Bird Boy looked at her with determination and still went forward. Aishi then froze time and went behind Bird Boy. Bird Boy then ran right as Aishi. Aishi froze time again, but this time when she unfroze time, Bird Boy had pushed her out of bounds with the help of Dark Shadow. Next up was Shark against Steel, and I wanted to see where this was going to go. They both have similar quirks but both very different styles of fighting. Wish me luck, Shark said as he waved a farewell to me. I nodded my head and got out my journal and turning to a blank page. The fighting lasted a lot longer than anyone would have paid any mind to, but I took note after note. Shark did have a limit, but Steel looked like his metal was breaking a little bit. As I began taking down notes, my mind began to wander to Shark again. Will he be okay? I shook my head in disbelief, me worrying about someone who isn't related to me. I pulled out my phone since this fight was going to go on for a couple of hours. I decided to text Tamura and see if he knew anything about my mystery quirk. Our parents used to brag about me to Tamura and bring him down because he only had one while I had multiple. Which, while this was pretty bad and that I hated our parents even now that they are dead, they did give Tamura good knowledge on my quirks, so when I don't know what to do with my quirk and the max I can reach, I just text my twin. Me, hey Tamura. Tamura, what the F do you want? Me, has Mama or Papa ever talked about a quirk that I have about me being able to steal people's quirks? Tamura, yeah, it's called steal. Basically you can steal anybody's quirk if you touch them with all 5 of your fingers. The catch it, unlike other people that have quirks like yours, you can't give the person their quirk back and that person will remain quirkless. The quirk was from Father. He thought that you didn't have his quirk, so he gave you some pills that will make you have a quirk like his. The thing is that you already had a quirk, so the quirk basically became too powerful and they decided to never tell you about it. But me, I accidentally stole a girl's quirk. Tamura, was she mad? Me, note that the thing she was not happy. Tamura, ungrateful brat. I looked up as a big thud sounded and saw that Steel and Shark both knocked each other out. Me, I have to go. Bye Tamura. Tamura, bye. I walked off the stadium and ran to see if Shark was okay. Aishi's POV. Are you sure you're going to be okay? I asked nervously. Ochako nodded her head in pure determination. I sighed, knowing there was nothing I could do. I have to help Daddy with money, she explained. I stood there before letting go of her shoulder and sighing once again in defeat. Fine, just don't get hurt please, I begged. She turned and hugged me as she waved goodbye and ran to the stadium. How do you think this fight will turn out for Ochako? Ida asked. Deku glanced at his journal. Ochako needs to strike first and touch him with her fingers and then float him out of bounds. If she doesn't, then she is going to be toast, Deku explained. She's never going to do that, I stated knowingly. Ida and Deku looked at me, curiosity filling their gazes. She is blinded with determination. She won't stop unless she is in pieces, and if we tell her that her odds are bad, then she will be even more determined and get herself even more air if that is possible, I explained. Deku mumbled some things while scribbling stuff into his burnt notebook. You should just give up already. I am not going to go easy on you, Bakugu warned. Ochako stood her ground, her brown eyes narrowing to Bakugu. In your dreams, Bakugu, Ochako spat angrily. Bakugu smirked and exploded. Ochako probably guessed this move but was unable to dodge it. This kept going on with Ochako being blown away as Ochako tried to attack to him. I wondered what she was trying to do until I looked up and saw that she was carrying the pieces of the stage that were being blown away from Bakugo and floating them. I leaned back in the chair and smiled a little. I think she might win this one. I mumbled to Deku. How? Deku asked, shocked as his eyes were glued to Ochako's body being blown away just like everyone was. Just watch. I stated calmly and saw Ochako look at me hopefully. I softly smiled at her for reassurance. I will best you Bakugo, you just watch. Ochako said stubbornly as she ran to Bakugo and let the rocks all fall down. There was a deathly silence that cut the air, but soon there was a large explosion and Bakugo didn't seem bothered. Although if you paid enough attention like I did to Bakugo, you could see that there was blood trickling down his face and some tears of pain in his eyes. Ochako looked at Bakugo shocked. Her brown eyes were tired and everyone could tell that she just pushed herself to the limits. Just then, as everyone expected, Ochako passed out and passed the line as her body but the ground with a thud. Well, it's my turn now. To fight Shoto, Deku said as he thickly gulped down. I looked at him reassuringly. You got this, Deku, I said, comforting him. He gave me a small smile and began to head down the stairs to get to the fighting stance. Kirishima and Tetsu started doing their arm match. The stone below it started to crumble. Both boys looked as if they were near the limit to their quirks. I watched them with anticipation to who would win. And soon enough Kirishima won. He flashed the silver-haired male a large smile and they shake hands in good sportsmanship. Kirishima wins and advances to the next round. Midnight ordered. Kirishima nodded his head in acknowledgement to Midnight's words. Good luck, Deku. Deku walked away and went down to the stage for his fight with Shoto. I got a text from Turtle and smiled to myself. Dabi, how's my champion doing in the sports festival? Aishi, not that good. I lost my first battle. He managed to break through the time freeze and then tackled me out of bounds. Dabi, I saw that. I might have to kick his butt next time I go up against him in the battlefield. Aishi, please don't. Dabi, come on, you really think I would do that? Aishi, yes I do. That's why I am scared, because I know you. Dabi, whatever. Face with rolling eyes. Aishi, ever tried being nice to your girlfriend? Dabi, never. Aishi, well, I have to go. I am going to miss Deku and Shoto's fight. Dabi, Shoto is fighting? Is he using his fire side or his ice side? Aishi, he is only using his ice side so far, but Deku is pretty determined to get him out of it. Dabi, I better watch this fight too. Aishi, bye babe. I look up and saw Shoto and Deku facing each other getting ready for the fight that is about to go down. And I had a bad feeling about this fight. Sinya's POV. I looked at Mama and Papa as they crouched down next to me. I gazed at them, my violet eyes looking behind them and landing on my twin, Tamura. Come on, sweetie, let's go train. Papa exclaimed. My eyes lit up as I happily skipped next to him while holding his hand. We headed to the training room and I got ready to fight. Now remember, don't hold back. Papa reminded me. I nodded my head and turned to see someone who was slightly older than me. He had blonde hair that was a mess, gold brown eyes, pale skin, and red wings. You better just fire up already. I am going to beat you, little kid. The blonde, and no need, as my parents left the training room for us to fight. I looked at the blonde through narrowed eyes. What's your name, pretty boy? I asked. He was going to die at age. His death scene was one that I had never seen before. The blonde flew up. The only light was the moon. His feathers and blonde hair looked dark and cast shadows through his gory figure. He was defiantly older, but didn't look a day over. His kept on flying higher and higher into the sky until he was a good 15 feet in the air. He stopped going up and just flapped his wings in place for a couple of heartbeats, looking down on the little city that was beginning to sparkle with light as street lamps went on. He stood there for another couple of heartbeats, taking in the sight of the city that we would never see again. Just then he stopped flapping his wings. Everything was a blur. His red wings kept on falling along with the rest of his body. He closed his eyes, though a faint smile could be seen on his face. It felt almost as if he had been falling for hours, gaining up speed in the air. Then he hit the cold, hard streets. Lights of houses and apartments flashed on as Prohero's eyes closed forever. I slightly shivered at the sight of the death scene. I will never get over those awful things. Kigo stated slyly. What about you, what's your name? Yes, me. Shinya Shigaraki. I said, dipping my head in respect for the older boy. Now let's start, Kigo said as he launched to me. I skillfully slides out of the way and charged to him. I turned the object right next to him to Ash and smiled in satisfaction as his eyes shifted nervously from me to where the object used to be. All right kids, that's enough, Mama said as she opened and foot and smiled widely at me. I let Kigo go and smiled at him. Did I do good? I asked him hopefully. He looked at me and chuckled breathlessly before nodding his head slowly. Better than me, he said. We both walked out taking and having a good time. As he left the house with me waving oof bye to him, Mama gave me a pat on the back and a kind smile. We might have to invite him to dinner soon, she said. My eyes lit up in joy. Oh, can we? I asked, jumping up and down excitedly. Maybe we'll see. If you keep up your training, then I just might have to, she said while laughing afterwards. She pulled her black hair up in a ponytail and smiled brightly at me. Okay, Mama, I said as I waved goodbye to her and skipped to Tomura's room. Hey Tomura, I called, smiling widely at him. He gave me a tired smile and then sank into his bed. Did they hurt you again? I asked, looking at him, concern filling my eyes. He looked at me and nodded his head, his red eyes filled with pain and sadness. That's it. We need to get a pro hero to help us, I announced to Tomura. Tomura curled into a ball on his bed and shook his head silently. Why not? The pros have to help us, I said again, whining a little. Fine, Tomura agreed, caving into me. Yes, I exclaimed as I went to my bedside table and got my phone, dialing a close hero friend named Endeavor. Hey, can you help us? Mama and Papa have been hurting Tomura, I asked. There was a silence before Endeavor scoffed. Your parents are fine and Tomura should learn to stop being a scaredy cat. Endeavor yelled at me before hanging up the phone. I flinched and looked at Tomura hopelessly. He said no. I murmured to him. I went into his bed and comforted him by snuggling up next to him. Why would he do that? I thought heroes were supposed to be nice, Tomura said as he looked down, flinched silently. I stared at him hopelessly and nodded my head. I thought so too. I don't want to become a hero if they are all like this, I announced as I curled deeper into Tomura. Anger flooded through my body as I thought about how much I used to look up to Endeavor, and all pro heroes in fact. Why would I want to be like them now? Why were they like this? We need to put a stop to this, I said, dragging Tomura up and packing a bag. I have seen many videos about how people used to fake runaways when they were a kid and then they just went back. I have thought long and hard about this. We didn't need parents anyway. I mean, we were 11 years old. Why needs them now? Tomura caught onto this idea and started packing his bag too. We started to leave, but Mama and Papa blocked out way there. Tomura, you aren't going anywhere, Mama yelled at Tomura. I flashed her an angrily look. After all that has happened, I wasn't having it. Out of the corner of my eye saw that the age that my parents were going to die changed. They were now going to die at age 40. Isn't that their age now? Papa grabbed Tomura and shoved him to a wall. Papa, stop, I screamed. I took off my gloves and grabbed Papa. Papa yelled at me before turning to Ash. I turned to Mama and looked at her. I was aware of the prickling tears around my eyes. Usually I would wipe them off, but at this point I was too angry to even do that. Mama's scared gaze was on me and I ran to her and turned her to Ash as well. Shinya? Tomura's shy voice sounded from next to me. Don't ask. Let's go, I said, grabbing Tomura's hand and running to the alleyway where Tomura said the bar was where the male that offered to train him was. Present time. My eyes started to water as I remembered the night that I killed my parents. I didn't mean to. I started silently crying again, tears streaming down my face as I covered my face with my knees that were pressed up against my chest. Shinya, are you alright? I heard Shark whisper into my ear. Shoto and Deku were fighting, but at this point I could care less about the fight. If I looked at it, I knew it would bring back even more memories of my messed up childhood. I looked at Shark. My eyes were red and tears were now beginning to stain my cheeks. I didn't mean to, I mumbled out loud, still silently crying. Hey, it's alright. Here, come with me, Shark said. He carried me to the outside of the stadium and into a field of flowers. I softly smiled at him as I looked at it. I tried to memorize every little detail. There was a big cherry blossom tree in the middle of the patch of flowers. The flowers were a burst of different colors, although my favorite ones were the lavender flowers that blossomed on the edge of the flowers. Do you like it? Shark asked nervously. I nodded my head while looking at him. Tears still went down my face, but I managed to wipe them off. Come sit down then, Shark said laughing. I softly smiled again as I went to sit down under the cherry blossom. Shark sat down behind me, so I was sitting in his lap. He cuddled me and wrapped a hand around my waist. I liked this side of Kirishai. It was nice and soft compared to his normal loud and energetic side. Not that I didn't like that side of him either, but these moments were sweet and I always felt a connection with him that I haven't felt for anybody in a long time. Aishi's POV. I started beginning to walk to the tunnel to get something to drink. I saw Shoto out of the corner of my eye and scowled at him. Congratulations on using your fireside, Shoto. When you graduate UA, you might have the chance to be my sidekick. Endeavor said proudly. I flinched at how Endeavor was acting so well out of character. I would literally rather have a burning trash can teach me how to fight than you, Shoto stated calmly. I stopped dead in my tracks and snickered a little. You already has training from the best burning trash can himself, I commented, laughing afterwards. Shoto let out a breathless chuckle under his breath. Natsuki, Endeavor scolded me, so turned to him and gave him a bored expression. What? I asked him, putting my hand in my hip and looking him directly in the eye. Gosh, his eyes remind me of turtles so much. You are acting like you don't admire me, he said, bulking his hands in a fist and narrowing his eyes at me. Because I don't, genius. Look, every person you know or see doesn't have to admire you. Please keep in mind that you are still in All Might's shadow. So long as you are number 2, no one is going to think you are the great hero, I snapped. Shoto cast me an amused glance before going through the corridor. Whatever the cost might be, the only reason I used my fireside is because I forgot all about you, and I don't know if that is good or bad, Shoto explained, walking away into the lounge. I smirked in satisfaction and walked away to the stage. Ida versus Mina. Midnight declared. The battle was obviously won by a lot and he advanced to the next round. Sinya versus Fumikage. Midnight said again. I watched closely at this battle. Sinya should win by a lot, but Fumikage was getting stronger and stronger by the minute. The moment that Dark Shadow went out, it started attacking Sinya. Sinya yelled in shock and tried to duck away, but Dark Shadow went after her. Fumikage looked scared. Dark Shadow, no. Stop, he yelled. Sinya started struggling. It looked like something in her snapped, like the world was just come crashing down on her and she was the cause of it. I could only imagine the things that were running through her head, maybe her whole backstory, maybe history itself. Sinya took off her gloves and caught Dark Shadow. The shadow moved back and Sinya turned the stage to ash. Dark Shadow charged towards her and wrapped his hand around her neck. I can't breath, Sinya managed to say before struggling again. Everyone in the audience was murmuring how Dark Shadow was too powerful. Sinya then burst to Fumikage. Tears were prickling out the corner of her eyes as she started tackling Fumikage. Dark Shadow grabbed Sonya by her back, drawing blood. The whole stage went silent as Sinya tried to use her quirk against the shadow. Then there was a snap and Sinya let out an ear-piercing scream. Sinya! Kirishima exclaimed, turning into rock and jumping down as he went to see Sinya. Everyone was murmuring disapproving words to each other about how Fumikage couldn't control Dark Shadow. Man, I wonder what her parents think. Denki said behind me. I nodded my head in agreement as I watched Kirishima run over to her side and gently lift her up since Dark Shadow went back into Fumikage. Fumikage wins, Midnight declared. Groans could be heard throwing the crowd as Fumikage shakily went up and into the crowds, his red eyes fixed on the floor. Kirishima's heart must be broken. He isn't the best with hiding that crush of his, I said sadly. Denki and Mina hummed along. Call it sappy, but I miss her ugly attitude, Bakugo commented under his breath. I giggled a little before shaking my head lightly. Deku leaned in closer to me and I kind of melted into his touch. Who knows? He might need some comfort. He was kind of close to Sinya after all. I have to go, guys, I said after a comfortable silence passed through everyone. I sat up and went outside to see Turtle again with Deku's eyes burning into my back. Sinya's POV. I was fighting fumigage, at least I think I was. No, I definitely was fighting fumigage. And then something happened with Dark Shadow, he got out of control. All I could remember was being suffocated and thrown around like dog toy. I then got a vision of my own death. And it was at that moment. I woke up in a heavy sweat thinking about how I could have just died and nobody would have known. Sinya! Shark exclaimed. He was next to me in a chair, and it was pretty obvious that he had been sleeping. His red hair was a mess and he looked as if he saw the love of his life do in front of his eyes. What? I asked him, siding up and flinching in pain. Shark looked at me worriedly, his red eyes burning into my gaze. I thought you would never wake up again? Shark said, his voice cracking a little bit as tears began to fall from his eyes. He buried his head into the crook of my neck while crying even harder, his body shuddering a little. I looked at Hawks and patted his head, giving him a comforting hug. Hey, it's okay, I said, comforting him. He got off his chair and went on top of me, cuddling into me and hugging me tightly. Man, he must have been worried about me. No, it's not, Shark said, his voice cracking slightly. I should have been there to protect you. His voice trailed off as more tears flowed down his face and into my skin. Hey, look, it's not your fault. I was being reckless and stupid, I said, laughing afterwards, trying to brighten the mood. Tamura came in a few seconds after a few moments of Shark crying into my arms and saying how worried he was about me. Sinya, he said, running up to me. He'd had tears in his eyes, and for the same reason as Shark had tears in his own eyes. Shark looked at Tamura, nodded his head and walked away. Hey, I chirped, seeing the number above his head and flinching from that as well. I thought you died. Tamura snapped at me, rubbing up to the hospital bed and curling into my body so he was like burrito and I was their meat inside of it. Well, I almost did, I murmured to him. He was the only family that I had left and the only person who I could talk about this without the shocked or the creepy looks that I would get if I told this to any of my friends. What? He asked me. I nodded my head painfully slow and stared into his eyes, smiling a little. I wouldn't die, not without you knowing that I would, I said finally. He cried even harder and hid his face in my short while crying even harder. Thank All Might, he mumbled under his breath as he hugged me tighter. Once the emotional stuff was over with, Tamura looked at me, amusement glinting in his eyes. So, is the red-haired guy your boyfriend? Tamura teased. My face blushed a deep wine red. Oh my god, Tamura, get off, I scolded, pushing him off playfully in my flushed state. He smirked and walked away, giving me a knowing glance. Shark walked in, equally flushed because of what I could only guess was Tamura asking the same thing to him. I swear I might kill him one day. So who was that? Shark asked, breaking the awkward silence that filled the room. My twin, Tamura, I stated, giving an annoyed glance at the door. Kirishima, I mean. Shark nodded his head awkwardly. Yeah, he asked me if Shark started to say, we were dating? I asked, cutting him off. He nodded his head and I sighed, setting my head down on the pillow that was giving to me. You have to ignore him, he does that sometimes, I explained. Shark looked at me a little more and I started getting annoyed. Do I have something in my face? I asked him, raising my brow slightly. Shark looked at me shocked and stumbled back a few steps. Yes, I mean well, no. It was I wanted to ask you if you could, if we could start dating? Maybe I totally understand. Did you don't want to? It's just like. Shark started stumbling over his words and rambling on about the same thing of, do you want to be my girlfriend? I rolled my eyes and kissed him on the lips and flinched slightly in the pain of moving, but ignored it and pulled back. There, happy? I asked him. His blush was as red as my hair and he nodded his head shyly. I had to admit I did love this side of Kirishima, the shy and nervous side other than the rough and tough side. But the most important thing is that I got a boyfriend who wants to be a hero. Now that's going to be a problem. Aishi's POV. It had been a couple of days since the sports festival and we had to get our hero names at last. I have always been thinking about my hero name ever since I was a kid. It must be Tome Freezer, and don't question me. I have my reasons, alright? As I kept up this fake argument in my head, I turned up and at the sound of my name being called by Midnight. What's your hero amen going to be? Midnight asked me, swinging her hips side to side. Time Freezer, I said quickly. Everyone murmured in agreement with my name with some praises of how good it was. I have got to thank my 8-year-old self for coming out with it. Everyone in UA loved it. Oh, by the way, Shinya is coming in place for Momo. Aizawa chipped in. Shinya was sitting behind Kirishima and talking up a storm with him. I couldn't help but think that something changed between them. For example, she wouldn't snap at Shark anymore and become more overprotective of him. Maybe Shinya is actually getting along with everyone. Hey, is it just me, or is Shinya being nice to Kirishima more? Mona asked me. I nodded my head in agreement. Maybe she is finally feeling comfortable here, I exclaimed, throwing on a bright smile on my face. Mina laughed. Yeah, maybe she is. She agreed as we watched the small signs of Shinya being a little bit more open to Kirishima than anybody else. Then again, she only really talked to Kirishima on a normal day-to-day basis. Okay, now time to pick Whitehall Pro Hero do you want for an internship? Aizawa said, his sleep-deranged voice ringing across the clearing. The bandages were finally gone and we could see that he has finally recovered except for a scar that he had below his eye. Then again, we might have always had that. I looked down at my paper and saw that there were only 100 pro heroes that wanted me. I let out a little whimper and mentally yelled at myself. Of course nobody would want me, I didn't even have time to show off my quirk. And to add on that, it showed another weakness of mine that people can break through the time. I finally picked the pro hero Hawks. He chose me, so I might as well. He was probably the only one that was in the top ranks, as I might as well go ahead and do it. Then again, Tokoyami was taking about how he wanted to internship with Hawks and he would need it more than me. I scratched Hawks off the list and kept on searching for anybody that was good or that might help me. I didn't want all of my pathetic efforts to go to waste. I finally saw a name that caught my eye, Ectoplasm. He was the math teacher here but also a well-known pro hero. I looked up and cast a glance around the classroom. Deku looked as if he was already finished as he was on his phone, probably texting one of his friends. Kirishima smiled brightly and nudged Shinya a bit, pointing to something. Shinya rolled her eyes and focused back on the paper. She was putting deep thoughts into this. I could tell her brows were slightly scrunched until she finally sighed and filled out the application to who she would intern for. The bell rang and everyone bolted out of the classroom to go to lunch. Everyone was at lunch as we all sat down. Hey, steel freak! Bakugo yelled. I flinched slightly and let out a long sigh. I really didn't know how Shinya kept up with Bakugo or even could get close enough to talk to him and become his friend. You didn't get a chance to say your hero name, he said suspiciously. Shinya rolled her eyes at the words hero name. I already got my hero name earlier into the year. Shinya snapped at Bakugo, narrowing her eyes and leaning against Kirishima. Kirishima whispered something into Shinya's ear. Shinya let out a long sigh and looked Bakugo in the eyes. Death Dater. My hero name is Death Dater, she stated. Bakugo's eyes got wide and explosions started going off in his hand. Huh? Why did they let you do that? He asked, or well, I guess demanded. Shinya rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. Because I am better, and Death Date is the name of my quirk, Shinya said in reply. Mina chuckled nervously and then sat down next to me. So who did everyone intern for? Mina asked, bouncing up and down in the seat. I got Mount Lady's agency. Mineta popped in, sitting next to Shinya. You only got her because you think she is hot, Aussie pointed out. Mineta nodded his head yes. I got into Ectoplasm's agency, I added. Everyone looked at me as if I had gone crazy. I mean, I would have picked Hawks, but I heard Tokoyami wanting to go to him, so I decided on Ectopom, I added in a rush, smiling widely. Everyone shrugged their shoulders and nodded in agreement to my statement. It had been the next day and I was sitting in the classroom with Ectopom. I stayed extremely still until he turned to me, breathing heavily through his mask. Come on, you got some training to do, he said at last. Third POV. Shinya walked into her room and sighed at the classic mess that it was. Aizawa had assigned what felt like 200 homework assignments. Kirishima was next to her, smiling slightly and jumping on Shinya's bed. It was pretty obvious that he had made himself at home. Babe, he yelled. Shinya turned to him and pet her brow slightly. What? Shinya asked Kirishima. Kirishima looked up and gave her an amused glance. Wanna go with the Baku squad and a Halloween party? He asked with his normal big puppy dog eyes. Shinya hesitated for vividly before sighing and agreeing with him. Fine. But only because I have nothing better to do. Shinya agreed. caving eye into the look that Kirishima was giving her. Kirishima jumped up with a big smile on his face. Great. I will call for Mina and Jiro to come, they wanted to get you in a costume. He exclaimed, calling up his two other friends. The black and blue-haired girl beside Kirishima groaned lowly. She knew exactly what was going to happen. Mina and Jiro would drag her into a room and gossip their mouths off, like they even had one. Sinya giggled softly at her own joke that she made. Then after Mina and Jiro were done gossiping, they would dress Sinya up in the most reveling outfit you could imagine. Jiro did it because she wanted Sinya to feel comfortable with them, and Mina did it because she wanted Sinya to get a boy or girlfriend. She heard the squeaky voice of Mina and the calm, collected voice of Jiro ringing through the hallways of the apartment. Well, guess they didn't bother to knock. Kirishima said nervously. He laughed and scratched the back of his neck before giving Sinya a quick peck on the cheek and running off into the living room. Girl, let me tell you, I have so much tea to spill it isn't even funny at this point. Mina exclaimed, her fake nails being waved around in the air. Sinya sat down on a chair with wheels at her head and leaned back in it, putting her feet up on the desk and giving Mina an unsurprised look. But first, you have to tell us about Kirishima and you, Jiro stated. Sinya flinched slightly. Yeah, tell us everything. Mina insisted. Sinya put her feet off of the desk and turned fully to the two girls who were now perched on the edge of her bed. We are dating, Sinya said. She tried to say the saying like it was totally nothing and that the words didn't have a deeper meaning than anybody except for Kirishima, Tamura, and of course Sinya knew. Mina fangirled and Jiro smirked and chuckled slightly. We must dress you up for your new boyfriend, Mina said. Sinya took a mental note that it was more of a demand than a request. Once the girls finished torturing poor Sinya and making her wear the costume, Mina and Jiro kept saying how good Sinya looked in that outfit. Once Mina and Jiro calmed down, all three girls went into the living where all the boys were. Kirishima had obviously been pressured to say that he was dating Sinya also, since he was a red tomato, and the rest of the boys gave smirked to Sinya as she went into the room. Let's get this party over with, Sinya stated as she sat down. Kirishima pulled Sinya into a warm and comforting sideways hug as the Baku squad watched a horror movie called The Landlady. Kirishima was dressed as a firefighter. Denki was wearing a Pikachu onesie and calling it a costume. He says it is supposed to be a Pokemon, but really it is just a way out of not being ready for Halloween. He wore the onesie for bed the previous night. Suro was a mummy, Bakugo was a wolf from Red Riding Hood, Mina was a demon, and Jiro was a musician. Sinya's POV. I walked near the edge of the alleyway, keeping my head hung low and the hood of my hoodie over my head. Tamura had been trying to cause trouble again, and I wasn't really in the mood to be bothered or asked anything. I started waking even faster, my foot barely touching the ground. Tamura! I exclaimed. Tamura had his hand wrapped around Cinnamon Roll, Deku. Tamura whispered some stuff into Cinnamon's ear. Aishi's POV. This is her past BTW. I didn't know what to write for this chapter/episode. My eyes traveled from my bed to the neatly organized bookshelf. Each book was placed in order from the alphabet. It pleased me very much. Mom popped her head in and gave me a wide smile, her blonde hair tied into a messy bun. It was always like this when no one was around. When Dad wasn't there to boss everybody around, we kind of just sat in the long-awaited silence. Come on, sweetie. I got pizza for the two of us, she sang sweetly. I smiled widely and ran to her side, grabbing her hand and skipping along to the kitchen. Once my mother and I got to the kitchen, I heard a loud crash sound through the house. Aishi, run! My mother yelled at me. I froze in place and ran as fast as my little feet could take me. I looked over my shoulder and found a villain there. My eyes went wide in shock as I ran even faster than I had before. My father came up to me. Aishi, what is wrong? He asked me. I looked at him with scared eyes, unable to even get the words out of my mouth. Suddenly, I did something I didn't mean to do. I accidentally froze my dad in place. He couldn't move, and I didn't know why. My father started telling something. Before I could make out his words, the villain realized what I accidentally did and killed my father. I didn't know it, but soon realized that my mother was killed too, and I finally got through the words trust. He said to me, you need to talk, Aishi. So I have taken that to heart. I have always tried to be social and talk more. Sinya's POV. I reached out and brushed my hand against the familiar alleyway. I turned around as I heard Kirishima's footsteps close to me. "Why are we here?" Kirishima asked. I sighed heavily and rolled my eyes. "You will find out," I said dismissively, waving my hand in the air. Kirishima still had questions. That was no secret. He wanted to know why I dragged him here and why I didn't attack when I saw Tamura nearly kill Cinnamon. I swear something has been going on with Tamura lately. Are we there yet? Kirishima's complaints snapped me out of my thoughts and into reality. I glanced sideways and saw the entrance to the bar. "Yes, actually we are," I said happily. I held Kirishima's hand and dragged him into the bar. Kirishima gave me a wild look and stumbled back a little bit. "A bar?" Kirishima asked. I shook my head no and went to get Purple Monster. "Monster? Tamura, we are here," I yelled. Kirishima gave me a confused look before Purple and Tamura emerged from the shadows of the bar and into the dim lightning that this place had. "Villain?" Kirishima asked again. I could see the questions only getting more and more complex. I could tell he wasn't going to like the answer either. "A hero?" Tamura and Purple asked in union. I slapped my face with my hand and began to explain what was happening. "Tamura, Purple, this Kirishima, my boyfriend. Kirishima, this is Tamura, and Purple is my friend and Tamura is my twin brother," I said. They both looked utterly confused. "Wi?" Kirishima managed to say at last. I looked down at the ground and stared at my feet. "Well, hi, I guess," Kirishima said awkwardly. Tamura nodded his head and went back into the corner of the bar and into his room. Purple went behind the bar and went into his own bedroom. "I am sorry," I managed to choke out, thin tears trailing down my face. Kirishima rushed to me. "Hey, it's not your fault," Kirishima exclaimed, wrapping his arms comfortingly around me. "Do you need anything?" Kirishima asked. He gently led me to the couch and went to cuddle me. "We all loved heroes," I began to say, more tears spilling out. "Why did they give up on us?" I asked him. I curled deeply into Kirishima, crying into his chest. "I don't know," he muttered into my ear as he rubbed comforting circled on my back. I looked up at him confused. "Why don't you hate me?" I asked through tears. Kirishima paused to think for a moment. Like he was asking himself the same thing before he shrugged his shoulders. "You must have a reason. And hey, I don't know what you have been through, so I can't judge you," he murmured. I smiled weakly at him and cried even harder. Aishi's POV. I looked up at the TV and saw the breaking news. I kept walking on and into an alleyway that had a few ripped wanted posters. Crash. My eyes shot forward as I heard the unnerving sound. I should have paid more attention to the news. It turned out a Nomu was out. I ran out of the alleyway and into the streets where the Nomu was. Impulsively, I froze time and got ready for a margarine to start all over again. I ran as fast as I could and pushed the people out of the way. I turned my head from left to right, thinking of a plan to keep the Nomu distracted until the pros got here. I unfroze time and started running circles around the Purple Monster. "Hey, over here!" I yelled. The Nomu twisted and turned. I knew that I couldn't keep this up forever. "What is she doing?" a little girl cried. I looked to the little girl and saw a bit of myself in here. I always liked to watch what the heroes did, how they did their actions in such fluency it seemed all fake. I closed my eyes shut tightly. I haven't done this with my quirk since I killed my father. I didn't want to do that again. I promised myself I would never use my quirk like that ever again. But seeing the look of fear in everyone's eyes and the look of hope in all the kids' eyes gave me some sort of determination that I would never have if I was fighting alone. "Freeze!" I exclaimed. I pictured an ice cube frozen in place. Ice, cold, winter, snow, paralyzed. I thought of it all. I glanced up and opened my eyes. Tai-T worked. It actually worked. My eyes lit up with joy as I watched the Nomu struggle to move. "Gran Torino to the rescue!" A short old man cried. He boosted into the air and tried to finish of the Nomu. "Why won't he budge?" Gran Torino asked. "She's holding it in place. I want to be like her when I grow up, mommy," the same little girl explained. Blood was dripping from my hands and forehead. My head was turning lighter and lighter by the minute. I looked at everyone and smiled. "This? Oh, it's nothing," I exclaimed. ignoring the throbbing pain that still aches in the back of my head. News reporters suddenly started swarming me, lights flashed in my face as I tried to focus on keeping the Nomu in place. "What school do you go to?" one lady asked. "First year, A is my homeroom," I explained through the gritted teeth. The others murmured and wrote down a few things before turning their heads to me again. "What's your age?" a male asked. 17. I answered. I put on the largest smile I can. My smile faded a little bit when I realized there were more Nomus. "Shoot!" I screamed. Everyone went silent and looked at me. I groaned and then focused my mind on all the Nomus in the area. I then froze them all. The pain in my head was unbearable and it felt as though I was going to pass out at any given time. "What's your quirk?" a male sounded. I looked up and thankfully noticed all the Nomus froze. I looked to my side and saw a blonde male with yellow eyes. My sight started to blur as I shook my head. "Freeze, I can freeze time and move through it, although I figured out early on I can freeze people in time like I am doing now." I explained my quirk as fast as I could. The blonde male looked at me up and down and gave me an approving smile. "I am Hawks, I remember you from his sports festival," Hawks commented. I gritted my teeth harder than I thought I could ever do. The shapes of the people around me and the Nomus were no more than just round circles or blurs of colors. "I saw," I exclaimed, trying to brighten my eyes so it looked like this was nothing. "You are overworking yourself. You're only 17. You don't want to push your quirk this far," Hawks told me. I put on an even brighter smile. "No. This is fine. I am fine. Everything is just great," I reassured him. Or well, I guess I was more or less trying to reassure myself more than anybody else. "It's fine. Everything is fine just as long as nobody gets hurt. I will be fine. Nobody is going to get injured because I am fine. People always told me to be thankful for the things I have, to be thankful that I have a quirk, or to be thankful you even wanted me into the first place." My eyes strained as I tried to make out all the mix of colors. It certainly wasn't helping the fact that my head felt like a balloon and blood was covering my body. I didn't want this to be the end. It felt like it. I would rather die than this happen. "It's fine, I swear." As I was having this mental argument with myself, so spotted the purple monsters and I didn't want to think anymore. "Tell Turtle that I'm sorry," I muttered out loud before I forced my feet to run to the Nomus while they were frozen. I charged and took out my knife that I always held handy when I am going into shady parts of towns. I then sliced and sliced with everything that I had left in me, or more than I had left in me. I heard a loud thud from the Nomus. It sounded as if Hawks was helping me. I didn't even try to object or do anything about it. I was just thankful that at least somebody is helping me, that not that I need it or anything. I just think that it's sweet and kind of him. "Kid, you can stop," Hawks exclaimed. I stopped and made them unfreeze. I forced my legs to not fall, but I could feel my body visibly shake due to fear and pain. "Are they all dead?" I asked, turning to the voice of Hawks. "You did that amazing." Hawks congratulated me. I nodded my head wearily and started trialing my feet along. My sight cleared, but my head was still throbbing. Everybody was worried about me. I could tell that for a fact. "Miss?" a familiar little girl's voice sounded. I turned and saw the little girl that said she wanted to be me. "Yes?" I asked, crouching down on one knee to get to her level. "What's your name?" she asked, her brown eyes as wide as full moons on Halloween night. "Aishi Natsuik, but you can call me Time Freezer," I explained. The girl beamed brightly and smiled widely at me. "You're my hero, Time Freezer," the little girl exclaimed. "You know what, Aishi? You are the most heroic person I have seen. I am going to call you my champion." Turtle's words rang in my ears as the little girl said that. I smiled warmly at her. "I am glad to be one," I said proudly. I don't know what Turtle was thinking when he became a villain. Sure, I might be dying at this very second, and I feel like everything around me is slowly but surely going to drive me insane, and now I have to live up to the expectations of what the media claims me as, whether I like it or not. But hey, that's fine. I got a message from Deku. Just his location and nothing else attached to it. "I have to go now. Bye." I waved goodbye to the little girl and clocked onto the direction to where Deku is. "You know, I would have liked to have a little more than just your location," Shoto stated to Deku. I nodded my head in agreement. "Aishi, I saw you fighting those gnomes, you should take a break. Shoto advised. I gave Shoto a humorous look. No way. I am fighting just like you are, I exclaimed. I then ran to the lizard person and had my knife ready. I felt the mercy drain out of me as I felt the after effects of the battle wear off on me finally. No. I am going to fight. I am not going to let mother and father down. They did not die for nothing. Anger pulsed through my veins, but I stopped dead in my tracks and looked at the villain. Why you killed my parents? I muttered to the lizard. The lizard looked at me and gave me an evil smile. Yes, not that hard since you already froze them. The lizard laughed afterwards and took out his sword. I jumped back just to be safe and then studies the area. I wanted to kill him with everything I have, but I know that violence isn't their only options. Deku and Ida then charged to the lizard and Shoto bounded in also. Idiots. I muttered under my breath. I looked beside me and saw a pro hero that was wounded and looked like he couldn't move. I took my attention off the pro and glanced. I saw the lizard using his quirk, whatever it is, to paralyze Ida, Shoto, and Deku. Really? I exclaimed. I pulled out my knife once again and sighed to myself. This was already a long day of fighting. I didn't want to make it any longer, but my friends, they need me. I ran to the lizard and cut his arm. Luckily for him, I didn't cut so deep that it would cut his arm off, although unluckily for him, I did cut him in a vein, so that was going to cause some troubles later. I got free. Deku exclaimed loudly. I turned around and shot back as the lizard tried to cut me again. Don't worry, I got this, Deku said reassuringly. Shoto and then Ida came off and together they caught the villain. Let me try, I ordered. I froze him in place and got out my knife. I cut him right in the torso and smiled in relief as he went limp in a short amount of time. I unfroze him and my body couldn't handle anything. We tied the villain up and then decided to wait for a pro hero to return that wasn't unable to do anything other than scold us and not move. Some pro heroes came along and then when he left my head felt more lighter. And then everything went dark. Sinya's POV. Ugh. Tamura yelled in frustration. I rolled my eyes and grabbed the TV remote from him. Tell me about it. Miriko has been blowing my phone and yelling at me to help, I stated. Not that my Nomus. Tamura complained. She's getting more powerful, good for her, I commented. Tamura looked at me, his eyes blazing in anger. What's her quirk? Tamura demanded. I need to go before Miriko beats my butt, I exclaimed before leaping up and running away before Tamura could beat my butt also. About time, Rumi said. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, what do you need? I asked her. She turned toward me and gave me a bright smile. We got a call to go and fight some lowlife thugs, Rumi declared. I nodded my head and threw on my hero uniform. I started to run beside Rumi. I looked ahead and I could already make out the smoke boiling up above the building and the screams of citizens. Some people might find them fearful or would be afraid, but me? This is the best thing I could have happened. Screaming was a comfort to me for some odd reason. Hey, pick on somebody your own size, I yelled to one of the villains, dragging him off and throwing him to a concrete wall. Gasps were sounded around me and I felt cameras being turned my way. Okay, me, I boasted, running up to the villains and taking off of my gloves. You want to try me, little girl? The male sneered. I pinned him Tati wall with the hand that was covered by a glove. I looked at him, my violet eyes narrowing. I think I am now. I teased the thug. He struggled underneath my grip and I turned his weapon to ash. Oh, look at that. Oops, I said, laughing evilly and leaning closer to the villain. My lips brushed against his as I smirked. It seems you know already what I am capable of, so I need you to get your little friends and tell them to leave, I hissed in his ear. The thug began to shake in fear. Oh, he stumbled. I then chuckled and let him go. He fell down in his knees and called his friends to leave. Well, that was pretty easy. Death Dater, I am going to give you some of the citizens. Make sure none of them are going to die soon, Rumi ordered. I nodded my head and kneeled down, looking at each and every person who was injured. Each time the death scene came up, I flinched. I wanted to cry. I wanted to scream. I didn't want this anymore. This is why I want to become a villain instead. I don't have to do this. Is that all of them? I asked Rumi. She turned to me and gave me a thumbs up. Let's head out now. Rumi exclaimed. I sighed in relief and started walking away from the ruble of the tiny city. That was easy, I said. Rumi turned to me and laughed. That's because you have the most powerful quirk out there. Rumi exclaimed. I looked at her and gave her a confused stare. She would die at age 60 from a villain attack. It's all over the news and magazines. You're basically famous now. Rumi explained. I quietly nodded my head. Famous? How am I going to become a villain without people noticing? I sighed in defeat. I honestly didn't know and didn't want to find out at this very moment. Aishi's POV. I woke up to the sound of someone crying. I struggled a little as I tried to open my eyes. I heard a gasp and felt my body shake. Aishi-chan, wake up. I heard a small voice say, definitely Demi's voice. Deku, come and we have to go. Another bubbly female voice sounded, probably Ochako's. I once again tried to open my eyes or move, but I couldn't. It felt as though I was floating through space and I wasn't in control of my body anymore. What's going on? Deku's POV. Why did the Nomus do this to her? I clenched my fist into ball. No. I am going to stay by her side until she wakes up. I snapped. Ochako gave me a sympathetic look. Deku, that she might never wake up, you know that, right? Ochako asked hesitantly. I choked back some tears. I was trying to forget that thought that always ventured in the back of my mind. She will wake up. I countered. Ochako just nodded quirky and went outside the room. Aishi had been asleep or almost a week and school had started today. I looked around the room nervously, capturing every little detail and making a mental note of it. I was about to take out my hero notebook before I heard a bing. I tilted my head sideways and glanced at the sound. It was Aishi's phone. I glanced at the text and saw red heart, turtle, red heart, as the name. I looked below and read the text. Hey champion, I heard what happened on the news. Another bing sounded from red heart, turtle, red heart. It read, love you baby. When you come visit me I swear I will cuddle you to death. XD. I looked at the text and back at the appealing blonde-haired and blue-eyed lady. My heart gave a squeeze and my face started to heat up as I started noticing the little small details in her body. Deku? Aishi managed to say out loud. I looked at her with wide eyes. Aishi-chan. Thank goodness you are finally awake. I celebrated. Aishi slowly lifted up and gave me a wearily look. Oh, by the way, who is Turtle? I asked, my curiosity getting the best of me as I glanced sideways again at the messages Turtles sent her. My boyfriend. Why? Aishi stated. I looked at her and smiled brightly, trying to hide my disappointment. Oh, he's been texting you, I muttered, handing the phone to Aishi. Aishi looked at the phone and read the messages, a small blush crawling up her cheeks. I couldn't help but feel a pig of jealousy in my stomach as I saw how happy her boyfriend made her. I should be her boyfriend, damn it. I smiled even brighter and left Aishi alone, tears starting to brim pour of the corner of my eyes. Sinya's POV. I am going to fail. Alien exclaimed on the top of her lounges. I bent down over my desk and covered my ears. Mr. Aizawa, I am sorry, but I am allergic to exams. Pikachu said nervously. I turned to him and rolled my eyes. And I'm allergic to y'all's stupidity. I snapped back. Pikachu shrunk a little in his desk as I kept staring straight ahead. Says the one who got A B on the last test. Pomeranian yelled. A B. I got F dash. Tape said in awe. I ignored his commented and turned to Pomeranian again. You are the one who is going deaf by your own explosions. I countered. Pomeranian gave me a baffled look before huffing and turning away. Shark chuckled and leaned over my desk to give me a gentle hug. You guys can come over to my house, I still know everything. A familiar voice rang out. The classroom went silent and looked up to see no one other than 3D printer herself. Please. The whole class begged. Pomeranian scoffed and started to leave. Where do you think you're going, Bakugu? Mina asked him, grabbing the back of his shirt and pull him back into the classroom. To go tutor somebody in class 1B. What's it to you? Pomeranian explained, making small explosions go off in his hand. Is it Hana Sakura? She's been asking about you nonstop. I said annoyedly. Pomeranian turned to me, a light pink dust gathering around his cheeks. No, I am not F off. He yelled. I hummed in acknowledgement to him. He then stomped out of the classroom. Wow, you sure got Baku bro railed up. Shark commented. I sighed again and leaned against him. I saw you on the news. Deku exclaimed. I opened my eyes and squirmed uncomfortably for me to sit up. Yeah, I guess choosing Mariko was a good choice to choose an intern with. I stated, shrugging my shoulders. Why did you really choose her? Shark whispered. She was friends with Hawks and is kind of close. To some thugs, I would have chosen Hawks, but Tokoyami already took him. I explained. Well, Tetsu and I got the best result. Shark exclaimed. That sounds nice. I muttered before cuddling closer into Shark and embracing in his warmth that he offered. After multiple exams and getting the exams back, the whole Baku squad gathered in my apartment. I thought you guys were ready, Pomeranian and I said together in union. To fail. The rest of the Baku squad said, doing finger guns and then flopping down on my bed. Idiots, Pomeranian stated. For once, I agree. I said, reluctantly agreeing to Pomeranian comment. Shark giggled and cast a glance outside the windows. You love us. Pikachu said in a baby voice. Only love my boyfriend. I said, rolling my eyes and going to nuzzle Shark. By the way, did you hear that the exams are going to be by our teachers and we have to fight them? What? They all exclaimed together. Everyone seemed baffled as I nodded my head and slowly drifted off to sleep. As I closed my eyes, I imagined my past life and everything that happened. Tiny spoiler, if you hadn't read the manga yet, you are welcome to still read it if you want just a warning. I was only 5 years old, my whole body was shaking and I wanted to do anything. Sinya! Tamura yelled. I looked up and turned my head, smiling widely. I don't like it here. There are too many dogs and I am afraid I will disintegrate them. Tamura whined. I gently hugged Tamura as he cried in my chest. I gently comforted him as citizens passed by, some of them stopping for a few seconds and looking at us or whispering rumors around us. They never took a break, they always wanted to fight and they always wanted more no matter what. Come on, we need to go home. I whispered. Tamura struggled and started crying harder. No. He protested. I rolled my eyes and dragged him to our house where we sat patiently waiting for our parents to come back home. I heard the keys jingle and the creak of the door open wide. I opened my violet eyes to see my father standing in front of the door, his hands pressed roughly into his pockets as he yelled at someone. Sinya, time to train. He yelled. I squeaked in surprise and ran to him, hugging him tightly and then running to the training room. The fighting kept going on and on and on until it turned out we stopped using our quirks and started a verbal argument. You just want Tamura to pay attention to you, Father said accusingly. I do not. He pays more attention to me than you ever will in your entire life. I countered. Tamura is a mistake and you know it. My father shot back. He messed up there. Those lines will forever haunt me to this day, even though they were meant to be harmful to Tamura. Did I mistreat Tamura? What if I abuse him? The thoughts swirled into my mind until finally I snapped. If you think Tamura is a mistake, then maybe you should try to fix it. Leave me here because you and I both know if you lay your effing hands on my twin ever again, I will make it my personal goal to turn your whole body to ash. I yelled at the top of my lunges. I wouldn't be surprised if the whole of Japan heard. All I knew was that I didn't want to obey my father or anybody ever again. I wanted to break them and use them and snap at them, but then Tamura came to my mind. Tamura. My mind went crazy until my snap turned into a panic attack, and a panic attack led to me breaking down. Manga spoiler and mentions of abuse over now. Tears formed in my eyes as the memory replayed in my mind again and again. Sinya. Sinya, are you okay? Sinya. Shark's worried voice snapped me awake. I liked at him. The whole Baku squad was surrounding me, all with worried expression, even Pomeranian. I'm sorry, Tamura, is all I managed to say before more tears began falling off my face and onto Shark's chest. I saw Pomeranian go closer to me and rest a toothy hand against my cheek. Dude, back off. Shark hissed angrily. Pomeranian rolled his red eyes and crouched lower to wide-eyed to me. I have these things. She is having a panic attack. I should have seen the signs that she had PTSD. Pomeranian sighed. Shark looked at me with a worried expression planted on his face. You have panic attacks? Alien asked. Pomeranian. Pomeranian snarled and set off explosions in his hands. F off pink hair. He yelled loudly. I shrieked slightly at the loud noise and Pomeranian then went over and hugged me. He whispered sweet nothings into my ear and I melted into his embrace. As the panic slowly died away, I still clung onto him like a monkey connects to a branch in the cartoons that brought back nostalgic feelings. Slowly and somewhat reluctantly I pulled away from Pomeranian and went to Shark and cuddled against him. He chuckled and patted my head lightly. Aishi's POV. I glanced up and took a good look at the board. Aishi Natsuki is partners with... Aizawa's voice trailed off as he looked around the circle of students. Shinya Shigaraki. He finished off. I sighed and straightened my back a little bit. Looks like we are partners, I exclaimed, going up to Shinya and putting on my brightest smile. Shinya glanced at me. She had a BLD on but I could feel her gaze through the mask. Shinya finally sighed and took her BLDFLD of, still refusing to meet the gaze of her classmate. I sighed and started walking next to her, our steps matching as we stepped onto the battleground. I froze and place as I saw the person that I interned for, ectoplasm. I slowly began to think of the ways that he taught me, the ways he showed me to improve my quirk and most importantly his fighting style. I was sure he mentioned it a few times before. Just when was the problem? I got this, unlike someone I know. I actually studied and trained for this. Shinya sated, her eyes staring everywhere but the teacher and me. I don't know why but she seemed as though she didn't want to look at anybody. Whenever she was around Kirishima-kun, especially, she seemed more determined not to look at him, either that or she would wear a bead of LD. Before I could object and say that this was a group thing, Shinya was already darting to the teacher. Shinya! I yelled after my group partner. I sighed and started running after her. Ectoplasm kept his eyes on the both of us. Shinya quickly took off one of her gloves and then turned one of the puller to ash. I flinched slightly as she used her deadly quirk. Everyone in Class 1A would agree that they were not used to having such a deadly and villain-like person openly walk around school grounds, and being in the same homeroom as here wasn't going to help anything. Everyone kept their eyes on Shinya. Sneakily I ran up and cuffed Ectoplasm, making him fall to the ground and hiss under his breath. Good thing you put that training to good use, Aishi. Ectoplasm said, impressed. I puffed out my chest in pride and then watched from the corner of my eyes as Shinya slipped away without a word. I nodded my head and left, following Sinya's footsteps. Once she stopped, glanced over her shoulder. She quickly put her bead of LD on and nodded towards me. That was a really good strategy, Shinya-chan, I said in awe. She flicked her index finger in the air. Just means I have more control over my quirk and don't go freezing robots and slipping into a coma because of it, Shinya said dismissively. I stared at her in pure shock. How did she know? I watched her as she turned around and kept walking in the tunnel until I couldn't see her anymore. My phone rang and I glanced down to see the named Turtle pop up. I sighed in relief and picked the phone up. Hey champion, how are you doing? Danny asked. I laughed a little at his comment. Well, I just passed an exam, so that may be good, I boasted proudly. Dobby grunted slightly. What is it with UA and giving everybody exams? Didn't you already prove yourself in the USJ attack? Dobby asked, confused. I laughed at him and quickly explained that the USJ attack wasn't planned and we still have to do the exams, just like he has to put sunburn on when he goes out in the sun. I don't have to put sunburn on, I'm already burnt, Dobby exclaimed, a hint of amusement in his voice as he began to laugh. I joined in on his laughter as we started making more jokes about the other's scars or quirks. Well, I have to go now, Turtle. I said goodbye. Dobby sighed and somehow reluctantly hit the end call button. Deku started walking up, his emerald green eyes sparkling with something I have never seen before. Hey, where's your boyfriend? I would just love to meet him, Deku exclaimed. I sighed in relief and relaxes a little. He just wanted to see Dobby. Thank goodness. I nodded my head and took his hand. I don't know where he is, but I know where he might be, I explained. Deku looked down at our hands intertwining and blushed. Okay, he said nervously. I chuckled a little and ran to Dobby's spot. This was going to be fun. I am so excited for Deku to meet Dobby finally. I smiled brighter at the idea as I dragged Deku to the spot. Sinya's POV. Two strangers walked into the bar, completely unaware of their surroundings, but it was pretty clear just by the looks of them that they were not heroes. One was a 5 feet 2 inches girl with blonde hair, yellow eyes, a schoolgirl uniform, and a dagger in her right hand as she twirled it around. Beside her was a 5 feet 9 inches 1/2 male with black dyed hair, a black coat, high boots, and a white undercoat. Although the most distinctive thing about him was the purple scars that ran along his body and held together by metal staples. "This is the best you got?" Tamura asked, clearly unimpressed. I quickly found my BLNDFLD and put it on, feeling the familiar surroundings that I memorized a long time ago. "They might be more useful than you think they are, Tamura," I commented. I felt the gaze of multiple people burn into me as I sat down and curled up next to Tamura as protection. "So are you guys dating or?" A rough male voice inquired. I could only guess it was coming from Bacon Bits. "No, you idiot, we are twins," Tamura scolded, getting up abruptly and making me fall down to the floor. "I don't see it, Mr. Handyman." A preppy girl's voice chimed in. I laughed at the name Mr. Handyman. "I dyed my hair black and I have my mother's eyes while Tamura has my father's eyes," I explained between laughs. Kurogiri wasn't having it and lashed out. I felt the cold emptiness of the portal in front of me and I immediately drew back from it. While they might look inexperienced, they are very deadly. For example, this girl, her name is Himiko Toga. She is linked to 55 murders at age 15. Kurogiri began to explain. He then shifted to who I am guessing is Bacon Bits. "This man, while he is not linked to anything, yet he wants uphold Stain's glory and everything in it. Also, his name is Dabi." Kurogiri finished and I slowly shifted back to Tamura and began to curl up next to him. "I need your real name, Dabi," Tamura stated. Something shifted and I slowly lifted my head. I took of my BLNDFLD and got ready for the death scenes and the age of dying. That's a manga spoiler, so I am not going to put that in because this is a very important chapter 1 feel like, since it welcomes the League of Villains, and that goes to half the plot and also further seasons and arcs. I shifted uncomfortably in the stool before nodded to Tamura as in saying I approve of his choices if he chose them as the new member of the League. "Fine." Tamura caved in. Toga smiled happily and Dabi's eyes were now connected to his phone. "I'm going to go to the gym to train. Tamura, don't kill them while I'm gone, please," I called behind my shoulder. Tamura sighed and gave a reluctant nod of reassurance that he won't. Once I entered the gym, I spotted Kirishima doing some bench presses. I went over there to greet him before I stopped dead in my tracks and hesitated. He knows all these things about me. He knows that I am a villain and he knows about my mental disorders. I waited for a while and thought things through. He probably is going to break up with me. This is the exact reason why I haven't dated anybody before. This happens. I end up pouring my heart out for somebody and they ignore me, like I am trash and need to be thrown away, that I am a waste of space when in the end I am just a human like them. Sure, I might have a deadly quirk, and sure I might be able to tell when somebody died, and sure this whole thing might have had effect on me and has slowly but surely made me a villain instead of hero, which I have always been, but that I still have emotions and I have never trusted anybody like I trust Kirishima before. I used to laugh as the girls who posted on social media about how their boy, date, that's the non-binary term for boy/girlfriend, or girlfriend just broke up with them while they were bawling their eyes out. I ever understood it. I have never come face to face with the enemy that I thought was on my side all along, when in the end it was more against me than Tamura is against All Might. "Hey babe." Kirishima's voice snapped me out of my depressing thoughts and into reality. "Hey Kiri," I stated. He looked at me weirdly. "Kiri? Who's that?" he asked me before laughing. I let out a breathless chuckle before I playfully slapped him. I heard a snap of a picture and glanced up to see nobody but the alien herself, Mina. "Alien, give me that picture," I yelled at Mina. She shrieked a little and started running away. Kirishima blocked me from beating Mina's butt. "No need to start a fight, right guy?" Kirishima asked nervously. I huffed and curled into Kirishima's arm. Kirishima chuckled as he pulled me into a full hug. "Death dater?" A tiny voice sounded. I glanced down and saw a little girl with a wide smile on her face as she called out my hero name. "Yes?" I asked her, my voice softening a little as I saw the little girl's death scene. She would die by a rock slide and she would die at age. My heart gave a little squeeze and honestly I couldn't see this little girl die at such a young age. I mean I'm 17 and I can't imagine being killed. Let alone being killed by something multiple people have survived. That's always been a weird thing for me. While everyone has always been afraid of dying without a loved one near them, I fear dying from old age or from something where people just sit around and do nothing. I saw you fight those villains. I want to be just like you. The little girl boasted. I giggled a little at the girl's enthusiasm and leaned down so I can get eye to eye with her. Do you know who this is? I asked, gesturing to Kirishima who was now bent down next to me too. No, the girl's voice trailed off, her eyes then lit up. You're Red Riot. She squealed, my heart squeezed and Kirishima was dying of cuteness. The little girl bounced up and down excitedly. Nice to meet you, Kirishima exclaimed, smiling brightly and gently hugging the girl. The girl gave an even larger smile. And I was dying of cuteness between the two pairs. I am going to be just like you guys one day, the little girl boasted. Kirishima gave me an amused glance before looking back at the girl. What's your quirk? I asked the girl. The girl's eyes lit up with interest as she explained her quirk. My quirk is called Glide. Basically I can make anything glide against the air. Oh, and by the way my name is Batafuria by the way. She introduced herself. I nodded my head and pulled something from my pocket. I usually kept a spare pair of gloves in case I lose my recent pair of gloves or the gloves get destroyed. I signed the gloves and gave them to the girl. Here you go, future #1 hero, I boasted. She looked at the gloves in pure awe and hugged the gloves close to her chest. Aishi's POV. You are going to look so cute, Ochako exclaimed. I scrunched my eyebrow and tilted my head to the side. You really think so? I asked. I had on an outfit that Dabi gave me and thought that it wasn't really my style. Yes. Okay, now I will get Sinya and the rest of the crew here and you can answer some questions. Paco explained. Who asked these? I asked out of the blue. She turned to me and giggled a little. Don't worry about that, all you have to worry about is answering them. Ochako answered. I nodded my head awkwardly and sat down. Right then, Sinya came through the door in a black leather jacket, pastel yellow crop top with a tiny baby blue coffee on it, ripped jeans, white Converse, and black gloves. I don't like this, Sinya complained. Kirishima, Dabi, Deku, the light blue-haired male that I think I've seen a few times heftier came in. Once we all got settled down, another girl came in. She didn't look like us, but she had red hair with green eyes and looked to be about 5. Okay. Let's get started, Ochako declared, rubbing her hands together. First up is Sinya. Sinya, what are your thoughts on All for One? Sinya sat still for a few moments before speaking finally. I would say that he is very different from the rest of us. He did once rule the world and he did save Tamura and I, so I respect and tolerate him to an extent. Sinya explained. Deku gave Sinya a shocked glance. The girl with red hair was looking at both Sinya and I, curiosity filling her green gaze. Next is for Author-chan. How did you get inspiration to write a book? The red-haired girl, whose name I guess is Author-chan, thought for a moment before answering. Well, Thais is kind of embarrassing, but I got it from a writing prompt. Author-chan explained carefully. Everyone looked at Author-chan confused. What? I am lazy and I just made Aishi. I didn't have a last name for her though, so I just threw in some words and made it happen. Then found a writing prompt and just started going. She explained more in depth. Tamura, do you ever wear chapstick? Ochako asked. Tamura, or the blue-haired male, leaned back and rolled his eyes. What? Chapstick? He asked. Dabi and another blonde-haired girl looked at each other and smiled. Come here, Mr. Handyman, the blonde-haired girl exclaimed. Dabi got up and dragged him awash to grab some chapstick. Okay then, Kirishima, would you ever break up with Sinya? Kirishima's eyes went wide and hugged Sinya protectively. Never, he said in pure utter determination, nothing less, nothing more. Sinya, how far will you go for Kirishima? Do I have any restrictions? Sinya asked. Author-chan shook her head no. Just don't get too bloody. I don't want to traumatize the readers like I did last time I wrote a FIC. Author-chan declared. Sinya thought for a moment before answering. Kill. A shocked silence filled the air and Kirishima whispered something in Sinya's ear. Sinya rolled her eyes and curled deeper into Kirishima, making sure not to meet eye contact with him. Anyway, Aishi, why did you push yourself just because of some worthless nomus? I froze in place and laughed nervously. I guess when I saw that little girl, everything changed for me. I didn't want to be the hero who sat on the sidelines and waited for the pros to come. I was already there, so I might as well do something. I answered. Author-chan laughed afterwards. I just realized I totally forgot the hospital scene. Haha. Anyway, so what happened in the host portal after the stain attack happened was, well, I'm just going to put it in, Author-chan said. I laid down on the hospital bed. I was finally out of my coma, but I had some injuries. The Dogman police officer person just explained that since we saved the day and I saved the day from Nomus, it was very dangerous and we might not be allowed in stay in you. Either that or we just say that some heroes saved the day and leave the glory to them. I will leave the glory to the pros, Ida declared. I am also going to leave the glory to the pros. Deku agreed. I gave them all weirded out looks. Everyone looked at me like I was supposed to agree. Are you kidding me? I saved the day. I nearly died. I was the one who defeated Stain in the end. I started to object. We are aware of that, but the police officer started to say. No. I went into a coma. I was the one person who, even though you didn't believe in me, I did it. Of course, I'm not going to leave it to a bunch of low-life heroes that don't even deserve the glory. If they are that desperate to get famous, maybe they shouldn't let the 17-year-old girl fight a bunch of nomus. I finished, looking directly in each of their eyes. And if that means no UA for me, then I won't go to UA. I already built a name for myself. I don't need your option and the heroes to lie to the people's face. I added, determination filling in my veins at the sudden rage I felt and the urge to punch them in the face so hard they wished they wouldn't have said it. Sinya's POV. I was walking beside Kirishima. I have finally learned how to control my quirk that I stole from Momo. It was going to be useful for this trip. I just had a feeling. Hey bro. Pikachu yelled at me. I looked sideways and rolled my eyes. I've told you before, it is Sinya, not bro, I stated. Pikachu ignored my comment and swung an arm over my shoulder. Get the hell away from me, I said, slapping his hand away from my shoulder. Kirishima's crimson eyes twinkled in amusement as he watched Pikachu and I bicker. I was just going to say, you two better not have too much fun while we are gone. Don't want a baby Kirishima and Sinya walking around the dorms, Pikachu explained slyly. I slapped his face and Kirishima's cheeks went a deep red. I rolled my eyes and turned to slap him as well. They are going to call me Aunt Mina, Alien exclaimed. I turned around to see her and face-palmed myself. All right, that's it, I am going to go on the bus, I said, walking away and gong on the bus as I heard the laughs of the Baku squad behind me. Hey, Tape exclaimed, going up to me and hugging me. First of all, don't hug me. Second of all, what do you want? I asked. Ciro backed away as we found out seats. Well, that you're a girl, and there is this one girl that I really want to impress. But that she ignored me every time I try to talk to her, Ciro complained. I sighed and moved closer to him. Well, that means the girl has some common sense, and you are probably being too weird, I stated. Ciro gave me a confused look. What do you mean? He asked. I groaned and gave him an annoyed state. Introduce yourself, maybe invite her to the Baku squad or something, I don't know. I brushed him off. Ciro pouted. But how do I get her to fall in love with me? Ciro asked. I turned to him. Well, ask her if she has a crush on anybody in the school. If she says no, then she either has a crush on you or doesn't have a crush. If she says yes and says somebody, then you know why she isn't taking those hints. I explained to him. Ciro looked at me, 8 pleading eyes. But I want her. A piece of me breaks whenever she goes out with her friends, or when she carelessly brushed people off. Ciro exclaimed. I sighed once again and began to give him a little pep talk. Look, you will find better. She doesn't deserve you in any way, shape, or form. And you know what? One day, when you are over her, she is going to look herself in the mirror and think how a piece of her is missing without you. If a girl rejects somebody, they don't just think about the person they rejected and move on. We girls have this thing where we think and beat ourselves up about the person we rejected. Trust me. I trailed off as memories of the people I have rejected flooded into my brain. I have rejected many men, women, and non-binaries. Just for the sake of them not being heartbroken when they realize I am a villain, and it's true at least for me that I have cried myself to sleep every night thinking about the life I could have had with them. Have you rejected anybody? Ciro asked out of the blue. I hesitated slightly before answering. More times than I can count. And I did cry and think of life if I had them. I tried to say the words as if they meant nothing to me, as if these people I have been talking about meant absolutely nothing and I was over them. But in reality my voice was laced with heartbreak and emotion. Did you ever think they were the one? Ciro inquired. No. Well, at the beginning, yes, I believed that everybody was the one, but I gave up on that in about 8th grade. And I still don't believe that there is the one, even though I have my first boyfriend. It doesn't feel very connected. I explained dully. Ciro's eyes sparkled with interest and hope. Why is that? Ciro asked for the 100th time. You are asking a lot of questions. I stated. Well, you are the only one that is giving me answers. Ciro stated. I gave him an amused glance and then answered his question. Well, we are happy and all, but I have some issues that not a lot of people know about, and it is just really hard for me to tell Kirishima them because, well, that I am afraid he will not love me anymore and spill some secrets that if they got loose nobody will think of me the same anymore. Ciro gave me a sympathetic look. Well, that I am always here to talk if you wanna. Ciro said before the bus stopped, telling us to leave. Everyone got their bags and headed out the door. Kirishima rushed towards me and hugged me from behind. Why didn't you sit with me? Kirishima pouted. I laughed and patted his head. Ciro needed some love advice. I explained. Kirishima's eyes lit up. I see you are getting along just fine in the Baku squad. He exclaimed. I rolled my eyes and looked ahead of me. I saw 3 cat heroes and face-palmed myself. I hate cats. I groaned. One of the blue cats was apparently in mating season, so she was all over the boys. Hey. The red cat exclaimed. I think I will call her Red. There is good in the hall, and your cabins are over there. Red explained. Everyone rushed over to the mess hall and, of course you can't do that without the classic villain attack. I think that's the last of them, I said as I turned the last robot to ash. Wow. Your quirk's really strong, Sinya-san. Ribbit, Kermit congratulated. I rolled my eyes and kept walking. I just want to go eat, and if I am the only one who is willing to use my quirk, I stated pointedly looking at Todoroki. Then so be it. I finished shrugging my shoulders. Aishi stared at me and Todoroki was left behind trying to calculate what just happened. I looked down at my phone and saw it was a call from Bacon Bits. I walked a little away into the forest and answered the call. What the hell do you want, Bacon Bits? I asked. Dobby's rough voice was heard on the other end. We got the child. He answered. The expression on my face changed from annoyed to satisfaction. Great, tell Overhaul that we have her and then take care of her. I have to go on a stupid field trip, but after the field trip we can go. I explained. Dobby grunted in acknowledgement and hung up the call. Once I got to the lodge everyone was already eating. Of course I had to eat more because of my quirk. Once we got ready to go to the pool, I threw on my 2-piece light gray swimsuit. Jiro and I were the only ones who had a 2-piece, the other girls for a 1-piece which I proudly made for them. Once we got to the girls' side of the tub all the girls settled in the pool. Why didn't you sit with Kirishima? He was whining like a baby about it the whole trip. Mina asked. Ciro was asking for some girl advice. I explained. I wonder who he has a crush on. Aishi wondered out loud. It's obviously Sinya. Did you not see his blush when you went to talk to him with that bathing suit on? Chaco guessed. He probably just did that because he is a pervert. Jiro commented. I nodded my head in agreement. Plus Sinya-san is already dating Kirishima-kun. Everybody knows that, Karo. Kermit stated. See? Plus, tape is definitely not my type. I said before the girls laughed along with me. I heard something from the other side of the fence that separated the girls' part from the boys' part. You don't think that is? Aishi began, staring wide-eyed at the opposite side of the wall. My netta. We all yelled in union. Luckily Koda saved out sorry butts. Thank you, Koda. You're a lifesaver. Mina exclaimed. Kota turned and saw everyone in their swimsuit. He then fell down, but luckily Cinnamon Roll, Deku, was able to catch him before he hurt himself. Anyway, did you hear that Bakugo got a girlfriend? Mina asked. At this point of the conversation I did what any logical person would do and zoned out. Aishi's POV. I tried to keep Ida in place as he boasted off. I don't think this is going to go anywhere, Natsuki. Ida informed me. Sweat was dripping from my hands as I nodded. Yeah, but Mr. Aizawa insisted that we did it. I muttered. Sinya had been missing for the past couple of days and I was beginning to get worried. After hours, Ida finally broke my time freeze and bursted off into the clearing with no intent on stopping. I sighed and sat down. My head was pounding once again, and I felt like I needed to throw up. Aishi-chan! Deku exclaimed, running up to me. I looked at him, my blue eyes adjusting for the bright light of the sun. I asked him, rubbing my head and properly standing up. Are you ready for the training exercise? Deku inquired. I thought for a moment before my face lit up. Let's go! I shouted, running to the group of students. Alright, I am sure you guys have heard about the training exercise. Here are the partners. Aizawa began. I listened for my name being called. Since we have an odd number, we will have Kirishima, Shiro, and Sinya. Then Bakugo, Todoroki, and Aishi. He stated. Kirishima smiled brightly at the sound of his best friend and girlfriends and being called. I soon found Bakugo and Todoroki. Bakugo had on his normal scoff and Shoto was looking at me with interest sparkling in his blue and gray eyes. Come on. I want to get this over with. Bakugo yelled. I rolled my eyes and followed him along with Shoto. This is going to be interesting, I exclaimed. Shoto looked down at me and smirked. Hurry up. Bakugo yelled loudly. Shoto shook his head and quickened his pace. Blue flames started to shoot up through the trees. I hesitated before relaxation hit my face. Bakugo, Shoto. You go on without me, I need to go fix something. I cried before going towards the intoxicating blue flames that wrapped around my body and slowly took over the forest. Sinya's POV. I have to go. I called over my shoulder to Shiro and Kirishima. Kirishima nodded his head and faced towards a villain I remembered Blood Rat blabbing about. Oh, there you are, Sinya. Tamura exclaimed, running up to me and hugging me with his special gloves on. I heard that Overhaul has a kid? I asked. Bacon Bits clicked his tongue in response. Before anybody could say anything else, Aishi came running to Bacon Bits. Her blonde hair running loosely down her back. Bacon Bits pulled the blonde in and kissed her forehead gently. DBI. You didn't tell me you had a girlfriend. Blood Rat cheered. I rolled my eyes and glanced at Aishi. May I ask what the hell she is doing here? I inquired. Aishi turned and looked at me. Her ocean blue eyes wide in shock. Guys, this is my girlfriend Aishi. Bacon explained. She's a hero. And a pretty well-known one, may I add. I countered. Bacon merrily scoffed and kept burning the one tall tree that branched upwards into the night sky that was covered in thick smoke thanks to the blue flames that Bacon provided. Whatever, Kurogiri open up, I am going to see Overhaul. I snapped my fingers and Kurogiri opened the portal. As I walked in, the purple mist surrounded me and I had a time to think of a good excuses on how late I was to the meeting. Overhaul was waiting for me by the entrance of the hideout. I nodded my head to him. Where were you? Overhaul asked impatiently. There was some stupid villain attack and I couldn't see a mile ahead of me. Probably this Noon League's doing. I explained. You see, I was more of a double spy. I was only loyal to the League, but sometimes they can get boring and there is nothing more important to me than causes a ruckus. Typical of them, I doubt they even have a plan. Overhaul sneered. I sighed and walked through the door. There, I saw a little girl with pale blue-gray hair and dull red eyes. This is Eri, our new test subject. Overhaul exclaimed. I nodded my head slowly and turned to the 6-year-old girl. Go play with her. Overhaul ordered. I slowly went to Eri and patted her head gently. It's okay that I won't hurt you. I comforted the little girl. She had bandages wrapped around her arms and legs along with a light tan nightgown. Are you a hero? Eri asked hopefully. I hesitated before nodding my head yes. Yeah, and these guys aren't trying to harm you, that nobody wants you since of your quirk, but we think that it is strong. I explained. Aries' red eyes lit up with joy. They reminded me of a certain redhead's eyes, and it somehow made me want to protect the little girl more. Will I have to do any more tests? Aries whined. I laughed and patted her again. Yes, but I will be with you the whole time. I reassured. My phone buzzed and I saw that Kirishima was calling me. Hey baby! Kirishima exclaimed loudly through the receiver. I hesitated before speaking. What do you need? I asked. Kirishima was holding on to something, and as his girlfriend I guess it was my duty to fix it. The league took Bakugo. He trailed off. I shook my head and hung up the phone before he could say anything else. Sinya rolled her eyes as her boyfriend dragged her into the party. Lights glowed up brightly and Christmas music was playing in the background. This is so exciting! Aishi exclaimed. Sinya clicked her tongue in reply. She had seemed closer to the blonde-haired girl ever since the villain Dabi opened up that she was his girlfriend. Aishi smiled brightly, Deku following closely behind her. Sinya was wearing a reindeer outfit that had a brown crop top, a black skirt, and an antler headband that Kirishima forced on her. Kirishima was dressed as Santa, Aishi was dressed as an elf with a green jumper and large fake ears. Deku was dressed as All Might and Bakugo was wearing a wolf outfit. He wanted to be something feisty even though it's Christmas. I can't wait for the party to start. Aishi squeaked, jumping up and down causing the bells to ring throughout the hall. Deku laughed at the blonde's excitement. Sinya looked away and glanced at Kirishima who was walking beside Bakugo. The two were talking about quirk and different ways to be heroes. I can beat shitty hair any day. Bakugo's boasted, nudging aside Kirishima. Kirishima and smirked before leaping on Bakugo with his arms hardened. Yeah? Well, I will become the #1 hero. Kirishima countered, showing off Bakugo and standing on top of Bakugo with his chest puffed out. Bakugo grabbed Kirishima's legs and yanked it underneath the redhead. Kirishima yelped in surprise and eventually fell on his face. I hope Deku becomes the #1 hero, since all of you have stuck-up attitudes about it. Sinya sneered. Aishi looked at Sinya before tugging in her brown sleeve. Can we talk somewhere private? Aishi whispered. Sinya hesitated before nodding her head and following the blonde-haired blue-eyed female. What the hell was that about? Bakugo cussed under his breath. Deku stared as the girls disappeared in another hallway. We should follow them, I don't like the sound of them being along together. Deku muttered. Kirishima shot Deku a confused look. What's wrong with them being together? Kirishima countered. Deku jumped back and rethought his words carefully before responding. I just don't have a good feeling about Sinya. Deku explained. Kirishima clenched his jaw in a desperate attempt not to kill one of his friends. Nothing is wrong with my girlfriend. That's not very manly, Midoriya, although I have to agree them two together scares me. I don't want a girl fight to start happening. Kirishima snapped, already going to the hallways in which the girls left in. Bakugo and Deku followers closely behind him. I was thinking about Dabi, Aishi explained, twirling her hair with her fingers nervously. And? Sinya prompted, her impatience growing thinner and thinner by the minute. And I wanted to know if you think Shigaraki would let me become a villain? Aishi inquired in a fast manner. The boys in the opposite side of the door had to hold their mouths shut so the blonde and black and blue-haired females didn't hear them. As long as you want to go with what's staying precise, then he will be more than happy to see you. Sinya explained smoothly, her multicolored hair being pulled up in a high ponytail. What will Dabi think? Aishi asked nervously. Sinya stopped mid-putting up her hair and looked into the girl's bright ocean blue eyes. I think Bacon Bits would be more than glad to see your face around the bar. Sinya's replied. Aishi waited for the short-tempered girl to smile or anything, but Sinya kept a straight face the entire time. Can I go to the bar now? Aishi wondered out loud. Sinya nodded her head yes and opened the door. Only to be greeted by 3 males collapsing at their feet. Aishi and Sinya nervously glanced with each other before getting their quirks ready. I really didn't want to fight our way to the bar. Sinya groaned, not daring to remove the pale brown gloves that covered her hands. You guys are villains? Bakugo exclaimed, darting up and giving them scared looks. It's more or less some girls with quirks who are tired of the hero. Society. Sinya explained, flicking her undead finger. What about the hero society? Deku exclaimed, jumping up and getting as close as he dared to the now villains. Don't you notice how there are no girls in the top 10? Yeah, that's for a reason. Why mother trying to be something the hero society doesn't want? We might as well get under their skin about everything. Aishi finished. Sinya fist-bumped 3 girl before the 2 of them got in their positions. Like we said, we really didn't want to fight. But I guess you just had to make things worse. Sinya explained, rolling her eyes and glaring at the 2 males in front of her. Aishi's POV. I leaped upwards and flashed a bright smile at Bakugo, twirling a drink in my hand as I also played with a video game. Doing some multitasking never hurt anyone anyway. Muffled cries could be heard out of Bakugo's mouth. I couldn't help but feel a sting of pity for the ash blonde. Can't we take off his mouthguard? I inquired. Everyone nodded their head or just plainly grunted as I took that for a yes. I went over to the metal trap that was around his mouth and undid it. Bakugo grunted at thanks, before starting to be well Bakugo. You son of a beach, let me go you slut. Bakugo let out a string of curses as I went back to the worn-out cracked red bar stool that accompanied the wooden bar that had been scratched by past fights. Shigaraki sighed as he faced the TV monitor that everyone called the. We should let him go of his chains. You know, since he is going to stay here forever and ever. Toga exclaimed, her razor-sharp blade pointed upwards before throwing it next to Bakugo's face. Bakugo quickly ducked his head as the knife barely missed its target. I guess you're right, Dabi muttered, holding into my hips tightly as everyone in the bar watched as Bakugo's chains hit the floor with a clank. Bakugo stood still for a moment, rubbing his wrist lightly before glaring at us. Dabi tensed behind me, getting ready to fight for me, like I was some toy. I scoffed at my own thought as I glanced over my shoulder, seeing my protective boyfriend stand there with his purple scarred hands in my hips seemed slightly pressuring. What do you want? Bakugo yelled, his voice red growing weaker and weaker by times. His hands and legs shook with fear as he watched the villains around him form a tight circle. My blue eyes went round with pity as I saw my former classmate get treated like this. Black dyed hair filled my vision, and I looked up to see Dabi's frame hunched over me like I was some helpless prey that he was going to devour up any second. We want you to become a villain. Shigaraki spoke for the rest of the league, his frail hands flicking to everyone and introducing ourselves. Dabi, that's what I am going by for Joe at least. Dabi stated roughly, his dark voice bringing a new aroma to the atmosphere. You already know me, but I guess I will still introduce myself. I am Aishi Natsuki. I introduced myself again to Bakugo. Bakugo's eyes filled with an emotion that I couldn't place quite correctly. Sinya Shigaraki, Tamura's twin. Bakugo stiffened as the last name, Shigaraki, was spit out of the violet-eyed female's mouth. Twice introduced, keeping us phrase short so he wouldn't have to have another argument with himself. Himiko Toga. Nice to meet cha cutie. Toga did finger guns as Bakugo scowled at the blonde-haired girl's flirty remark. Tamura Shigaraki, the leader of the League of Villains. The scratchy voice that belonged to Shigaraki spoke. I smiled on accomplishment as the rest of the member introduced themselves also. Sinya looked down at her phone, typing something that seemed to be important. Looks like your little friends are going to save you, Sinya remarked, putting finger quotes around the words, friends. Who? Bakugo inquired, relaxing his muscles slightly and leaning back in the chair. Kirishima, Izuku, Sinya started to say before Bakugo cut her off. Deku's butt? Sinya rolled her eyes as the ash blonde went on a ramble about how bad Midoriya is. I like him already, Dabi said, putting his large scarred hands back in my hips and making me sit down on the bar stool in his lap. I let out a long hum in response, closing my eyes and letting each muscles relax with each breath. Why is that? I inquired softly as Bakugo kept his ramble, Shigaraki popping in to complain about Midoriya also. Because we both hate Izuku Midoriya equally, maybe I hate him a little bit more. Dabi responded. I opened my eyes and glanced at him. I don't think you can hate him more than Bakugo can. I countered with a scoff. Well, I mean I have a pretty good valid reason to hate him. Which I normally don't have, Dabi argued, pinning his finger into the air as to intricate that something was going to fall from it. What's your reason, turtle? You inquired, leaning back against Dobby's chest to see his unique scars from all those times ago. My reason is that he tried to kill me because he like you. Saying some shit about how you are his when he can clearly see that I claimed you. Dobby replied. My eyes went wide as I fell out of Dobby's lap and landed on the floor with a thud. The room went completely silent after that. Eyes of all different colors landed on my body as I dumbly landed the floor. Well, I am going to kill a beach named Midoriya Izuku, I proclaimed, puffing out my chest and getting ready to leave. Not forgetting a gun and a knife that Toga had told me to keep a while back. Later, Dobby responded, grabbing the hood of my white hoodie and pulling me back on his lap. Bacon Bits is right, you can kill him when he tries to save Bakugo. Sinya explained, again putting air quotes around save and then creating duct tape to wrap around my torso so I wouldn't leave. Effing hell guys. I wanna beat him up. I whined, crossing my arms and letting out an annoyed huff of air. Dobby chuckled before leaning against my ear and whispering sweet nothings in an attempt to calm me down. Sinya clicked her tongue as she saw Dobby and I cuddle together. Well, do you want to join us? Sinya asked, getting up from her spot behind Hibar and going a near 2 inches away from his face. Bakugo hesitated, his mind seemed to be twirling with thoughts. Give me one good reason why I should join? Bakugo asked, his voice that used to be covered in rage was now thin. Like the league had now broken loose. Inside his rage a hint of intelligence was there. Because we will treat you how we want to, Sinya stated, her thin fingers running up and down Bakugo's toned arms. Don't you want to be stronger than Deku? We can make that happen in a snap of out fingers. You just have to fight with us. Sinya's voice was light, like a mother comforting a child. Bakugo hissed before slowly agreeing to Sinya's words. Fine. I will become a villain, but only because I want to become stronger. Bakugo agreed, everyone cheered and led Bakugo to his new room. Bakugo smirked slightly and landed on the bed with a thud. Slowly but surely everyone backed away and let Bakugo change in peace. The TV played in the living room of the bar, the loud noises blasted from it. The TV used to be just a background news while everything was happening, but now everyone had their eyes glued to the screen. It was about UA and all the villain attacks. All the teachers had gathered and apologized. A load of crud if you asked me. That school never cared for the safety of everybody. If they had, then I wouldn't have become a villain and Bakugo wouldn't have PTSD. Everything was their fault and they think that they can just say oops sorry about that and then move on like nothing happened. Everyone was talking about how Sinya, Bakugo, and I went kissing and yet they failed to see that I was saving people not hurting them. It's a load of politics that people labeled as heroes and villains. I unknowingly had hugged my long nails into Dobby's spine as we watched the news. I gasped and let go of his back. Dobby chuckled as I gently rubbed his back, hopefully making him feel better. What was that for? Dobby questioned, his black hair a frizzy mess. I giggled before explaining everything that I had been thinking about. The heroes are bad and the villains are good. But nobody realizes it, I exclaimed, throwing my hands in the air and turning upside down on the couch so my head was touching the floor and my scar visibly showed. Everyone here needs skin care. Sinya commented, looking at my scar. It isn't as bad as Dobby's, I yelled, potting towards Dobby's purple cars that were only being held together by some flimsy staples. Don't forget Shigei, Toga called from her bathroom. Everyone collectively sighed and flopped down on the couch. The couch seemed crammed and small with everyone on it, but somehow made it work, forgetting about everything else and watching the news as we complained about how bad the hero society was, like old people comparing about the new generation. Sinya's POV. I kept my eyes glued to the screen of my phone. The texting went back and forth as Kirishima kept me updated on where they were. I wasn't going to tell him where the hideout was, neither if he was even near the hideout. Anxiety built up inside of me as I watched the news. Everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves. Complaining about the hero society, usually I would have joined them by now, but my mind was on All for One and my quirk's steal. I had already accidentally stolen Momo's quirk. Although, I guess that was for the better since Momo didn't seem to mind. I pitied her, she was barely even a human, It is plain disrespectful to want to be born without a quirk and to try to hide under the covers when are raised in this society. I slowly crawled over to the old TV which Isser was behind. Sir? I inquired, half hoping for a response and another half of me hoping for complete utter silence. Yes, Sinya, he asked, leaning closer to the mic. I could almost hear the coy smile plastered on his face. I don't think I can take All Might, I confessed, bringing my knees to my chest and hiding my face in them. I sense your journey will be hard, nothing will come easy to you, little one, stated. I wailed like a baby before asking another question. When will I know it is my time? Leaned back before coming to the mic to speak lowly. You won't, Sinya, it's just a leap of fate. Then finished, I hissed as more questions filled my brain. Do you know when I will die? I asked, hoping that Emster will answer one of my most nagging questions, leaning forward to the screen. Not being able to see MSTR's face broke my heart as I waited for MSTR to respond eagerly. You could die in multiple ways, you will just have to choose when you feel most weak, Visar responded. It was a little helpful but not nearly as much information as I needed in order to fulfill the stupid prophecy with my stupid power. I got up and started walking to the entrance, waiting the arrival for the heroes. Pizza? A voice called. I flicked my finger for silence, knowing somewhere in my gut that it wasn't a pizza DLVOI guy. Suddenly a crash was heard and All Might burst through the door. Everyone spring into actions. I made my target All Might, trying to get him distracted and away from Bakugu. Like it was on time, Bakugu came running into the fighting scene, sending off explosions and getting everyone distracted. Somewhere in the time frame, Aishi froze time and got most of the heroes out. I grabbed Bakugu's arm and dragged him out of the hideout and out in the open where there were more heroes. No surprise here. Suddenly a portal opened up just as Endeavor was about to attack me. Bakugu and I fell in the portal. Mist covered on either side of us as we fell down to the cold, hard ground. Bakugu went directly behind me as Aishi and Dabi flanked my shoulders. I walked with confidence over to the pro heroes, or what looked like confidence. But internally, I was going over battle moves that I had learned long ago. I stepped in front of Best Genist as he tried to use his quirk on me, tying me up like I was a fly and he was a spider. I broke the strings like nothing and started walking past the blonde-haired male, giving him a side glance over my shoulder. Don't take it personal, honey, I would steal your quirk, but it's more skill than anything. And that move would have killed any normal person, but let's be honest with ourselves. Am I ever normal? I replied smoothly, trying to keep my voice from quivering. Just the gaze of the heroes focused on me was enough to make my anxiety go through the roof. I didn't want any reminders of it. You there, villain! All Might yelled, his large finger punting at me. I looked at my clock and silently cursed to myself. It had only been a few minutes and All Might can go up to 7 hours, or something around that time. PRD. Villain is just so rude. I much rather prefer Sinya. I got my point across that I was the missing girl, or well, one of them. Young Sinya, what happened to you? All Might demanded. I looked taken aback before narrowing my eyes and pointed my fingers all around me to the ruble of the area. Rocks fell all over the place and cries of citizens could be heard all over. The faint sound of cameras flickering was also heard throughout the crowd that was a good 8 feet away from me. The heroes looked awful, but the citizens looked even worse, and don't even get me started on the villains. You could tell that this had been an easy fight on the heroes' selfish side. What do you mean, what happened to me? This happened to me. All Might, don't you understand? I don't like you. I don't want to be like you. I snapped, tears threatening to fall down my face. Everyone around me has either forgotten me or is dead. And I don't know which one is worse. Don't you see? I have no one to believe in, and you think I am going to be a effing doll to you and your so-called hero life? Don't you get it? They called me insane. Everyone has given up on me, so what's the harm in giving up on them? I threw away my hope, dreams and childhood. Hell, I didn't even have a childhood. I cried, thick tears streaming down my face as I stared at the so-called symbol of peace. That's what happened, All Might. My twin nearly got killed and you stood by and did nothing. My voice grew hoarse from screaming, but I didn't care. My muscles ached with every fiber of my being, but I didn't feel anything. Raw emotion, or any emotion at all. Is this what opening up to someone feels like? I feel weak, but it feels so good. No, I made a promise to myself that I wouldn't die so soon. I have to at least wait for someone who is worthy of killing me. Young Sinya, why didn't you tell me you felt this way? We could have talked it out. All Might whispered to me. I slapped him across the face. The only talk that I want with you is when I hear your last words. I sneered. The crowd gasped in shock as I narrowed my eyes at All Might. Aishi's POV. Roots ran everywhere, thanks to a hero's quirk. I jumped up and started running. Along the branches, diving left and right as the oak-brown twigs tree for grab me. I was suddenly transported right next to Sinya. I got up and silently flanked her right shoulder. Dabi got up and did the same thing but on her left. Bakugu was behind us, ready to blast anybody who tried to sneak attack. Sinya had just finished her speech when I saw out of the corner of my eye a certain green-haired mop. My eyes widened as a memory flashed in my head. Looks like your little friends are going to save you, Sinya remarked, putting finger quotes around the words, friends. Who? Bakugu inquired, relaxing his muscles slightly and leaning back in the chair. Kirishima, Izuku, Sinya started to say before Bakugu cut her off. Deku's butt? Sinya rolled her eyes as the ash blonde went on a ramble about how bad Midoriya is. Midoriya. My eyes shot towards the green-haired boy as his mess of a hair bounced up and down almost like he was teasing me. I clenched my jaw tightly and turned to Dabi to see if he saw that. Dabi shrugged his shoulders as his way of saying he doesn't know what I was suggesting to him silently before taking his eyes off me and gluing them to All Might. Sinya must be really strong if she is dating to even take on All Might. Bakugu commented, his eyes traveling over Sinya's small frame against All Might's muscular bodies. You can't defeat me. All Might teased. Sinya tensed ever so slightly before closing her eyes and sighing. But you know my other quirk? I noted that it was more of a statement than asking. Creation? All Might guessed. Sinya sighed before shaking her head no. My other quirk? Death date. I can tell when someone is going to die and how they are going to die. Sinya boasted, her chest puffed out in pride. Only I could sense her shivering from the pure power of All Might. She tried her hardest to be an idol for both the heroes and the villains, but in the end, people seem to forget that Sinya Shigaraki is just a teenager. When will I die? All Might asked, visibly stiffening under Sinya's gaze. Today, Sinya announced. She pointedly ignored the fact that she might die alongside the hero. Sinya Shigaraki and I have never been close, but whenever we had a conversation we just got each other. Our past were almost identical if you don't count our personalities. So, I can understand what is going through Sinya's mind at this moment. It was the prophecy that she had to finish before, the prophecy that she has to fulfill. I curled my fist in ball, praying to all things holy that Sinya would take my signs and just fight him. Then again, I would be hesitant to fight All Might. He moved with such confidence that could strike any villain down. With such power it was hard to imagine him dying from a high schooler. I guess it was just a matter of watching how the fight is going down and if Sinya's quirk is correct. All for One did state some time ago that she had all the power she could dream of, and yet she never used it. Sinya sure is acting cocky. Bakugu breathed out, a hint of administration in the ash-blonde red scarlet eyes. Being cocky is the only way for a villain to survive. We can't go being soft. Dabi snapped. I slapped him upside the head. I'm right here, you know. I yelled. Everyone turned their heads at me and I dropped Dabi. Feeling anxious once again, I scanned the clearing for anybody that could get me some hope. And then I heard it. The hope I had been searching for. But not in the way that I wanted it to be. Go time freezer. A little girl shouted. I turned my head and memories of the little girl during the fight with the Nomus was in my head. Our eyes met. The soft winter brown eyes of the girl and the ocean blue eyes of mine met. I must protect her, I muttered under my breath. My feet and my hands wanted to do two separate things. My hands wanted to be wrapped around the girl and protect her no matter what, but my legs were dug into the ground, not wanting to go anywhere. Eventually, I made up my mind and ran towards the girl, my blonde hair whisking in the wind as hugged the girl gently. Her mother was nowhere to be seen, neither her father. Young Sinya, it seems we are rivals, but You are just a kid. All Might exclaimed. I wrapped my hands around the girl tighter. Everyone in the crowd's eyes were searching from the standoff between All Might and Sinya and me with the little girl in my arms. I will show you, kid. Sinya sneered, running towards the number Ken hero. A combo attack could be heard and All Might flew off. Get Pomeranian over here. Sinya ordered. Every villain rushed and pulled Bakugu to the battlefield. Bakugu faced All Might, his scarlet-red eyes deep in thought. I swiftly pulled the little girl away from the crowd and into the bar. Oh great! I exclaimed, stopping and seeing that the bar was being surrounded by heroes. The little girl looked at me, aspiration was gleaming in her eyes. I was a hero, I am the missing girl that went missing. I am not a villain to them, I am just trying to help out. I clenched my hand tightly around the girl's arm as I whisked her on my shoulders and went straight up to the heroes. What are you doing here, Aishi? Endeavor demanded, his flames going everywhere out of rage. I thought for a moment before playing the victim. I can't do it anymore. I cried, collapsing to the ground, taking the girl off my shoulders and covering her with my body like she was a crab and I was her shell. Do what? Endeavor asked. I heard more footsteps that I guessed belonged to the police officers. Don't you get it? Those aren't the real villains. They are just clones made by some villain's quirk. The real villains are heading out of Tokyo, I exclaimed, covering my face with the girl's back so nobody would see the sly smile that was plastered on my face. We just alert everybody. One of the police officers informed. All of the police officers left, leaving only Endeavor and I to be facing each other. Fools! I scoffed, getting off the ground and picking the little girl up. You tricked us? Endeavor yelled. I rolled my blue eyes and nodded my head yes. Did you see the black-haired male with blue eyes right next to me? I asked the girl. The girl nodded her head and I smiled. Why don't you go to him? Tell him Aishi sent you? I declared. The girl nodded her head and left to get Dabi. Where are the real villains? Endeavor demanded. I narrowed my eyes and kicked him in the guts with my free legs. The red-haired hero clenched his stomach in pain as I took a run for it. Why don't you catch me first? I challenged, running even faster. Endeavor roared before sprinting in her attempt to catch me. Sinya and All Might kept fighting. Everyone in the crowd could tell that All Might was holding back because Bakugu was there. Sinya was holding back because she didn't want to show all her advantage as once. Screw your All Might! Bakugu cried, jumping in the air the same as Midoriya burst through the wall and into the air. Kirishima stiffened as he saw his best friend and his girlfriend fighting All Might. Bakugu! Grab my hand! Kirishima ordered, holding out his hand to see if Bakugu would take it. I ran towards Kirishima. Freezing time I climbed up and somehow made it to Kirishima. Unfreezing time I tapped his shoulder. He's not going to do it, Kiri, he is a villain now, I muttered sadly. Kirishima's red eyes filled with emotion as he started crying. Let's go, Midoriya, Kirishima decided. Midoriya looked back as I jumped and landed on the soft body of Dabi. Get the F off me! Dabi snapped. I quickly got off him and turned towards the girl. Remind me of your name? I inquired, bending down so I could get eye to eye with the girl. Hataru Tenshi. Hataru introduced herself. I smiled warmly and kissed her forehead. Who the F names their kid Hataru? Dabi asked. I smacked him just before Hataru spoke again. Who the F are you? Hataru asked Dabi. There was a moment of silence before Dabi burst into laughter and I scolded the black-haired male. Dabi answered Hataru's brown eyes lit up in the darkness of the nighttime sky as she stared at her second idol. Her first one being me, of course. Help! Sinya's scream was heard. My eyes shot up as I watched All Might freeze in place. This time, without my quirk, instead he was frozen in shock. Both of Sinya's ears were bleeding and disapproving mutters were heard throughout the clearing. What have I done? All Might whispered to himself as he watched one of his former students bleed out the ear. You are worse than Endeavor, All Might. You are the symbol of nothing. Sinya declared. Her words were mushed together since I guess she couldn't hear. All Might widened his eyes as he stared at the teenage girl. Sinya's chapter. I killed him. I killed the great symbol of peace. What will happen now? Why did I do that? Tears started rolling down Shinya Shigaraki's face as cameras flickered in her direction. The camera crew and the crowd muttered disapproving messages on both sides. The same argument kept coming up. She's just a kid, All Might didn't have to go that hard on her. Who cares how old she is? She killed All Might? A purple portal opened up and Shinya weakly crawled in it, not having enough energy to even walk on 2 feet. Is she going to be alright? Tamura inquired, leaning forward and touching his twin's hand lightly. Shinya leaned into the touch and curled around Tamura's legs. For the millionth time, she will be fine. She is just deaf, we can get around that. Dabi informed. Aishi lightly batted Dabi before turning her attention to Hataru. You can't blame him for worrying. What if Shoto became deaf? Would Yo be worried? Aishi countered. Dabi scoffed as a response. That doesn't matter right now, Dabi sighed, opening up a book and starting to read it. Knock knock. Everyone froze in place before Aishi walked over to the door and opened it slightly, sighing in relief when it was Kirishima and Shiro. What's up? Aishi asked, tilting her head sideways and looking at the 2 males. We came to see Shinya. Shiro and Kirishima sneered at the same time. Aishi chuckled before nodded her head in understanding. Okay then, last room to the right? Aishi instructed. Kirishima nodded his head and led the way as Shiro hesitantly went in the bar, his muscles stiffening as he walked in Shinya's room. Dude, I heard she went deaf. Shiro exclaimed, his eyes wide in shock. That's probably because she is idiot. Kirishima hissed. Shiro rolled his midnight black eyes and gently tapped Shinya's shoulder. Shinya jolted awake, her eyes locked with Shiro's. Did something happen? Where's Tamura? Why can't I speak? Shiro help me, Kirishima help me. Anybody help. Shinya thought, thin tears beginning to form at the corners of her eyes. She quickly whipped them off and stared at the 2 males. Shiro leaned in and wrote down on paper. Why are you crying? Shinya hissed before getting her own journal and writing with a Sharpie. Where's Tamura? Shiro hissed before dragging Shigaraki in Shinya's room. Shinya's violet eyes brightened up like a million stars. Kirishima looked in awe at his girlfriend but narrowed his eyes as Shinya hugged Shiro tightly. Then going over to hug Kirishima, Kirishima hugged her back and sent Shiro a death glare. What the hell do you guys need? Shigaraki asked, his eyebrows slightly lifted. Shinya was asking for you. Shiro explained as Shinya hugged her twin. Is everything alright? They aren't hurting you, right? I mean, they don't look like they are hurting anybody, and Tamura doesn't seem to have any bruises or cuts anywhere other than the scars that Mama and Papa left on him. I can trust them. They're my friends, right? I mean, I have been through so much with Kirishima and Shiro, and I have been pretty close over the past years. I just can't help but think that they are going to abound me when I am at a weak state, Shinya thought. Memories soft spending time with the boys flashed in her head. Honesty, she was right. She only thought of her relationship with Kirishima as open-ended. And that's what everyone had agreed on, being open-ended, because Shinya was nervous of him breaking her heart like she has broken her own heart by rejecting boy after boy, even sometimes a non-binary person or a female sprinkled in there. All rejected because of what? Nothing. Utter nonetheless, what's the point of all of this? Why was she thinking this way? I was fine yesterday. I wanted to breath yesterday, but now I just want to curl up in my own hole and slowly die. It's like the world is caving in and all of my emotions of bubbling up to the top and the air is bettering thicker. I can't breathe. Will somebody help me out of this endless suffering that we call a world? Shinya silently pleaded, clinging onto Tamura harder than ever. Tenko, Aijuru, Shiro, Aishi, why is everyone treating me like I am weak? Shinya thought as she leaned in close to feel her twin's heartbeat. She hummed, or at least she thanked she hummed. She felt the vibration on her throat that felt like a hum, but she couldn't hear if it sounded like a hum. It kind of sounded like a hum, but it was part of a scuffled mixture of cries and then a hum like no other, a hum that was like Shinya Shigaraki. The great and powerful villain was surrendering, not to anybody in particular but rather to a object or a feeling. Like the world has officially taken a piece out of her and moan, she is silently breaking down, curled up on her twin's chest. Wow, I knew something was wrong with Shinya, but I didn't know it was that bad, Shiro commented, Kirishima clicked his tongue in a reply. Of course you didn't think highly of her emotions. Kirishima snapped. Zero backed up with his hands in the air. Whoa now buddy. We don't need to start a fight or anything. Zero backed down, chuckling afterwards. If we are going to have a love triangle we have to at least tolerate each other. Kirishima scoffed. Zero blushed at the idea of being with the violet-eyed girl. Or at least, Kirishima had told him she had violet eyes that blossomed like a yellow sunflower in the hot morning sun as the sunflower brightened everyone's day. Zero understood why she took it upon herself to put a BLNDFLD over her eyes, but he sometimes wished that he could see her BLNDFLD off, see the version of Sinya that not a lot of people see. Then again, he guessed that Sinya crying was a very rare sight since usually the girl would bottle of her feelings and snap at anybody that was close to her. Zero gently laid a hand on Sinya. Sinya lifted her head and let out a breath of relief. Kirishima smiled in response and began to hug Sinya's waist. Finally Tamura got the hint and left the room. When he left, Zero was quick to let Sinya lay in his chest. They are just doing this because I am deaf, Sinya thought as she let out a whine of desperation. Haha, look at your face. Aishi exclaimed, pointing towards Dabi as he tried to open a champion bottle and helplessly failing. You want to try? Dabi challenged, still struggling. To open the bottle. No, Aishi admitted. Just when the league couldn't possibly get any more chaotic, the whole Baku squad came. Sup bitches? Mina yelled on the top of her lounges, popping open some wine with Denki, Zero, Jiro, and Kirishima following closely behind. How the hell did you do that? Dabi asked as he finally popped the lid off. The corkscrew went flying in the air and hit Sinya. Sinya smacked Dabi across the face and sulked in the corner. I don't need to know sign language to know what that means, Jiro stated, her index finger flicking in the air like something was going to fall out of the roof on her command. Dabi flipped the purple-haired girl off. Jiro rolled her eyes and focused on getting the food out of the way. She gently laid down some pork and smiled at the villains. Why the F did you bring pork? Shigaraki asked, finally ungluing himself from Sinya and going right in front of Jiro. Pork means good luck and wealth if you eat it on New Year's. Jiro answered carefully. We're going to need that considering that you guys keep attacking us. Kirishima added, not wanting to be left out on the conversation. We attack you guys so much brigade it's fun. Toga cheered, her yellow eyes scanning the bar. Is Izuku here? She inquired, Bakugu just the door open and scoffed at Toga's attitude. No, he just jumped out the window. The ash blonde teased. Toga growled before leaping forward and trying to stab Bakugu. Bakugu skillfully dodged and tripped Toga with his feet. Toga scowled before leaping on top of him, onto to be stopped by Dabi holding her torso. Let me at him Dibi. I'll tear him apart. Toga screeched as she tried to get away from his grasp. Dabi rolled his eyes as he held Toga back, bored out of his mind. Later, he responded, chucking Toga on the couch. Toga landed on Spinner and the two then argument amongst themselves. Later with Aishi. Come Uun. Aishi whined, dragging Dabi out and getting him in the car. Champion, you know I love you right? Dabi inquired. Aishi nodded her head as she started the car and buckled herself in. Yep. Aishi exclaimed, putting a lot of power on the peach sound. But we talked about this, not driving. Dabi stated more sternly. Aishi's rolled her ocean blue eyes and started driving anyway. Aishi, you are going to make me throw up? Dabi yelled. Aishi shrugged her shoulders as she broke every speed limit there was imaginable. Oh look, the cops are chasing me. Aishi commented as she pointed to the back window of the car where several police cars were chasing after Dabi and Aishi. Oh God! Dabi exclaimed, rolling down the window and chuckling rocks at them. Since when do we have rocks in the car? Aishi inquired, her calm and squeaky voice not even comparing to Dabi's frantic and deep voice. Since you started driving. Dabi countered. Aishi hummed and started playing WAP on full volume as she started singing along. I said, certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet butt pee-pee. Make that pull-out game weak. Aishi, you beach, stop singing to TikTok songs and help me. Dabi scolded. Aishi ignored her boyfriend's cry for help and kept driving. pushing the speed limits a little further each time. Yeah, you offend you with some wet butt pee-pee. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet butt pee-pee. Give me everything you got for this wet butt pee-pee. Aishi ignored as the cops yelled some gibberish and kept singing. The citizens turned and saw the police chase, some laughing at Aishi and some joining in on her singing. Beat it up, nah, catch a charge. Extra large and extra hard. Put this pee-pee right in your face. Swipe your nose like a credit card. Hop on top, I wanna ride. I do a kegel while it's inside. Spit in my mouth, look in my eyes. This pee-pee is wet, come take a dive. Tie me up like I'm surprised. Let's roleplay, I'll wear a disguise. I want you to park that Big Mac truck. Right in this little garage. Make it cream, make me scream. Everyone in the sidewalks soon joined in Aishi singing as the younger teens pulled out their phones and recorded her to put it on their TikToks. Dabi was still having a mental breakdown as he screamed on the top of his lounge that the cops were still after him. Out in public, make a scene. I don't cook, I don't clean. But let me tell you how I got this ring. You wear jive at first until you forced me to date you, then you showed your true colors. Dabi answered. Everyone in the crowd burst into laughter along with Aishi. Soon, Dabi reluctantly joined in on the singing. Gobble me, swallow me, drip down the side of me. Quick, jump out for you let it get inside of me. I tell him where to put it, never tell him where I'm about to be. I'll run down on him, for I have a na running me. Talk your sheet, bite your lip. Ask for a car while you ride that D, while you ride that D. The cops started slowing down and the coop cops joined in on the singing while the grumpy cops yelled at the citizens and threatened to arrest them. You really ain't never gotta F him for a tang. He already made his mind up for he came. Now get your boots and your coat. For this wet butt pee-pee. He bought a phone just for pictures. Of this wet butt pee-pee. Pay my tuition just to kiss me. On this wet butt pee-pee. Now make it rain if you wanna. See some wet butt pee-pee. As the chorus came around again, everyone sang even louder. Laughter filling the area as they saw the funniest nonsense that belonged to the villains. Look, I need a hard hitter, I need a deep stroker. I need a henny drinker, I need a weed smoker. Not a garden snake, I need a king cobra. With a hook in it, hope it lean over. He got some money, then that's where I'm headed. P1 just like his credit. He got a beard, well, I'm trying to wet it. I let him taste it, now he diabetic. I don't want to spit, I want to gulp. I want a GG, I want to choke. I want you to touch that lil dangly thing. That swing in the back of my throat. My head game is fire, punani dasani. It's going in dry and it's coming out soggy. I ride on that tang like the cops is behind me. I spit on his mic and now he trying to sign me. Everyone practically screamed the dangly thing that swing in the back of my throat part. The music from the radio now drowned out by the people who have memorized it word by word either eagerly or reluctantly. Your Honor, I'm a freak beach, HNDCFFS, leashes. W's my wig, make him feel like he cheating. Put him on his knees, give him something to believe in. Never lost a fight, but I'm looking for a beating. In the food chain, I'm the one that eat ya. If he ate my butt, he's a bottom feeder. Big D stand for big demeanor. I could make you bust before I ever meet ya. If it don't hang, then he can't bang. You can't hurt my feelings, but I like pain. If he F me and ask, whose is it? When I ride the D dash, I misspell my name. Ah, whores in this house. Dabi started recording on his phone while people sand the bridge and sent it to the League of Villains group chat. Yeah, you offend you with some wet butt pee-pee. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet butt pee-pee. Give me everything you got for this wet butt pee-pee. Now from the top, make it drop. That's some wet butt pee-pee. Now get a bucket and a mop. That's some wet butt pee-pee. I'm talking wap. That's some wet butt pee-pee. Macaroni in a pot. That's some wet butt pee-pee. As the song came to and ended, some people stopped recording but to their kept recording. Dabi got a text from Ash Child. Ash Child, what the F dash? Dabi, Aishi started rubbing from the cops and out on this song. Tamura, I already heard this song enough. Toga, I said. Certified freak. Spinner, that's it, I am removing Toga from the group chat. Toga, but Toga was removed from the group chat. People starting listening to the blasting radio as the song came to an end. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. Aishi's POV. Thanks to Sinya being reckless and taking down All Might, I had to be the only traitor in UA, which was hard considering that Kirishima and Deku knew that she was a villain. Although, the famous saying, snitches get stitches, goes a long way in my new villain DNA. I have always thought about Dabi, about the trauma that had caused us to love each other in this messed up world, all that he has been through. What are you doing here, Aishi-chan? Deku asked. I looked up at him and put on a fake smile. What are you talking about, Deku? I go here. I cheered, an evil glint in my bright ocean blue eyes as Deku clutched his knuckles so tightly they turned white. Deku! Why are you getting so worked up? It's only Aishi-chan. Ochako explained, laying a reassuring hand on her green-haired friend's shoulder. I twirled a pen in my hand before giving him a boy smile that had murder behind it. Yeah, Deku. I am just the same old girl you saw on the first day of school, I reassured, looking at Ochako and giving her a pretend pity look. No, you're not. Deku screamed on the top of his lounges. I fall back dramatically and hit the floor. OWWWDKU. I groaned loud enough for the whole class to hear. Everyone turned their heads. All they saw was a weak and frail girl get knocked over by a large male that was now using his quirk. I thought we were friends. I cried, fake tears brimming out of the corners of my eyes as I watched Ida kneel down and wrap his arms around me. The cold air whipped like icicles on a cold winter day. I shivered at the thought and kept my act up. Midoriya, what is wrong with you? Todoroki asked, kneeling down in one knee and healing the blood spot from my forehead with some ice. I flinched as my forehead numbed out. I didn't know what hurt more. The ice that was now starting to melt, or the fact that everyone was going against Deku's back and calling himself villain. It's probably the ice. Class. Aizawa called. Everyone's head turned and saw the frame of Aizawa. His jet black eyes like the midnight sky without the stars or moon in them, his light gray scarf wrapped around his neck and his baggy black hero uniform hanging loosely around his well-trained body that had been through many villain attacks. Yes, Mr. Aizawa? Everyone said together like we were all one. Aizawa hesitated before speaking again. We will be preparing for our provisional hero licenses like they had planned to during the training camp. Mr. Aizawa stated, pausing before looking at the group that tried to save Bakugo and frowning. I would have expelled everyone but Toru, Kyoka, Katsuki, and Aishi because nobody else tried to stop them. Aizawa added. I sighed in relief. To be honest, I wasn't really there to disagree, but I wasn't agreeing, so I think Aizawa just thought I disagreed and left the room without a care in the world. Speaking of Bakugo, where is he? I asked, looking around and seeing the empty spot where Bakugo was supposed to be. I sighed internally. He said he wasn't going to go missing for another week. Why the hell is he going now? Everyone glanced at each other and mumbled a few things. Mr. Aizawa looked around the swarm of children but didn't pick out the transgender male. I guess we stay here and wait? I inquired, jumping on a forest green couch and slouching down, letting all my muscles relax. Let's have a room competition. Mina exclaimed, looking at me before dragging me across the floor. Deku's room. Hee, Deku mumbled nervously. The room was filled to the brim with All Might stuff. Why is your room filled with a dead person's merch? I asked annoyedly, eyeing Deku and smirking. To everyone else it just looked like I was genuinely curious or that I was teasing him, but for Deku, it meant that I knew the person who killed the great symbol of peace. Because he's my idol, Deku proclaimed. I gave him a bored look before shrugging my shoulders and whipping around, making sure my sunshine blonde hair hit his face. Next was Tokoyami's room. It was dark and not a lot to look at. Tokoyami got pretty annoyed by this, and Dark Shadow eventually dragged them both out. Next is your room, Aoyama, Azui exclaimed, pumping her fist in the air. I looked right and left before hesitantly opening the door, only to get blinded by the abominable amounts of glitter and mirrors there. Geez, Aoyama, you keeping Jojo Siwa in there or something? I cried, my hands covering my eyes so the bright lights won't hurt my electric blue eyes. Let's go see Shoji's room, Mina explained before reaching to the tall masked male's dorm room. After all the rooms were judged. I think Aishi's was the best girl room. Kirishima exclaimed. They were focusing more on the forms that they thought were best. My dorm was high on the list. Right next to Mina's to be exact. Sato had the best cake for the boys' dorms. I chimed in. I wonder what happened with Kirishima. Deku has been eyeing me every second like he is nervous I am going to do something bad. Bakuga's a villain so he is used to me and doesn't act strange, but Kirishima acts like a villain I supposed to be a hero. Like, a villain will turn around and be better. Hey Kirishima. Mina cooed, messing with her shirt. I froze time and got her a hoodie to go over her shirt before sitting down and unfreezing time. It's cold, I stated when I saw Mina's confused expression. Mina was trying to flirt with Kirishima since she thought that Kirishima ended things with Shinya. Kirishima hesitated. Usually he would thank me, but this time he leaned in close to my ear so nobody else would hear what he was about to say. If I flirt with Mina, would you tell Shinya? Kirishima whispered. I even had to strain my ears to hear so I knew that no one could have heard it. Of course not. I proclaimed loudly, a large smile plastered on my face. But it immediately faded when Kirishima started actually flirting with Mina. I threw water on Shiro and acted like it was an accident. OMG Shiro, are you okay? I exclaimed, thinking for a moment before saying something else. Come on. I have some stuff to get that stain out. I explained as I dragged Shiro across the dorm room to the girls' section and into my dorm room. What's up, amigo? Shiro inquired, tilting his head sideways before getting stain-getter outer and spraying his shirt. Are you dating Shinya? I asked. Shiro's face shot up in shock. Yeah, Kirishima and I are doing a triangle with her. Shiro explained. I tapped my foot on the soft carpet ground before pacing back and forth. Well, Kirishima isn't being very loyal, I muttered under my breath. Shiro leaned forward before shrugging his shoulders. Yeah, it is what it is. Shiro exclaimed, throwing his hands behind his back and giving me a lazy smile. I quickly slapped him across the face. We have to tell Shinya, I assured, dragging Shiro out of the dorm room. I gazed sideways at Kirishima and Mina on top of one another, currently in a heated makeout session. I sneakily took a picture of them kissing because there is no way that Shinya would believe me if I told her this without any proof. You are so done. I hissed under my breath to no one in particular. Shinya laid on her back in the bed. She looked up at the ceiling. Her violet eyes clouded with boredom. If she focused hard enough, maybe something interesting would happen once in her life. I wish being able to hear, Shinya thought miserably as the ticking of the clock echoed through the bedroom. Where the F is Tamura? Shinya wrote down on a piece of lined index cards with a black Sharpie. Dabi, who was watching over the 17-year-old girl, chuckled softly before writing down on the index card. He is out on a mission. Shinya stared at the jet black mail before sighing and getting up. Aishi! Dabi exclaimed, his voice cracking slightly. No, Aishi snapped, her sandy blonde hair swishing in her boyfriend's face. What's wrong? Dabi asked hesitantly. His blue eyes trickled slightly with hurt as he watched his girlfriend storm off. Kirishima is cheating on Shinya with that pink-haired freak. Aishi screamed on the top of her lounges. Shinya stared at the couple. Confusion in her gaze as she watched people's mouth move, but she couldn't hear anything they were saying. Even if she tried her hardest, all she could hear was the faint buzzing in her ears that always seemed to be faintly in the background. Who is cheating on Shinya with who? Dabi inquired, clearly not catching on with his girlfriend's slang as his blue eyes traced to the small girl that was weak and vulnerable at the moment. Shinya stared at Dabi with a blank expression. Her eyes clouded with interest as she reached for another index card. Aishi took a deep breath in and decided to recount what was happening. Shinya's boyfriend, Kirishima, is cheating on Shinya with a girl named Mina. Aishi explained more calmly. What about that Mexican freak? Dabi shot as Aishi waiting for a pathetic lie. Aishi rolled her eyes. Well, he's fine. Aishi snapped, his eyes narrowing as she threw her hands in the air before getting a whole sketchbook sheet and writing what had happened on the page. And then handed it carefully to Shinya. Shinya gave her friend a thankful nod and started to read the pencil scribbles. Each time she passed a line, the angrily she seemed to get. Her eyes hardening in hatred, the sketchbook clutched tightly in her palms. Her eyes darted from one line to the next, clenching her jaw tight and repressing the urge to go out of the bar and to whoever he might be and kill her boyfriend without a second thought. Once Sinya was done reading, she met the gaze of Aishi and chuckled and sketchbook at a plain white wall in anger. F him, Sinya mouthed, only a squeak coming out of her mouth. Aishi's heart squeezed as she stared at the black and blue-haired female in front of her. Where is he? Sinya demanded as she scribbled on the index card fiercely. At UA, Dabi answered, writing down in a thin pencil. Sinya stared at the index before taking off her black leather gloves and grabbing the index card, turning it to ash. Grabbing her backpack, she stormed out of the hideout. So, anyone going to get the raging killer, or should I? Dabi asked as Sinya left. Aishi flicked her finger in the air. Nah, Aishi exclaimed, watching the wooden door with interest. I think that something important will happen, she muttered, half to herself and half out loud. Sinya's feet pattered against the concrete sidewalk. Her hair light against the sun rays. Help! Someone yelled. Sinya, not even meaning to, looking up, her violet eyes locked with the burning bus. Usually she would just smirk and walk along, maybe even say a quick thanks or good job to the villain who caused it. But something was different, something changed inside of her heart at that moment. She didn't know what or why. But it did. I have to go there, Sinya thought as she darted towards the burning bus. Her feet quickening, jumping into the fire without a second thought. Only when she was in the bus and she saw people with their jaws agape, screaming, she guessed, was when she thought the whole thing through. Swiftly, Sinya turned around. Her palms felt light and tingly. Ash flame. Sinya mouthed lightly, making the citizens having to strain to hear about what the teenage girl was saying, making her palms go out. Just as that happened, caracol-like black fire spread throughout the sides of the bus. Everything it touching turning to ash. She let her hands down and the flames stopped spreader. Dying away quickly, Sinya stared at her hands. She looked up and saw everyone surrounding her, mouthing words along the lines of thank you. Sinya smiled softly and even patted one of the girls' heads before going off the ash-covered bus, that was basically nothing at this point, and leaving to go to UA. Once Sinya's feet stepped in the large royal blue gates of UA, she didn't even have a chance to turn it to ash before ectoplasm came rushing in the door. Thank goodness you are here, Death Dater, he signed, his fingers running quickly along that made words in sign language. Sinya stared blankly at him. He wouldn't die anytime soon. She ignored the death scene. Hearing the screams and cries of your past teacher wasn't a good thing. The hero didn't wait for Sinya to sign or even write on her notebook. Did you get her? Aizawa asked, his jet black hair staring straight at the black and blue-haired female. Sinya clenched her jaw, annoyance flowing in her veins. She couldn't understand anything they were saying. Well, obviously. Sinya stared at her teacher. He would die at age SEKS for him. Sinya! Kirishima yelled, his crimson eyes locked with his girlfriend's violet eyes. Sinya wanted to go and rip his throat out. She wanted to kill him, but he was going to die when it was his time. Sinya stared at Kirishima for a second, memories flooding over her body like a tsunami. I wonder who I will fight first. I wondered as I sat down next to Kirishima, back into my blue uniform. I don't know, but man, you have some game for you if you are fighting me, Shark said, flashing me a toothy grin. Oh yeah. I challenged as I tackled him to the floor. Shark caught along very quickly and started to play tackle along with me. We laughed together as we fought. We both knew that probably neither of us would win, but hey. It was fun right now and I wasn't going to miss a beat of it. So who was that? Shark asked, breaking the awkward silence that filled the room. My twin Tamura, I stated, giving an annoyed glance at the door. Kirishima, Shark nodded his head awkwardly. He asked me if Shark started to say, we were dating? I asked, cutting him off. He nodded his head and I sighed, setting my head down on the pillow that was giving to me. You have to ignore him, he does that sometimes, I explained. Shark looked at me a little more and I started getting annoyed. Do I have something in my face? I asked him, raising my brow slightly. Shark looked at me shocked and stumbled back a few steps. Yes. I mean well no. It was I wanted to ask you if you could, if we could start dating? Maybe I totally understand did you don't want to it's just like. Shark started stumbling over his words and rambling on about the same thing of do you want to be my girlfriend? I rolled my eyes and kissed him on the lips and flinched slightly in the pain of moving but ignored it and pulled back. There, happy? I asked him. His blush was as red as my hair and he nodded his head shyly. I had to admit I did love this side of Kirishima, the shy and nervous side other than the rough and tough side. He lied. Oh, the love, everything that he promised her was nothing. She felt tears weakly come off her cheek, all the rage that she felt was slipping away slowly. She felt something she hated feeling, weak and vulnerable. A villain? Deku screamed, his green locks bouncing as he stumbled backwards in shock. Sinya flicked her index finger towards the male her age. Can somebody shut him up? Jairu inquired, a vein popping out the side of her head, glaring at Midoriya as she put on her dark royal purple headphones. Yeah, I can't believe I used to date her. Kirishima scoffed, silently praying to himself that Sinya was deaf. Her eyes were focused on Kirishima for a moment before breaking it and staring at Aizawa. Calm down Tamura, he might be here soon. He wouldn't want weak little first years to be crushed now, would he? Sinya asked, eyeing the students. Her gaze rested on Kirishima for a few minutes before tearing her gaze away from it. Aishi tilted her head sideways and leaned in close to Kirishima. Does that girl look like Sinya or is it just me? Aishi asked Kirishima. Kirishima looked at her and chuckled nervously. Attack! Mina yelled. Sinya's eyes widened as she saw her friends race towards her. Sinya ran towards Aizawa. The teacher glares at her, stepping to the right and avoiding the silent plea of help from his former student. Sinya stared at Aizawa, betrayal clouding her gaze. Get the villain out of here. She shouldn't exist. Sinya scrambled up, getting her fist up shakily. All the power that she felt seeping out of her. Then she saw Deku's mouth move. Villains don't help anybody. She could understand a little and she just guessed what the rest of the words were. Villains helped everybody. Didn't he see? They help heroes stay at work, they help kids. The pale gray-haired girl came into her mind. And suddenly, she clenched her fist tighter, powers surging through her body once more. It's okay that I won't hurt you. Sinya comforted the little girl. She had bandages wrapped around her arms and legs along with a light tan nightgown. Are you a hero? Eri asked hopefully. Sinya hesitated before nodding her head yes. Yeah, and these guys aren't trying to harm you, that nobody wants you since of your quirk, but we think that it is strong. Sinya explained. Eri's red eyes lit up with joy. They reminded her of a certain redhead's crimson eyes and it somehow made her want to protect the little girl more. Sinya stared at her past friend. Yue clenched. She hooked her arm up and punched Midoriya's jaw. A thud was heard and everyone froze, their eyes shifting to Midoriya's limp body. Sinya fixed her posture as she stared at the heroes in training. Well, that's one way to get her mad. Present Mike commented, his greenish-yellow eyes fixed on his student. What did you expect? She is protective of her job. Aizawa snapped, eyeing Sinya with a blank expression. I wouldn't call it a job, Shoyuta. What is it then, Hizashi? More of I was forced to do this and can't go back now because I killed the great symbol of peace? Don't forget why we wanted her here in the first place, Hizashi. Sinya stared at the two pro-heroes, her eyes focused on it. Kirishima snuck up behind his girlfriend, his usually bubbly crimson eyes glowing with hunger and anger. Hardening his arms, and getting as close as he dared, which was a few inches, from Sinya. Quietly he hooked his rock-hard arm around Sinya's neck. Sinya's violet eyes widened, her arms flailing in the air as she tried to look behind her. Her body sent ripples, her nerves on edge as scarlet blood dripped down her neck. Aizawa whipped around, his light gray scarf and jet black hair starting to levitate in the air. His red eyes shining with anger, the red eyes piercing into the body of Kirishima. Kirishima's rock-hard arms started to soften and Sinya to her advantage. Kicking him back with all the strength that she had with inch was little to none at the moment. Managing to wiggle free and fall on the ground, her hands curling into the concrete and knees skinning the ground. Sinya! Shiro exclaimed, his voice ringing throughout the clearing. Aizawa turned towards the raven-haired male, a rare warm smile plastered on his face. Do I see a smile? Present Mike teased, his slim fingers pressing against Aizawa's head. Aizawa narrowed his eyes at Mike before tearing his gaze away and looking at nowhere in particular. Sinya's vision blurred, white spots in front of her hands. Where was she? All she could feel was the pounding of her head as hard as a drum and the concrete below her hands and knees as sandy. Help. She barely spoke, her words stumbling over. Her head felt light but heavy at the same time. Before she closed her eyes. Blackness filling her sights, all her senses slowly giving up on her. She felt weak, a loss for words. She wanted to scream for help, but at the same time she wanted to hide and tremble. The coldness that enveloped her body, searching for any type of warmth. She then felt the tiniest of warmth. Her body let whatever the warmth was seep through her body. Her body relaxed, the muscles that used to be always on alert and tensed up finally being relaxed and letting her body sink into the cold, hard floor. Her senses slowly started coming back together. First came her scent, the smell of chemicals filling the air. Then came her touch. The feeling of soft but at the same time hard thing underneath her, her light pink hoodie crop top and ripped skinny black jeans rubbing against her body. Then came her taste. Her tongue tipped the taste of metallic blood, she guessed. The thick scarlet river flowing out of her neck and onto the soft surface that she was laying on. And lastly, her sight. She forced her eyes open. It seemed every movement was making her stronger as she gained confidence. Her eyelashes fluttering opening, the brightest light pierced into her gaze. She let her eyes adjust to the light, first seeing a black silhouette to slowly seeing the black raven-colored eyes and matching hair. Shiro. Sinya's eyes brightened up as she saw her boyfriend's frame. Behind Shiro she saw the light baby blue theme of the hospital in Recovery Gittle's office. Hey, you're awake! Shiro exclaimed happily, jumping on the floor and hugging her tightly. Sinya yelped in pain, quickly covering her hands with her mouth. Her body gave into the pressure, all her worries slowly melting away behind her. Understood him. Aishi's POV. I walked into UA dorms, my eye opened and saw Kirishima eyeing me suspiciously. I wouldn't blame him, it isn't every day that you see a villain showing up and making themselves known. Although, it was kind of weird not seeing Sinya. Aishi. A silky voice sounded. It was familiar but also distant. Who are you? I asked, twirling around and seeing Sinya. Your friend that we are friends, right? Sinya asked hesitantly, her arms folding into herself. Did you just not understand me? I looked at her, shocked, as she stared at her friend, looking for any sign of toga or twice lurking. Yue gave me these hearing aids. They say it I'd for a reason, although I don't know what it is. Sinya stated, her eyes focused on her slim fingers. I laughed, clenching my stomach because I was laughing too much. Before, realizing that Sinya was not joking. Her lips laid on a relaxed position and her eyes focused on my frame. It took a moment for me to notice the tiny things in Sinya. Realizing just how pretty and stunning she looked. Her black hair swiftly and smoothly blended into dark navy blue that seemed like an ocean in the darkest part. Her violet eyes shimmered with the light of the sun, speckles of silvery gray and dark purple tying together. She didn't have on the outfit that she left with, instead she had on a black short shrug-off with golden edged on it and a golden arrow pointed down reaching to her face with a old red fabric on the inside, matching old red crop top whose sleeves were hidden by the shrug-off hoodie that went up to the top of her rib cage, only the old red strings with golden rings on the edge, long black leather sleeves that went a few inches above her elbow that have two golden hoop bracelets on each arm. Moving on to her breathes, she had wine red leggings, baggier black breathes that went up to her knee with golden linings along her inner thighs, and on the top of her baggy breathes she had a thin tight black belt with tiny golden studs on them, a larger dark gray almost black belt that hung around her waist with a golden buckle and larger golden studs on them, a golden shell on her right hip, and lastly for her feet she had small jet black heels. Oh, I whispered, thoughts all on Sinya's stunning outfit. She shouldn't be paying attention to every little detail on this girl when she pays little no attention to her boyfriend. But the exposure of her stomach brought out her slender frame and abs that defined her bod even more. How could someone look so skinny and slender yet have a six-pack? I like your outfit," I blurted out, silently cursing myself for stumbling over my ears. "Really? I made some outfits and I thought this one was a little too much as first." Sinya cheered, twirling around her outfit. The silver shell buckled against her studded belt, making a clank sound. "Yeah, it's really good." I stumbled, my words coming out as a mess as I stared at the frame of my friend. What was this feeling? She never felt it with Dobby or when Mina and I were friends. This is part of a lyric chapter, so here is the song putting a spin on girls. I gently padded towards the bar of the league, my thoughts swirling as I thought about what feeling was going through my head. "Are you okay, Aishi?" Dobby inquired, his eyebrow ped slightly. "I've been hiding for so long. These feelings, they're not gone." I hissed, my finger reaching out to Dobby and hug him tightly. Could I tell anyone? Afraid of what they'll say. "I don't know. I am fine," I lied, my heart lurching as my thoughts swirled in my mind once again. So I pushed them away. "You're acting so strange," Dobby stated, his eyes traveling across my body. "They're so pretty it hurts. I'm not talking about boys. I'm talking about girls." Images of Sinya ran through my head as I thought of her hips and her soft, plump lips. "They're so pretty with their button-up shirts." I thought of, now that I realized it, all the girls in my life. How pretty they wear. Toga, in her cute but annoying schoolgirl uniform. I shouldn't be feeling this. But it's too hard to resist. Soft skin and soft lips. My eyes landed on Toga and Dobby. Should be into this guy. But it's just a waste of time. He's really not my type. The feelings that I had for Dobby slowly slipping away from me. Maybe it is just the phase in the relationship and that I just pay attention to other girls cause of hormones. I know what I like. I thought, determined as I went towards Dobby. The sights of Toga slowly closing behind me. No, this is not a phase. Or coming of age. This will never change. I realized as I looked Dobby in the eye and turned away from him and go towards Toga. "They're so pretty it hurts." I'm not talking about boys. I'm talking about girls. They're so pretty with their button-up shirts. My eyes locked with Toga as it seemed our thoughts connected together. Her honey-colored eyes danced in the breeze like a soft bumblebee that buzzed softly, and her messy sandy yellow space buns that stuck out in many different directions somehow looking good. "They're so pretty it hurts." I'm not talking about boys. I'm talking about girls. They're so pretty with their button-up shirts. I thought more desperately, my chest aching as I saw her body sway awkwardly. No words needed to be exchanged between each other. 'Cause I don't know what to do. It's not like I get to choose. I love who I love. I smiled at her, no words needed to be said between us as I left all my worries. "They're so pretty it hurts." I'm not talking about boys. I'm talking about girls. They're so pretty in their button-up shirts. I started to think of all the girls I have seen. Now realizing that it wasn't just that I wanted to be them but that I wanted to kiss them and date them. "They're so pretty it hurts." I'm not talking about boys. I'm talking about girls. They're so pretty it hurts. I gave Toga a desperate look before I backed away and went to Dobby, only to let him put his hands around my waist. Sinya's POV. "We need to stay together," Deku exclaimed loudly. I stared at him blankly, my eyes darting to the rubble around me, trying to get an idea of what the rest of the terrain would look like beyond those tans and dark chocolate brown rocks. I was going to get some rest after I finished this test thing with ease. I could just scare people since they knew of my power. They would either try to be way too cocky, or they would hide from me out of fear. The ones that would hide from me, if I found them, then they would freeze up and not know what to do. While, on the other hand, if they acted cocky, I can simply take my glove off and they would freak out. That seemed like a logical plan. They didn't know what my weaknesses are since I never showed them. Although, to be fair, most of my weaknesses were emotion ones and the pressure of hurting everybody that I love and care for than physical weakness, unlike Deku, who used to break his bones every time he even tried to use his quirk. "Yeah, FCK that?" Bakugu scoffed, turning around and going off on his own. Kirishima turned towards me, I eyed him before pointing the direction that Bakugu followed. You should follow him before you get all your buttons pulled by your teammate. I hissed, my eyes narrowing. I missed a lot of things with hearing, like the soft trickling of water and the crack-loving of a fireplace. But that freaking voice, I feel like whenever I hear it I want to rip out my hearing aids and never putting them back on or just chop my ears off. The high energetic voice who belonged to Idru Kirishima, the voice that used to bring me up and raise my hopes every second that I heard it, or the worried voice that would ring in my ears whenever I had a panic attack now brings me down into a dark times, making me have panic attacks, but he never realizes how much pain he is causing me on the inside. I held back from having another mental breakdown in the middle of a test. It was time. Time to make myself worthwhile. Sorry Midoriya, but I can't use my ice power in a large group of people. Todoroki mumbled out an apology, not breaking eye contact with the floor. I looked towards Midoriya, my chest tightening and my breathing coming out in short puffs. Everyone was leaving him, just like they left me. A sudden stab of guilt hit me like a train, the feeling that was overwhelming me slowly. He needed me, all of the students in class 1 have kept their eye on me and are blaming me for everything that has happened. Why shouldn't they all just split up anyway? I inquired nervously, barely even getting the words out. To be honest, I couldn't care for what the green-haired male's answer was. I was going to stay with him either way. A sense of neediness for someone to comfort got stronger and stronger as my eyes winded in realization. I was having a panic attack, and nobody understands what that is. It felt as though icicles hit the back of my throat every time I let out and in a short breathe. It felt as though I was hyperventilating but at the same time that I was breathing too slow. The two sides of me slowly started to overwhelm me and take over my body and actions. Because it's a poor idea, everyone else knows about our class's weaknesses and strengths. Deku explained, everyone stiffened. They knew everybody, me especially. I feel like I would just hold the group back. I don't want to hold people back, I want to hold them up. But, just as I was about to leave I saw a tall, muscular young man with shaggy, unruly hair which is such a dark brown that it's almost black, sticking up in all directions around his head, similar to Deku's hairstyle. His eyes were a loose diamond shape, warm brown in color, his bangs hanging low above them. He was wearing a gold jawguard that covers his cheeks, a thick green strap over each of his shoulders, attached at the front to 2 black plates with golden trimmings which cover the sides of his chest, black elbow pads, and green wrist guards. He also wears baggy briefs with some small green markings and plain black boots with heeled soles. You're absolutely right, Izuku Midoriya, we do know everyone's weaknesses and strengths. He snickered, I gazed at him. My eyes narrowed as I read everything about this man. For once, Kirishima actually said something useful to me. You always have death date as a quirk. Kirishima's voice rang in my ears. Well, Yoshindo, also known as Grand, Pathetic Hero, are by the way you really should have thought it through a little bit more. I just thought you wanted to know that you would die at the age of 80, but don't worry, it won't have any effect on anybody's life. Your death will be pointless, so your life will lead up to nothing when you think about it. I chirped happily, smiling brightly as I tried to put on the happiest voice ever. But on the insides, I felt my body go in fight or flight response. If I run, then I risk the chances of my team being in danger because of me, but if I fight then he would have the upper hand, seizing how I don't have a strategically placed plan. My mind pounded with thoughts as I stared off into the distance of the rubble. My vision began to blur and all I could see was those familiar white dots. A whole bunch of people. I make eye contact with the dirt and mud-infested floor. My mind whirling with thoughts that I couldn't even control anymore. I gulped thickly, they all wanted us dead. I finally calmed my breathing down, my sense of hearing coming back to me. Instead of just hearing my gasp of breath that I, at the moment, called breathing. My eyes focused hard on Deku, still feeling weak at the knees. I feel that some anxiety attacks were coming thanks to the lot of people. Maybe if I could just reach Mr. Aizawa, maybe he could help me. I whirled my head and saw Aizawa's familiar face. I widened my eyes and raced after him, my feet pattering hard against the dirt-compacted floor. Don't tell me you're trying to run away from us. The black-haired male sneered, tears bubbled out the corner of my eye, but I weakly pushed them back. Shut up. Please. I whimpered out, not even daring to look back as I made a break for it to my homeroom teacher. My heart was pounding a mile a minute as my breath go even shorter due to two things. 1. I was running so hard that I couldn't catch my breath. 2. Apparently that panic attack only subsided for a second. Finally, I saw Aizawa with Ms. Joke surrounded by a bunch of extra empty red chairs. The wall got in my way. Skillfully and swiftly I climbed it and raced into Aizawa's arms, crying. The walls that I worked so hard to build up, the walls that I put up thanks to the heroes that didn't protect us. All falling down because of a stupid teacher that nobody even knew the name of. It was tepid, utter and worthlessly stupid. But it felt kind of nice crying into somebody's shoulder. It didn't feel the same as Bakugo when he found out I had a panic attack. It felt as though we had a connection like no other. Something that I had been missing for so long, something that I didn't even know was possible. It's okay. Aizawa rubbed reassuring circled around my back as I curled into his lap, my head buried deep in his chest. I opened my eye though to the sound of purring. Was there a cat here? Now? The purring got right near my ear and Aizawa chuckled. Grabbing a molted brown cat with green eyes and large pupils. Do you have any cat food? Aizawa teased. I rolled my eyes and whipped some of my tears off. I smiled and made some salmon wet cat food for the cat. Here. I reassured, handing him the cat food. The panic attack lightly hanging in my mind. Are you okay now? Aizawa asked hesitantly. I stiffened before shaking my head no. Weak tears started rolling off my face and onto Aizawa's muscular body. You'd hyperventilating, Aizawa commented, leaning his chin on my shoulders and keeping with the tiny circles on my back. I know. I muttered miserably, my voice muffled thanks to the light gray scarf that Aizawa always seemed to have on. You got to breathe calmly. Aizawa spoke gently in my ear. I tried my hardest. Can't you see, Aizawa? I'm trying. Are you going to leave me because I can't do a simple task? I am trying. I managed to choke out, wrapping my arms around Aizawa even tighter. Aizawa sighed before pulling my back. Okay, that's fine. Just try with me, okay? Aizawa prompted. I nodded my head, yes, eagerly. Wanting to prove myself. Loyal and actually a good student. Aizawa took a deep breath in. I did it alongside him and then exhaled as he did so. I always seemed to do it a little bit faster than he did, but eventually I ended up slowing my breathing and letting the smells of Aizawa be my anchor. He smelled of coffee and cats, it a very present smell but a small nonetheless. We kept doing the deep breaths. I guess the cat decided to join us since it was done with the wet food that I let them have. Are you going to leave me like the author did? I asked shakily. Once I got my breathing calmed down I could basically do anything. No, of course not. I would never leave you. Aizawa comforted me. He probably said it out of sympathy. He doesn't care for me. Once I become a problem and let him down he is going to leave me and then I will have no one. It will pass. Aizawa reassured. I clenched my jaw tightly and shook my head no repeatedly. I was almost certain that the cameras were focused on me. Aizawa was going to lose his job as pro hero because he was hanging out near a thug like me and then he was going to leave me. Or worse, become a villain. Give me your hand, Aizawa suggested. I looked down at Aizawa's hands and hissed for a second. Why? I inquired, staring at the little details in his hands. Just give me your hand. Aizawa related himself. I rolled my violet eyes and chuckled lightly. Fine. I cave in, holding out my hand and widening at the size difference. Aizawa made us hold hands, interlocking fingers and now rubbing circled with his thumb on my knuckles. I learned in my times at UA that this helps with stress. Aizawa explained. I am guessing that he was trying to teach me and help me at the same time. The scent radiating off his palms felt warm and comforting. It felt like something that I have never felt before. It wasn't love like the love that I loved Zero, it was more than that. Maybe like Tamura's love, but this was like if Tamura was a father. The thought clicked inside of me, it was a father-daughter love. Yes, I am putting that in again just to assure myself that this is platonic. You need lotion? I mumbled, suddenly a wave of tiredness flowing over my body. Why is that? Your hands are rough. Well, I am a hero and a teacher, Sinya. Fighting villains all morning, teaching y'all during the afternoon, and then grading papers during the night. My Hans are the least of my concern right now. I am going to give you some tomorrow. You sound pretty determined, so I am not going to try and stop you. I giggled as I rubbed my own thumb over Aizawa's knuckles, already feeling bad that he put all his attention towards me cause it's, well, how do I say this? You know, for a villain, you aren't that bad. Aizawa teased, his tongue clicking against my ear. I giggled and pet the molted brown cat's smooth pelt. What's its name? I asked, looking the cat in the eye, not bothering to even glance at Aizawa. Cody, Aizawa stated, laughing lowly afterwards. That's a boring name. I sneered, my nails scratching Cody's ear from behind. Aizawa rolled his jet black eyes and pulled me closer to his chest. Do you want to name him then? He asked. I hummed in response before drifting off to sleep. Aishi's POV. I now keep hiding. In the corners of despair I hide away. Trying to control all my crazy emotions isn't easy. I never loved Dabi. All the kisses that I have given him were for nothing, absolutely nothing. But felt like love. I opened my computer, my fingers typing quickly on the search bar of Google. Am I gay quiz? Maybe this would help me. Have you ever kissed a person of the same gender? I halted and thought for a while. I have before, but it didn't mean anything. Right? I ended up clicking the never button and shrugging my shoulders. Have you ever thought of kissing somebody the same gender? I didn't even hesitate to click the yes button, waiting my answer with eagerness running through my veins. When you see a cute couple, who do you first notice? Well, I guess that they look cute together. Are you looking for an actual answer, or are you just here for fun? Well, that was kind of hard to explain in such short words. I wanted the answer, but I would never truly accept it whatever I got. I ended up clicking that I want an honest answer and biting the bottom of my lip. When your friends talk about homophobic stuff, what do? Nobody really has been homophobic, but if they did, I would probability either kiss their girlfriend on the lips or stay silent and give them a death glare. If your friend came out, what would be your reaction? Well, I would accept them, no duh, and if it was a girl, then maybe I could ask her how she knew. Have you ever participated in a pride parade? No, but I want to. Maybe on Gay Month, that's a thing, right? Do you have homosexual friends? Well, there is Toga, and I had got the gay meter from Mina once or twice. Choose a singer. I scanned through the options before picking Harry Styles for his Watermelon album that slapped. Have you ever happened to like a celebrity more after they came out? Well, no, I don't know any, but if some singer were to come out, then yeah, I would like them more. Have you joined the LGBTQ+ community anonymously? No, I haven't joined whatever that is. Although, it does sound like a good idea. Have others confused you with being homosexual? Well, when Sinya and I were at UA and started getting famous, everyone was saying how we were dating. Ads started posting newspapers about how gay Sinya and I were. Answer, you're gay. I slammed my computer shut and flopped down on the soft bed. Hitaru climbed in the bed beside my and tugged my arm. What's up? I asked, looking at her small details. Dabi wanted to talk to you, Hitaru muttered. I sighed heavily and got up, placing my feet down lightly in front of the other. The FBI is on our tail, Dabi explained, his rough voice filling with worry. I hope the FBI finds us, I stated. Are you insane? I've never seen anybody kick down the door before. It's thrilling, Dabi sighed before rolling his eyes and patting my head gently. I beamed at his action and put his large hand on my head again to get me more pats. If you want to see somebody kick a door down, then go to the test thing. Bakugu should be able to knock some doors down for you, Dabi suggested. I hissed slightly before nodding my head eagerly and running out the door. I got to the center of where the test was, my eyes scanning for something interesting. Then I saw her. Tsuyu Azui, hero name, Froppy. Why hadn't I realized how cute she looked? She looked different now. She was a short girl of a relatively slender build compared to her classmates and has notably large hands. Her appearance is rather frog-like. She has a very wide mouth, which dips down a little in the middle just like that of a common frog, and oval-shaped eyes with large, black irises, their lower eyelashes visibly pronounced, and she also demonstrates some frog-like mannerisms, such as hopping on all fours instead of running and holding herself in a way that is somewhat connotative of a frog. Her hero costume looked different now also. Her hero uniform consists of a bright green turtleneck bodysuit, tan-colored gloves with large buckles on each wrist guard, and 2 matching belts, one above her BRSS, a strap at either side going around her shoulders, and one around her waist, little green dots embedded into it all the way around. 2 black lines run all the way down her suit, each framed with yellow, and she wears tight black boots with markings in the shape of an V on her thighs, green webbed flippers resembling frogs' toes on her feet. She wears a headband with a color matching that of her gloves, and goggles with dark green-tinted lenses attached on either side. Psst, I hissed under my breath, staring at Azui with firm blue eyes. Huh? Azui asked, turning around in circles. I popped my head out and waved her in my direction, which was hidden behind a rock. Aishi, what are you doing here? I thought you transferred school. Azui exclaimed as she noticed my looks. Well, I didn't. I just came to say hi, I exclaimed, a large smile plastered on my face. Aishi's POV. I'm going out with the girls. I called over my shoulder, waving goodbye the others and swinging open the door. You've been hanging out with them a lot? Who are they? Dabi asked hesitantly. I turned over my shoulder and saw Dabi, his tall and slender body hovering over me. Well, you see, it's my cousins. I brushed off, my shoulders shrugging and walking out the door swiftly. Oh, okay then, Dabi muttered. I smiled brightly at him before turning around and letting the fake smile fall immediately. Hey girl, hey, I exclaimed, tapping in the window of Azui's dorm room. Azui jumped back, her eyes wide in surprise. She was laying on a plush white bed, either light pink throw pillows and pictures of her families on the wall. You gotta be quiet, what if someone hears you ribbit? Azui worried, opening the window, her green eyes glistening with worry. It's fine. I brushed off, my hands flying in the air as I clicked my tongue. Whatever you say. Azui shrugged off, her eyes traveling from me to her closet. Let's go play dress up, Azui exclaimed. Bright smile plastered on her face as she dragged me by the arm to her closet. Fine, I muttered, my eyes looking at Azui's back. Azui looked over her shoulder and smiling brightly, she swiftly brought me up towards her closet and searched for an outfit that might fit me. Finally she pulled out an outfit that fitted me. I shook my head in amusement. You want me to wear that? I inquired, humor glittered in my one remaining blue eye. Yes girl, slay, Azui exclaimed happily, her right fist raised up to the air in celebration. Now to do your hair and then your makeup. Azui cheered happily, the bright smile never leaving her face. But we aren't going anywhere fancy, I stated, giving Azui a suspicious look. Well, Class 1A is having a Valentine's Day party, so I thought you wanted to come, Azui explained, her embarrassment not trying to hide itself. I patted her head, smiling myself. As long as it makes you happy. I brushed off, my eye rolling to the back of my head. Azui beamed in happiness. I got down on my knees and let Azui play with my hair. Her frog-like fingers slithered around in my hair and brought a relaxing feeling through my body. Eventually she pulled my hair up in space buns. My eye brightened up in joy as I saw my reflection in a mirror. Time for your makeup. Azui pulled my arm and to a white vanity with bright spotlights around it and a large mirror. It had tons of makeup piled together either in drawers or in containers that she stored neatly together. Nothing too big, please, I pleaded, my eyes round as moons. Azui nodded in understanding, her eyes concentrating on my face before grabbing a brush along as a light pink blush. She dabbed the light feather-like brush with the light pink pad. Once she got a lot of the blush on the blush, she brushed it across my cheeks and nose. Once she seemed satisfied with the blush, she put that down and got some candy apple red lipstick. Gently she applied it. I smacked my lips, only to then scrunch my nose due to the taste of it. Let's go, Azui cheered on, grabbing my arm for the 3rd time today and dragging me out to the common area. There was a room full of the people that I would like to hit on the head with a brick. Reluctantly, I sat down next to Azui, making it a point to curl up close to Azui, my head buried in the crook of her neck. Azui's face heated up before she chuckled nervously. Let's play spin the bottle, Mina suggested. I silently noted that it was more of a demand than anything. I rolled my eyes at her annoying voice. Everyone seemed to do in agreement with Mina as Bakugu pulled out an empty bottle. Where's Sinya? I spoke up, looking over my shoulder and glancing around. And Denki? Also Shiro isn't here. I cast a worried glance at Azui, coughing and then burying my face with Azui's chest again. Let's just start, they have to come soon. Kirishima shrugged off, I scoffed. Typical men. Sinya's POV. What do you mean Sinya? Shiro began hesitantly. I growled lowly before stomping my feet and grabbing Shiro's throat. I am bad for you, goddammit. I yelled loudly. Thanks to the soundproof walls of the dorms, I was able to yell as loud as I wanted. SS Sinya why? Shiro ushered to the hand wrapped around his throat. My eyes widened in surprise as I dropped him down. He landed with a thud on the ground. Anger and fear mixed in my veins. I didn't want to be afraid of myself, but looking down at my gloved hand, what if I didn't have them on? What if I killed Shiro? What if Shiro hadn't told me to stop? This was a dumb argument and it led to me nearly killing my boyfriend. Tears streamed down my face as I backed away. My arms holding into my body, gulping thickly and letting my breath come out in short puffs. Look, you will find better. I don't deserve you in any way, shape, or form. And you know what? One day, when you are over me, I'm going to look myself in the mirror and think how a piece of me is missing without you. If a girl rejects somebody, they don't just think about the person they rejected and move on. We girls have this thing where we think and beat ourselves up about the person we rejected. Trust me. I trailed off, desperation clinging to every word that I was saying. But I don't want you to leave me. Shiro countered, tears traveling down his own cheeks. I looked Shiro in the eyes, stepping closer to him and whipping off tears from his face. I don't either, but it is what is good for us. I muttered, my face inches away from his. Shiro looked at me. Betrayal in his jet-black eyes. I patted his head and leaned in close to gently hug him. I am going to go, I told Shiro, gently backing away from him and smiling softly. When I closed the door, I faintly heard a wail leave Shiro's lips. My heart twigged with guilt, but it was for the good of everyone. If I stayed with him, then I will end up killing him. This is the reason on why I hated love. I hated the guts of love. I hated how love can tear apart a girl's heart so easily, yet the girl will always look for it no matter what. I just wanted to be loved. Was that really too much to ask for? Hey cutie, Denki exclaimed, his hands in the air as he flashed me a wide smile. I looked at him, frozen in fear. What the hell? I gritted out, jaw clenched and eyes narrowed. Well, I might have followed you and Shiro in his dorm room and found out that you broke up with him. Denki chuckled nervously. I sat straight up. Do you think I was wrong? I began nervously, wanting to confide in somebody. Well, yes and no. I think that you were being very caring and nobody can blame you for that, but you won't ever put me in danger. Denki boasted. I gave him a baffled look. Don't you have a girl to flirt with? I snapped, silently thankful that somebody understood why I did it. I am flirting with you, Denki exclaimed. I gave him an unamused glance. But I'm a villain. A cute villain. Plus, you changed, I think at least? Denki muttered. I shook my head in amusement before giving him a playful shove. You're so cheesy. I giggled. Denki smiled brightly in achievement. See? I got a smile on your face, Denki exclaimed. I froze in shock for the second time in less than an hour before taking away the smile. No way, you never did, I said stubbornly, my heart refusing to open to another person. Are you playing hard to get? Denki teased, his hands wrapped around my waist. It's cute, he added. I pushed him away, a blush growing on my face. No way, perv, I exclaimed, narrowing my eyes as he hung his arm around my neck. How about this to give me 3 months to make you fall in love with me? Denki offered. I rolled my eyes. Whatever. It wasn't like I was going to fall in love with him anytime soon. Deal? I agreed, holding out my hand for Denki to shake it. Denki took my hand and got on one knee, kissing it while making eye contact with me. A blush creeped on my cheeks before I pulled away and made a pretend disgusted face. Gross, I spat out, shaking my hand. Denki laughed at me, soon with me joining him.